are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Disengage. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 126 for this week, which I titled Trump Effect. Incumbents won big in elections in Singapore, Australia, and Canada. And yeah, Singapore just had finished our election. The ruling party has a very strong mandate, and same thing happened in Australia, where the ruling party also have a super good result. While in Canada, the Liberals managed to retain its majority, although it's still a minority government, but still they managed to retain power, despite they finally got rid of Trudeau. So life goes on, because mainly I think it's mainly because of the Trump effect. So anyway, can you guys hear me? I suppose you guys can hear me. Let me check the audio. Yep, you guys should hear me. So anyway, this DPA Open Mic is broadcasted on multiple platforms. This time round, DPA YouTube channel is in, so not just on the DPA Open Mic channel, but on the main channel. And I'm gonna do some experiment later, which I will end the main channel's stream early, which will then push everybody to the Open Mic channel. It's one of the YouTube feature I've never tried before, so later we can try. And also on DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, on DPA Twitch, DPA Twitter, DPA Facebook, and Twitch, Twitter, and Telegram. Yeah, DPA Telegram. So yeah, so I shall prepare the link for you guys to join. So give me a second. Let me find my copy and paste thingy. So copy and paste. Get the link to join, and then yeah. So I drop it into both a YouTube channel and on Rumble. I have pinned them. Also I'm gonna drop it into the Twitch, and I also pinned them, and I'm gonna share it to the DPA Open Mic Speaker Lounge for the convenience of our regulars. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So now do share the stream to your friends and families and contacts who might be interested in the geopolitical, political, military war discussions. And so let me forward a bit more stuff. And I forgot to do this. So I didn't manage to do the open mic yesterday because there was an election in Singapore, and I wanted to focus on the election, and I wouldn't be in the mood to do the open mic. So mainly that's the reason. And yeah, so let me check the stream, make sure everything is running. So yeah, so I'm not sure how it will do, whether the main channel can bring in more guys, but we shall see how this goes. And yeah, so I should also copy and paste the stream to Discord, which I forgot to do. Give me a second. And Discord. So do you guys, are any of you guys from Australia or Canada? I heard the Canadians, many were very disappointed. Open mic. Yep. So da, 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 da. So we're gonna wait for people to join. Meanwhile, yeah. So some people, they don't agree that it's a Trump effect. But literally that is the reason. That's given even by the Singapore's opposition leader, which say that it is because the world is getting more dangerous, more chaotic. It's like international reasons, things happening in the international arena that is affecting the elections, which basically is Trump, because Trump launched a trade war, create upheaval, and that's the main reason. It's not because Trump effect doesn't mean it's positive. It can be a negative effect. So don't cope so fast. So just want to say hi since the people are not coming up yet. So hi Coping, El Glenn, Johari, Nas, El Trant, Slavarian, and then the name I cannot read because it's in Russian. Yeah, and Kodinov, WL Crutch, Johari, Brian Solex on Rumble, Duis Absundis, Peter Barchevich, and BTW6301. So just and PTW, nice scope. Yeah, look. Yeah, so looks like I failed. No one is joining, so I got a monologue all the way then. So the Canadian elections was a huge disappointment for a lot of people, because a lot of people really don't like Trudeau. They think that the Liberals are really bringing Canada in the wrong direction, and they were very excited that Trudeau finally give up. Then finally they can maybe bring in the Conservatives and maybe change things. And then the Liberal won. However, Donald Trump has said that he will continue to talk to Canada about annexing Canada into the United States. So that is still an ongoing thing. It's not over yet. Donald Trump seems pretty determined to bring Canada into the fold. So that is a problem for Canada. And I think that the Canadian side is trying to reduce tariff, but I think it may not work because if the aim is to annex Canada, then there's no reason to reduce tariff. The same thing for China situation. A lot of people are misreading the trade war between the United States and China. They think that the idea is just to balance the trade. However, like I said before, I don't think that's the case. I think the main aim is to cut China off and force a political change in China. So, and basically this is a impossible thing for the Chinese Communist Party to adhere to. So which is why they're fighting. Right? Though at our level, at a lower level, some people may not be able, or many people may not be able to see what is happening, but you can see that from the Chinese Communist Parties or Communist Party of China's behavior and attitude towards the trade war, they already know it's targeted them. So which is why they are reacting so badly. However, things is not going well in China. Anecdotally, a lot of factories have closed down. A lot of people lost their jobs. The entire export industry is collapsing. People may say it's only 15%, but for many companies it's not 15%. Some export almost exclusively, to United States. Like 70% of their sales is to United States. This kind of company is dying. And while we are all talking about this trade war stuff, many corporations all around the world is now actually moving their stuff out of China. The number one destination, from my understanding right now, is Vietnam. They are also looking at other Southeast Asian countries, and also including Mexico as well. A lot of this manufacturing is now moving to Mexico because of the USMCA, and which is preferential. And many and also according to my understanding, also many companies are now avoiding concentrating their entire manufacturing supply chain into one country. So they're splitting it up. into multiple countries, at least 3 countries, so that if there's any more geopolitical change and upheaval, they are able to react to it, and they wouldn't have to port the whole thing like what's happening to them right now with China. So these are all the developments regarding that. And also for people who I think some of these anti-Trump or pro-China propaganda, they will see that, you say that LA ports are so quiet and whatnot. The Chinese port are the same. It's a trade war. It hurts both sides. So the Chinese ports are also very empty. There's not much ships there, because all the ships has cancelled a lot of their transportation. And then if you look at the trade numbers, the export numbers in the first 3 months of 2025 looks super good. From China exporting out, particularly to United States, it was like a high in the first 3 months. But the reason for the first 3 month high was because everybody is anticipating the tariffs to come from Donald Trump, which is why everybody is buying their stock. They're basically stashing their stock ahead of time, which is why the export numbers is super high in the first 3 months. But I think my recommendation is to look at the next 3 months, from April, May, and June. Then I think we will start to see the real situation. And typically for companies, they don't really able to survive with super poor sales more than 3 months usually. Like, I'm in business as well. DPA is not my only business, and is usually you can't survive, especially if you have rental, staff, loans. 3 months of very abject revenue will kill the company. And we're going to see a lot of bankruptcy happening in China, which some already happened. So this is going to be quite bad. So some people Robo reacted. Yeah, he said that the entire export industry is closing down. No, not entire export industry is closing down. A mass amount of the industry is closing down, and is shutting down or going bankrupt. So if you don't believe, just wait for time to pass. I don't have to prove the earth is round, or the water is wet, and that kind of thing. So it's GM closing 5 plants in US. So, but there's also many plants that's opening in United States. So yeah, and also another update regarding the US trade strategy. Besant has, which is the trade guy for under the Trump administration, have explained that this building of the manufacturing in United States, to bring back all this manufacturing, is actually the focus is on the high tech. It's not on the lower tech. So he actually explained in one of the press conference that the focus is actually the high tech ones, the AI, the robotics, the semiconductors, basically the manufacturing of the future. He's not referring to the making of the clothes, making of the shoes. He's not referring to all this, which means that the countries that focus on all these things, like India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Vietnam, they're still going to have money to make from United States, and which means also Mexico. So it's not like a end of the it's not the end times. For most countries dealing with general manufacturing, which is what China has dominated all these years, this will remain mostly overseas, mostly. So just that with the tariff, some American firms have decided to still go into manufacturing their own shit, like their own shirt, their own shoes. In the United States, maybe they will be able to do it with better, with still higher price, but doable, rather than totally nothing. So, but the tariff also, like, I don't think it's going to be high. I think it's going to stay at 10% in the long run, unless the countries are deciding to not play ball with Trump, and then then the tariff will be hit high. But I think in the end, it's going to be all going to be like 10%. So yeah. So I just want to know, if this stream continues to be I talk alone, then the open mic will end pretty early today. I just want to say, then I can go and focus and to do the trade war sit rep. No, there's no point there for me to talk alone. Yeah. So meanwhile, I can also note out, some people say that I'm MAGA or whatever. No, I can is MAGA biased. Deuce is not wrong. No, because I always maintain that a strong America is going to be good generally for the rest of the world, particularly Singapore. So I have no. I'm not going to be shy about that. I have been supporting Trump since, in terms of his political career, since when he first announced that he's going to run. Because if he don't run and he didn't win against Hillary Clinton, yeah, would be in way deeper shit than the Ukraine war. So Johari Super Chatter, why do Pioneer and Medical generation tend to vote PAP, which is beyond understanding? Because Gen Z tends to favor opposition. Many people blame new citizens. This is a Singapore context. So pioneer generation is people who are in the 80s, 70s, 80s. No, then the Merdeka generation is people like my mom, who is in the 60s, maybe the 50s. So the older generation saw the development of Singapore under the People's Action Party, which literally went from most of it is fishing village. Most of it, not all of it. Most of it is fishing village and villages, swamps. Like literally, I'm not joking. Like literal swamps. Like where I'm staying right now is literal swamp. 50 years ago. So, and they see this development of Singapore with their own eyes, and which is why this generation is utter loyal to the ruling party. And they have become successful, wealthy, do well, they raise their family, all because of the People's Action Party. So honestly, even for me, everything that I'm able to achieve today is also because of the People's Action Party. It's not because of the opposition. So in Singapore, opposition politics is simply to vote for opposition so that there is just some level of check and balance. It's not to compete with the ruling party in terms of policy making. They just not enough people, not enough talent, and the way how Singapore have been developing for the past 50 over years, 60 years, has made it the point where the People's Action Party, the ruling party, is very intertwined with everything Singapore. So they know Singapore the best, literally all the secrets, all the know-how, all the power bases, all the powerful people, all the influential people, all the mechanism, the infrastructure. So in terms of the opposition, which just come in like this, they don't know enough. Like they just don't have the means to compete. And the thing is, they can win seats just like we've seen in the election, but it's not like it's not like it's a God-given thing. Singaporeans, in this election, literally proved that they no longer will be voting opposition for the sake of opposition. They're voting only brands, the political brands that they can trust. And I think that is the biggest, lesson from this latest election, which clearly shows that the younger people are more politically aware and savvy. So people who get to vote for the Workers' Party, which is the biggest opposition party in Singapore, a good number of them will vote. But if you see that even in the situation for Punggol GRC, which is a lot of young people, mostly young people, they voted for the ruling party. So it's not just the older folks, So that's what it is. And also, the Pakistan haven't got attacked by India. Hi, Ayush. Yeah. So, India haven't attacked Pakistan.
Yeah, like I said, government is trying their best to not to go to war.
So,
and we are not going to go to war, I don't think so.
Yeah, hope not. Hope no war. So far, that means the Pakistani intel is wrong. So they will say they're also certain between 24 to 36 hours, and then Yeah, it didn't happen. So, but I think it's still very tense. I think they have just blocked. The India just refused to issue visa for the cricket team from Pakistan. I think, is it cricket? I think it's cricket team
Yeah, there are
or
things
some
like
sport team.
people are
There's
crying on
some.
the borders, like because it has been such a because India said like go all the Pakistan visas are cancelled and everyone has to go back to Pakistan. So there are families which were settled there by marriage and by like entire families are being broken, children and parents are being separated. It is crazy situation right now. So things are happening, not good, but well, every
So
action
so
has
so,
its consequences.
so this includes the residents, like the maybe the permanent residents and
The one
like they married in.
the thing is, India doesn't give citizenship that easily. So people do not like even after 40 years is a person. We have like a video of news reporter taking an interview of him. He is saying that we are living in India for 40 years. We have voted for India, and he doesn't have Indian citizenship, but some political party gave him like India has this big problem like political parties, regional political parties would just issue fake citizenship to these people so that these people can vote for them. It is crazy situation. We have like millions of illegals from Bangladesh and from mainly from Bangladesh and living in India with fake citizenship, like and they are voting and they have like fake driver licenses and stuff like that. It is very confusing. Like,
Yeah, it's a big country. That's the problem with big countries. Yeah, like you cannot
1.4
keep track.
billion
Like
people. It is.
even United States don't even know where the hell is some of the people. Like, people just disappear and like they catch and release, right? They caught someone, the illegal immigrant. They caught them because there's no place for jail. So they say, okay, you come back in 1 year's time for your court case, and then they just disappear and they never appear again, and they have no idea where the hell is them. So
The
yeah,
thing
it's
is,
a big country problem.
government is yeah, and big country. Otherwise, see West Bengal. We have a state in the east, which is near the Bangladesh. That is West Bengal, and the ruler of that Bengal has not been changed for decades. Okay, the same party is ruling that, and the problem with that is that party is allowing like every Bangladeshi illegal. If you ask him where he is from, he's gonna say that I'm from that state only, and because that party has given him like all the fake citizenship, so it is very hard. Like that party is doing the best to
So the citizenship is not given by the Indian federal government. It's by the
no,
state.
it is given. No, it is
But it's
given by the
illegal.
Indian federal government, but the state is just issuing fake citizenships. Like there are, we just found. I remember police just busted office like office of people giving fake citizenships and fake documents, and the head of the office was one of the political parties person like Aam Aadmi Party. That party was ruling the capital city of India, Delhi. So yeah, people are just like issuing fake citizenships in India. So India has this big of a problem also. I heard I didn't saw your video of Singapore election, but I heard what you were talking about, and I wanted to ask. So the ruling government has never been changed in Singapore, or
Never.
was
So
never?
the since independence is always the same party. They used to be
Okay,
the
and how?
opposition party. So before the independence, because when we were still transiting to self-government under the British, so we have a ruling the ruling party then was the Labour Front. So then the People's Action Party was the opposition. So after that, the Labour Front, the leader, which is basically I think his name is David Marshall or something. So he made a promise. He said that he's going to get the some sort of like a self government or something, autonomous or something from the British. This is just from my vague memory right now. Then and if he failed, he will resign, and that's what he did. So he went to UK. He talk, and he failed. So he basically resigned. And as a result, the People's Action Party later take power after him, and under Lee Kuan Yew, he managed to work with the British and basically he managed to trade with the British in terms of what the British actually wants, and managed, like for example, the British want us to deal with our communist problem because we have a lot of Chinese people. So the Chinese people, many of them is influenced by the communist ideology coming out from China. So The British wanted the DAP to help to suppress this sort of things. So if you look at the early history of Singapore, there's very severe suppression of communists in Singapore. So and honestly, during those days, anti-communism is a very big thing because it's very dangerous. We do not know what they're going to do, and communism generally always want to take power through violence because that's basically part of their way of operating. So the British during those days are still a superpower. So they wanted Lee Kuan Yew to do something about it, and Lee Kuan Yew managed to make a deal, and basically we joined Malaysia after that because that's something we want. And then the Malaysia don't want us. Malaysia actually don't want Singapore because because Malaysia wanted to develop to establish a country which is a indigenous majority, which is the Malays majority. They wanted Sarawak, Sabah, and Brunei to join Malaysia. So that time Malaysia is just Malaya. It's just a peninsula, the land above of Singapore. So this Malaya, they wanted to form Malaysia with Sarawak, Sabah, and Brunei, but they don't want Singapore. But Singapore is a small island. So the British say, no. If you want Sarawak, Sabah, you must take Singapore. So that's the deal. So and Malaysia have no choice, so they accepted Singapore. And then last minute, Brunei decided not to join. So Brunei got out, and they become one of the richest country in the world right now because they got oil, which is quite smart actually if you think about it. But when we got in, so apparently Lee Kuan Yew is very good at Malay. His Malay language is much more powerful than Malays themselves. Then he go into the federal government, and he almost wanted to eat up the whole of Malaysia. Then it's like they panicked, and then they kicked Singapore out. So that's how Singapore become independent. Like we never wanted to be a country. No, it just happened to us, and that's how it works. And since then, because he was the prime minister then, suddenly we went from a state to become a country. So the People's Action Party decided that, okay, since this is a reality right now, so he developed Singapore as a country, and because he did so we have like I said, there is a very strong communist influence in Singapore because of the huge number of Chinese, which is why a lot of our policy is very communist. We are very socialist. So one of the first thing we did was they took all the land from all the landlords. So basically we have a lot of people who own plantations, right? We basically set up a law and force the sale of all the land at a very nominal price, and a lot of people lose a lot of money because of that. And then from then we get all the land back. Then we are able to replan the whole city, replan the whole country. So that's why Singapore looks so nice, so tidy, and everything so clean and pretty. That's because we were communists in the beginning, because we took back all the land. So suddenly all the rich people have lost everything suddenly. And then but we re-establish everything, redraw everything, and that's how Singapore become what it is today. So sometimes people ask me, we want to be like Singapore. I say it's not possible. If you're a democratic country, you can forget about it. It's just not possible, because how are you going to take back your land? It's not possible. Even if you look at like Jakarta is a mess. If you look at, they have one luxurious hotel, then next door is a very shabby, lousy, little, very dirty building, because it's democracy. They have rights, and you cannot kick them out. If they refuse to sell, they refuse to sell. That's what happens. In democratic countries. We started off very authoritarian. So that was the difference. But then when they say Lee Kuan Yew is a dictator, it's not entirely wrong. He's an elected dictator, just like Putin. Putin is an elected dictator. People want to be dictated by him. They keep voting him in. So if you go to Russia, I'm quite sure the election is actually very legitimate. In Singapore, it's the same. Even the opposition party, they follow the whole process. You cannot find a loophole. The entire voting, your ballot is all secure, and the way how the system, the counting, everything is very transparent. So there is no stuffing, vote stuffing. Everything is real. We really voted in the same party for like this many years. So and this is cannot be understood by the Europeans. what is democracy when there's only one party? Is like we choose that. No, that's our choice. No, why you don't respect democracy? So no, that's what it is. Super chat by Siamese Cat. I have Madeline and her husband over for dinner. We have been discussing appearing, maybe. However, I'm going to send an extensive email in the next 15 minutes. At the moment, much debate about the content of the email. Please read carefully, do not share. Okay, so thank you, Siamese Cat, for the huge sponsorship of the today's episode. Hi, Nika. Nika is going to work, I think.
I remember reading and learning about the father of the modern Singapore. I will butcher his name, so I'm not gonna say it. But yeah, I remember like he was a great leader, and I think I forgot most of it. But I think what Singapore is today is because of him. Because I read like Singapore was nothing, like it was nothing other than like a piece of land that you would not even think that anything
Yeah,
can
that is actually that's a fake news. That is actually a fake news. So the reality when Singapore, by the time we have independence, we are one of the most developed city actually in Asia, one of the more developed city in Asia. So we are the crown colony of the British Empire. So you have to understand the crown colony what it is. It's prized possession. Why is it prized? Because it's not useless. So that's why I say it's a fake news. They like to say, Lee Kuan Yew developed Singapore from a fishing village to the metropolis. That's actually a bit exaggerating, because we were already a prominent port. That's why the Japanese wanted us. The Japanese conquered Singapore because we are strategically very important. So, and then we were the fortress. We are supposed to be the fortress of the British Empire in the Orient. So you can't be a useless land when you build a fortress here. Although the fortress is fake. There's no real fortress. That's why the Japanese conquered us easily. So yeah, but most of Singapore was really fishing. The most of the normal people, most of them is still villagers. They farm, they fish. Then yeah, so it's hard life. So. And then a lot of people work in the ports. So in the harbor, they carry heavy cargoes down the ships because it's a port. So a lot of people is working on this line, which is why there's so many Chinese, because a lot of Chinese came down from China to work at a port and to find a better life than in China. And apparently, carrying all this heavy shit is better life than in China. So you can imagine how horrible in China life is. So yeah. Drew is here though. But Drew is still loading, so let's wait for his camera to come out. So
I want to ask the Workers' Party, why do they not get elected? What do you think is the problem? Do they have bad policies, or people don't like them just because they did something?
They still maintain 10 seats, so they actually defended all their seats very well. In fact, they actually got more vote counts, generally speaking, in terms of the seats that they are defending. So they just didn't manage to get more seats. So they almost got one of them, but I think they fielded a very poor candidate to fight for that seat. So which is just next door. That's across the river near my house. So yeah, it is generally just happened to be difficult. Because now, like I said, it's the Trump effect. The world is in chaos right now. So a lot of people, I think, voted for the ruling party for stability, including myself. I also voted for the ruling party. So even though I'm actually in the seat where the opposition actually won. Yeah. But I have other reasons why I voted against the opposition. Yeah. So but that's internal politics. If I explain this, too long story. Hi Drew.
Hi. You were talking about Singapore, and then spreading a lot of nonsense, so I have to come on.
Yeah. Drew always disagrees with my version of what's happening in Singapore, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Are you happy with the election result?
Yeah. I am permanently a PAP supporter. Not because I like
I'm
PAP.
not.
Not because I like PAP. I think a lot of the ministers are quite. If you talk to them on a personal level, they're actually quite up in the air. But But the problem is we cannot have the Western kind of fighting kind of politics. Singapore will collapse. So we need one stable party, and that one stable party just happens to be the PAP. Yeah. So any like competent politician needs to go through the PAP system and then rise through their ranks and then argue inside, rather than do it like as an opposition, because we can't afford that. We are too small. We are too fragile. Yeah. So
I actually agree. So this is why Singaporeans have very high standard for the opposition, like really very high standard. Like we don't just vote opposition. I mean, there are people who vote opposition for the sake of that, but the swing votes, which is I am a swing vote. The 1/3 of the Singaporeans are very pragmatic. They have very high standard for the opposition. So especially I think this year the like in my video I did mention, based on the numbers, it looks like the voters got even more politically savvy, more and more. So they literally kill off the third tier opposition parties. Like they went to shit. There are parties that get 200 votes out of like 120,000 people voting. Like 120,000 voting, only 200 votes. That is 0%. Ridiculous, no?
0%.
Yeah, when they do have this, so it's basically even less than like a 1%, like less than 0.5%. It's ridiculous. I never seen this kind of account before. So it clearly shows that there's a maturing of the political system in Singapore. Like the people are getting more and more matured. So in my video I did say that there seems to be 3 tiers of opposition. You have the top tier, which is the current the biggest opposition party, the Workers' Party. Then you have the second tier, which is like the decent ones, but they're still not good enough. Which is SDP, Singapore Democratic Party, and the the Progress Singapore Party, PSP, which I think is going to be downgraded in the next election. Then you have the third tier, which is all the funny Mickey Mouse Party, which is like they come in to die.
They're not united. They came in to give up their deposits. Independents without a party did better than any of these nonsense parties. So, but to answer Ayusha's question about why people don't really still like support the Workers' Party to like take over Singapore politics, is a lot of their they used to be a lot worse at this, but now they're getting better. A lot of their policies that they champion tend to have a bad outcome in the future. They tend to have short-term benefit but poor outcome in the future. Things like unemployment benefits, which Singapore typically did not have. So it's like they tend to be more of a Western type of thinking. Like, if you're unemployed, then we need to give you money, But I mean, personally, I disagree with unemployment benefits. An unemployed person doesn't need money. An unemployed person needs housing, needs food, needs education for his children, needs healthcare, needs all the things that you need to help him to get a new job, like job opportunities, right? He doesn't need money. He needs what money can buy. And if the person is already unemployed and doesn't have any money, he shouldn't have the freedom to go and give him more money so he can spend it whatever he wants. He needs to be given the things that he needs to survive and for his children to have a good opportunity for the future. And that's the thing that the Singapore government provides. We have very cheap education, housing is affordable, more or less, and healthcare is affordable, more or less, and so we solve kind of unemployment in a different way. So the Workers' Party will come out and say, no, we need unemployment benefits, which clearly means they don't understand the Singapore system well. So it's a very populist position, So unemployed people will go vote for them, whereas people who are paying for taxes and whatever will look at this and go, this is nonsense. This is a bad policy for the future of Singapore.
And I just want to add on. I'll just add on to what Drew said. No, the Singapore voters is very weird. It's very different from the rest of the world. If a political party come in and like say what he said, like well, we need to give the unemployed people money. Give the unemployed people money. We're going to take money from our reserve to do something. You will see then this party will get kicked out. Like they will be like totally voted against very badly. Singapore voters are very, very pragmatic. Like we don't take this kind of like cheap shots at politics. Sorry, Nika.
Yeah. Just what's your like? Do you have any programs for people like who cannot work or handicaps or any like have illness or they cannot like work?
What I'm aware of, so I've actually spoken to the people, not the handicapped people, but like the homeless, the people that go around helping the homeless people. So I've actually spoken to them, and I asked them, there are homeless people like staying at the bottom of my block, like I see them around. Why don't we do more to help them? And they say they do. They actually have a register of every single homeless person in Singapore. They know who they are and where they frequent. But the problem is these people they don't want to be housed. Like they will go to them and offer them a place to stay, but they don't want to move from where they are. So they actually run away from the government.
I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people who actually cannot work or cannot like provide for themselves, like permanent ailment.
That's what Drew is talking about. So the people who cannot work or handicap or something, there is actually social welfare system for these people. We make sure that they have a house. We make sure that they can find some kind of job. We give them, we help them find things for to train to become something that they can survive themselves. If not, some of them just become buskers. They just do go to the streets and then they play music and then they get money. This kind of thing have.
They don't get a house. They get housing. Very different.
Housing, yeah, not the house.
Yeah.
Housing.
They get a roof over their head.
They get rented house.
They
still have to
rules
work
in those places. You have to keep clean. You cannot make a mess. And so some people don't like that. So they rather sleep on the streets. So it's yeah. So we have also
in this condition you don't need any like unemployment benefits. I think unemployment benefits are for those conditions. So there is no need for them. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to give someone.
Generally, basically the government's government position, Singapore government position is always everybody must work. So they will find a way to try to help you to find job, or at least do some work. They don't want people to get money for nothing. However, I do know that there are people who rather die than work. They have these kind of people, and it's very weird. Because there's a condition to the rental housing is that you must work at least part time or certain hours. So what happens is that they will do part time, and then after they got some enough money for their own food, and then they just don't work anymore. I literally know a girl who does that.
They will pretend,
who just go to library every day.
They will pretend to look for a job, but they never actually find a job to continue to get the benefits. Yeah. And
then the most funny thing is, it can be quite toxic. Like, because it's a family. So the girl that I know, she spent all her time in the library. She just read books. Then sometimes she do some part-time job, and then she have to stop. Because as a family, if they earn over a certain amount of money, they will be kicked out of the rental housing. They have to buy a house. And then, so they basically, then the father don't want to work. Like, refuse to work. So so they have this very odd situation where they just limit their own income level so that they can stay at their rental house like in perpetuality. So there are crazy people who are like this, and this is the reality in Singapore. So, but the real homeless people
but your system is, I think, way better than here in Canada. It's like here they incentivize people to not work. I think. It's like
so Singapore
benefits will incentivize people not to work. That's why Singaporeans we never like that.
And we established that right in the early days of our independence. Like, we will not give money for unemployment. So basically we learn from the Europeans and the Americans that we do not give money. We do not do social welfare for the sake of it. So, and that was a policy in Singapore until today. And you can see, if you talk to Singaporeans, most Singaporeans is against it as well, because we literally see it. Things went to shit, go to shit in other countries, so we don't want it. So Johari said that Skill Future Job Seeker Support Scheme, also known as unemployment benefits.
That's a little bit, I think. As long as you show that you are looking for a job, they will pay you a little bit of money, and that's one of the Worker Party kind of championed policies. which I personally disagree with for the above mentioned reasons. Yeah, it's it's a step in the wrong direction. We shouldn't have that any.
There are people who will forever be finding jobs if that's the case.
I have another question. For example, if someone went to school again to change their job or something, do government support them or not?
You do it yourself. So generally, the government will not give you money for anything relating to your own life, career. Like they will give you money only to support due to the inflation.
But nowadays,
like,
for the last few years, every year they've been giving us free money. Because,
but it's mainly related to inflation.
Yeah, but it's because we have too much money. We have a surplus of funds, so they typically save this, and then they still have extra, so they started giving out money to the citizens. So every year I get, I think, like 200 or 400 or whatever. So they give some to the kids for like education. They give some to the you have this thing called EduSave. So the government will pump money in, and then you can use that to pay for school fees. You pay for school uniform, pay for all the school things and extra programs. Then we have this thing called the CDC voucher, where you can actually use to buy groceries. So they
which
put
is
money
the
in
voucher
there.
I mentioned before.
Yeah,
I mentioned before how they give money without giving you money.
Yeah, and then now they have this, as what I mentioned, this GST voucher, because they want to raise the consumption tax, the good and services tax. So they give us some money to make us happy, so they were not angry at them raising the tax. So it's like, every year now it's become I thought it was
now a
one-off a few years ago. Now it's like every year.
More. Now, so what I read was that the GST voucher is now a permanent scheme. It's a permanent scheme. Part of so that means the condition to raising the GST to 9% was this permanent GST voucher thing. So
every year they're gonna give us.
Yeah, but it's not enshrined in the constitution, but it's like as a policy, it's a permanent thing. So every year they're going to give you money. So
really?
wait. So so for those that don't understand, the GST voucher thing is that they will give money back, like giving back in terms of from the money they earn from GST, but they'll give more to the people who is poorer and lesser to people who's richer. So generally, it is take money from the rich and give it to the poor. And the poorest level of people, or the people who really don't earn that much, essentially they actually earn money out of it. Like they are getting extra $1,000 or a few $100, depending, versus all the GST that they will ever pay. So
we have the same. Yeah, we have the same scheme here in Canada too. It depends on your income too, and it will vary.
So actually. That's actually quite cool. So if it's the same scheme, I think it's cool. Because because I calculated, basically the poorer strata of people will never pay GST at all. Actually, with the money given back, they don't pay GST at all. So the middle income will pay lesser GST. It's the rich people that will pay most of the GST actually.
Yeah, it's the same then, because they will calculate that in your income report, in your tax report, and they will plan it for the next year. So I think that it's the same scheme. Yeah. And it depends on your income, your tax revenue.
Yeah. So Singapore is a very weird place. Yeah. Sorry, Ayush.
No. I just wanted to say, like you said, the Workers' Party said that unemployment benefit is their main agenda, you can say, right? So they did want few seats in those are the cities or states?
We don't have any cities or states. We have neighborhoods. Our island is so small. It's smaller than we have towns. That's it.
Yeah. So basically, Singapore has one town. Yeah, Singapore is generally one city. So we used to have a city. We used to call it Singapore City. If you look at the map, there used to be a city in World War II, which is actually referring to the downtown area. So now it's not. We don't see a city. It's just a CBD area. It's just a commercial area. So the whole of Singapore is a city, and then you have a lot of towns. But generally, if you look at the map, you can't tell where the one town starts and where the one town ends, because it all blends together. So only Singaporeans know. So So,
See, the whole
so
island is
just,
two high rises, and then they
I want
demarcate one section as like one town. Yeah.
I want to just change the subject a bit because I will go like in 5 minutes or less. So I think
okay.
everyone heard about the Houthi missiles that hit the airport in
I
Tel Aviv. Yeah. It didn't hit like a building, but it hit the compound of the airport. So all the defensive measures were failed. It's like a big failure from point of view of Israelis themselves. They see it a big failure. Even the Third like couldn't stop it. So it's I think the first time that they, from the start of these 2 years, that something hit the airport directly. So in the vicinity of the airport, this is one thing. Yeah, and
the rumor is a
operation-
hypersonic, right?
yeah, it is high. It cannot be like a glide bomb or something casual. Otherwise, they will likely hit it because they are not throwing tens of hundreds of missiles like they throw in one or two. I think today they throw 4 missiles, and so for the low number, it must be a hypersonic. Must be.
Prata, there's no sound. You check your mic setting. Maybe you set the wrong mic. Yeah. So Ayush, I got a question about India. What happened to all the kings? I remember during the British Empire, you guys have a lot of kings, right? Like tens of thousands of them. What happened to them?
Not tens of thousands. There were a little more than 500 princely states. Mainly they were in Rajasthan. They are still exist. Like the city I live in has a city palace, and recently the king died of the city, so he his successor got crowned. And there are kings, they really do not have power anymore. They all come under the government, but they do have wealth, like billions and billions of dollars. They do have that, and they do have the properties of their ancestors and stuff. So yeah, they do live how they want, and they really do not have any more power in any case. They do
So
have to
dangerous.
follow
They have no
this.
power. They have no power. They're gonna be doomed, man. One day they're gonna get no. They will no longer be kings, because that what happened to the Singapore royalty.
No, the thing is, India, like they have their own rituals and stuff. Like government doesn't touch them. There is no need to, because they do follow all the rules, and there is no need to, because it has been like from the Mughal dynasty. If you know that India's history a little bit, that India was divided in many kingdoms, and then Mughals invaded from Afghanistan again and again, and then they captured a lot of India. So in like where I live, my and kings fought 17 wars with Mughals, but then they won 17 wars, but after that the treasury went empty, so they couldn't fight. So they came with Mughals and they said, see, we can fight more and we can win, but let's take a step back and let's merge together. And then they signed a contract in which the foreign ministry kind of, at that point of time in 1500s, the defense and the a little bit of tax can be given to all Mughals, and the direct rulers will be the kings here only, and indirectly they will be under Mughal dynasty.
I see.
So,
So
when the Britishers,
it's you guys' fault that India become under the Mughals, because you guys don't defend. You guys are the Ukraine, you know. You see, you guys don't defend. Then you see now the Russians are going to conquer whole of Europe. It's all your fault. You guys stop fighting.
that was the reason that Britishers with only 20,000, 200,000 soldiers captured like 10 to 20 million, 30 million Indians, because the thing is, Mughals already had all of that, and Britishers just kind of took over the Mughals, and then we all signed the treaties with Britishers, same treaties with Britishers. So there was not much fight with Britishers. So that's why we were under Britishers. And in most of the cases, like in Rajasthan, the Britishers didn't directly rule. Kings ruled, and like indirectly we were under British Kingdom. But most of the time we were not in the British Kingdom. Like in Rajasthan, I know that. But in other states, yeah. British
So it's just that on paper the British is the leader, but actually in reality nobody give a damn.
Yeah. You ask anyone in Rajasthan, you come here and you ask an old guy like 80, 90 years of my grandfather, you are gonna say, did Britishers rule? They are gonna no Britishers ever ruled us. We had our own kings, and now we have government. Like, because it's true. Like no British ever came here. We just gave a little bit of tax, and we were under it. So yeah, for them, they were never ruled by the British directly.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I was wondering also, like how the hell the British Empire, how the British Empire conquered the Indians. Like that makes zero sense.
It was very crazy because actually British Kingdom didn't. East India Company came. They created contracts and stuff with kingdoms, and then when kingdoms actually broke contract, they took over the kingdoms and stuff. It was very complex. And then after, when it was actually hard for East India Company to manage, they just sold all of India to British royal family, and then British royal family came with guns and cannons, and they started whatever they did.
So that's how Singapore was formed as well. So the British came as the British Indian company, and then basically the East India Company. Then after they just bribed the village chief, and then because we were supposed to be under the Johor Sultanate, then they keep quiet about it. They just appoint someone as someone who is like distantly connected, and then you are now the Sultan of Singapore. Then they sign a deal with this newly crowned Sultan, and then now they have the rights to be here to build a port. It's totally random, So it's not all positive, the history. It's a lot of dark,
In India, a lot of time, as much as the kings were betrayed by their own family members, because Britishers promised their brother or their cousin sister or someone that if you help us to remove this king, we are gonna give you the power and you can work for us. And they were like,
that's what the British really good at. Really, that's exactly what happened in Singapore. They just take one guy who is quite distantly related and they say, okay, you are now the Sultan of Singapore, and then they sign a deal with him. Then after, because they can't, the Johorians can't really fight the British, and then they just have to give up the island. Prata, there's still no sound, man. You check the setting. You check your setting. You go to audio. You check your mic. Mic is you see, maybe is it the right mic? Yeah, there's no sound from Prata.
So I was asking you about Singapore. That see, in India, the thing is, there is a absurd thing named as freebies. So political party, literally, you cannot just give money people to vote, right? That's illegal.
Yeah.
They found a new way of doing it. That is freebies. Yeah, you vote us, we are gonna give you 2,100 rupees in your bank account directly.
So that is illegal in Singapore. So they cannot do that.
That should be. But government said when we went to Supreme Court, ruling government went to the Supreme Court, or whatever, people went to Supreme Court, that it should be legal. The Supreme Court said it is. Then the government said, the party who was offering said that it is to help and develop them and grow them. So give laptops and then free electricity. We are not gonna ask. So what is happening now? Political parties are just giving you money, free electricity, water, and all of these things, and all of that cost money, right? So you are taking that money from taxpayers' money, which is for development. Now you are using them to give free things to all these people. How are you going to develop your city? It's going to fail. It's going to fall. It's going to crumble. So it is happening. So the thing is, even central government doesn't allow that. Central government really does it when they are doing it. Before, they were like Prime Minister Modi, every rally he was doing, every speech he was giving, he was very, very strongly condemning this behavior. But even now, when elections happen, because he has to win, right? So he also started giving and doing shit. So he did in Delhi election.
It's all corrupted. You guys are doomed. You're all corrupted.
So I don't know the future of India at this point, because if you are just gonna give money and take votes, then how are you gonna develop the city when you do not have money in the bank, government? Mm-hmm. So it's absurd. Yeah. I don't know what's gonna happen that government can do, but the thing is, people
in Singapore is a bit similar. But the thing is that it's coming from the government, the money. So there is we have this perception. Singaporeans have this perception that when the election is coming, suddenly the government will give a lot of money. So that is a perception thing. But I'm not sure if it's reality or not, because now it's becoming so common to the point where, you know, every year we're gonna get free money, you know, and of course it says free, but it's not actually free. It's actually, you know, they take from our tax and give it back to us. So you know, so yeah, so but it's still, you know, this kind of thing happened, and yeah. Sorry, you can carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Anyway,
I
super
was
chat.
just saying
What is
that.
going on in Syria with Turkey and Israel? Geopolitical battle over Syria. So they have allegedly some air to air. They didn't shoot each other, but there is this, like, you know, challenge in the air to air, which I heard the Turkish fighters didn't dare to engage. I heard, but of course that could be Zionist propaganda. You know, I do not know. Yeah, because I think that if Turkey went to an air-to-air combat with Israel, I think Israel is going to win because he got the F-35. So, so yeah. Sorry, you
We are
were
also
saying.
getting like, yeah, no, I was just saying that we are also getting a lot of rumors from both sides, Pakistan and India, that every night Pakistani forces just Air Force is forcing Indian Air Force to retreat. Indian Air Force is forcing Pakistani Air Force to retreat. Everyone is saying everything that they are forcing each other to retreat. No one knows what the heck is happening in the border. Like,
It's a cat and
situation is
dog
serious.
game. It's a cat
Yeah,
and
Yes,
dog
Fatam, we can
game.
hear you now. Yay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
all they do is they just went on their patrol route, and then when they turn away, go back to base. Oh, you see, they are running away, but they're actually going back to base.
Yeah, it is. The thing is, situation is serious. Like my father wants a proper war. Like he was saying we were in restaurant, and he was saying that, yeah, I just want to open the news and I want to see the headline that we are on a war. That's it. I'm like, it doesn't happen like that. Blah blah blah. Whatever. But
I wonder how much of this is on the interest of the Indian government, because they didn't even gave Pakistan time enough to answer or to make have a proper reaction. So on the end, is the reaction a positive reaction is now very difficult. Like one where Pakistan committed itself to find the terrorists or something like that. This has gone now. They're really playing cat and god. I don't know how long. The Russians offered to start mediation today, I think.
there is no mediation. Like the thing with Pakistan is that I don't know. Let's see, I am not in the government, so I don't know if the Pakistani army played direct or active role in this terrorist operation. But we know that they fund this. Okay, you need funding. Like we discovered that one of the terrorists is Special Forces of Pakistan. Okay, and we discovered that all the systems and communication and weaponry they were using were all Chinese, which were all given to Pakistan by Chinese government.
I would doubt that the funding is coming from the Pakistan government itself. I find it difficult to believe, but we never know because governments tend to.
Pakistan army does find fund. I can assure you that I do not have sources pulled up right now, but there is like many sources. The main organization which supports the government is ISI, intelligence agency, and DGISI, which was Asim Munir. He's army chief right now, but he was DGISI, which was the head of intelligence of the Pakistan. And whenever, like before, also one time when a DGISI was made the chief of army, it happened like the terrorism rose in Kashmir. It is like when DGISI, like ISI supports the Pakistan terrorist organizations very much. So
these organizations, they work in a very complex network, and like one of the former foreign minister of Pakistan said, it's they are many, and sometimes they fight each other, sometimes they act together like one, and it is something that was imported. Well, he tries to excuse, saying that the US and the UK and others have been financing these institutions into Pakistan. And that was one of the biggest mistakes of Pakistan, to allow these organizations to work in their country. Let's also not be naive. Of course, there is the interest of Pakistan in Kashmir. And of course, they will try to support organizations that somehow nationalistically approach to Pakistan, but to say that these this terror attack was financed by or was approved by Pakistan. I find it very difficult to believe. Well, it doesn't make sense, but then ago I was trying to make a different comment about it, but at the same time, it doesn't make sense for Pakistan to. This is what would be the worst thing they could be wishing for, because now they were approaching to India, and this would be allow the country to grow economically, which is stagnated a lot. But then they go secret service, and the governments all over the world. Sometimes they have very irrational behavior, or this type of situations are they close their eyes, or they permit, or they finance, or they prepare. And the goals are not always clear. It doesn't make sense. But let's not be naive. The Indian government does the same. Everybody does a little bit.
Does the Indian actually fund the Balok Liberation Army?
No, India does not. I don't think India does fund the Balok Liberation Army or BLA. I don't think that. I cannot confirm that.
I
but
saw the Pakistani, military or something. They destroyed a cell, and then they killed all these Balok fighters, and then they said they killed this Indian finance. No, it was like, since when India actually finance
India doesn't finance.
These guys.
The thing, India has that point in front of UN right now. If India is found, even by any country, in 1% of the chance that India finances any terrorist or any freedom or whatever organization, India loses that point, right? India has the biggest point against Pakistan, that Pakistan does finance, and Pakistan hides the terrorists. Like Pakistan is hiding like Hafiz Saeed, one of the international wanted UNSC wanted terrorists. And Indian news channels, you can I saw a YouTuber pulling the address of Hafiz Saeed from the American intelligence. Like there is some website or something from American intelligence.
That's a very old position from India, to always be against terrorists. It doesn't matter who. So, for instance, they almost supported Israel because of the terrorist attack that Hamas did. It's like they don't support Israel for doing what they do, but they definitely don't support Hamas because they made a terrorist attack. And whenever an organization, a state, or so on, organize the terrorist attacks, India is very consequential. I wonder how do they react to Ukraine, because perhaps they are closing their eyes, or they are not, I don't know. But in this case, they're always being very consequential, at least in international politics, very consequential about it. Right. But what I meant is just Hamas, someone was saying Hamas was founded by Israel, Prater. Yeah, well, perhaps. Who knows? Like I said, governments, secret agencies oft finance, prepare, they close their eyes to actions. Their rules or goals are not always clear. And everybody more or less makes that. It's how it is.
I find it very, very weird, the argument that Hamas is created by Israel. I find it very, it's like the snake going around and eat its own tail. Like, it's very confusing. Like, okay, so Hamas is an Israeli organization then, because you say Israel formed Hamas, but then they support Hamas, but they anti-Israel. Those people who are pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel, is like, okay, so do you support Hamas? They say yes, but Hamas created by Israel, yes. So isn't that Israeli organization? No, but yes. You know what I mean? It's like, if Hamas is an Israeli thing, it's like they create this organization just to create chaos. Like how ISIS is created by the Americans. I'm just joking, CIA. But yes, I'm honest about it too. Just in case, But if it's that kind of situation, then supporting Hamas would be anti-Palestinian. It's against the Palestinian interest. So that's why I know. For me, it's always like I just don't support Hamas at all. I don't like Hamas because I think that they are going against the Palestinians' interests. And then that's why, and then when all this, when I was starting to, you know, the DPA and report these things, I see people like arguing that, no, Hamas is developed by Israel. It's like, oh, what the fuck is happening? It's like so confusing. Like,
Well,
you have to pick one, you know.
They were
Everyone has
created,
their different theories.
they were created exactly for that, to counterbalance the power of the LPE, which was actually the really well-organized Palestinian resistance. And they introduced also kind of more religious, more well, it's a very Islamic Brotherhood organization, which was actually by that time already a forbidden organization in most Arab countries. They were considered really not very productive, not very well, or they had this type of total power consumption. I wouldn't say that Hamas was created by Israel. They were given carte blanche in order to gain that power, and they manage it. And once they become the monster they become, it's very difficult to contain. Because
And they successfully, you know, messed up the PLO, right? You know, the PLO through the PA want to control, you know, want to like, you know, reform and form the state of Palestine, and then because of, you know, Hamas, like the whole, you know, decades of effort under the PLO is all wasted. Like, you know, and sometimes I do think, you know, maybe, you know, Israel is behind it, like because they cannot let the PLO or the PA to be successful, because if they are successful, then Palestine will become a state, you know, and yeah.
But if you noticed, Gaza has been administrating itself almost like if it was a different part, like if it was not really Palestine. So whenever we talk about the Palestinian Authority and so on, we are almost just talking about the West Bank. They had for a long time now almost no power on Gaza. In Gaza, Hamas has been manipulating almost everything.
This is why I like to call Gaza a kingdom. That's why I try to explain that, you know, Gaza is actually a kingdom. It's under the Hamas control, and they are totally different from the West Bank, the Palestinians. It's better to just call them Gazans under this, you know, Islamic kingdom of Hamas. So they are basically Gaza kingdom, and then immediately when they are formed, immediately they got blockaded by Israel, because Israel see them as an enemy. So if you understand from that perspective, everything makes sense. But if you think from it as a Palestinian thing, and then Hamas is like a freedom fighter organization, then it's going to get very confusing because it don't make sense. But if you think that the freedom fighters, the Hamas, conquer the whole of Gaza, form the kingdom of Gaza, and then, but because they are enemies of Israel, immediately they got blockaded, then that makes a lot of sense. So then October 7th, you can see from the Israeli perspective is that the Gaza kingdom actually attacked. They invaded into Israel, and thus Israel launched a war against Gaza. And this is why they totally flattened the whole thing. And if you understand from that kind of perspective, everything makes sense. But if you try to understand it from the pro-Palestinian, you know, like all the Palestinians are one thing, you know, all the refugees plus the West Bank plus Gaza, they're all one thing. It gets super confusing because it don't make sense at all. A lot of things just, you know, contradicts each other. So and then that's why they can't even decide. Like, you know, when the October 7th was still new, I was asking, so is Gaza a government? Then is the Hamas the government of Gaza? Then they say yes, because they want to say the Ministry of Health, from the Gaza Ministry of Health numbers can be trusted. Then I say, so they are the government, so they launch an attack into Israel. So it's a sovereign attack, right? No, they are a resistance movement. It's like, come on, man, fuck off. It's like, decide, you know, are they a resistance movement or are they a government? You know, they cannot be both. There's no such thing as both, you know. So this is why I was very frustrated to, you know, very frustrating to talk about the Palestinian issue, because people cannot decide what is what. And they like to, you know, just choose and pick what is convenient, you know, to push their narrative. And then I know Israel is evil, is bad, and they suppress the Palestinians. I understand. You don't have to repeat that every time you say something, you know. But that's not how you read the geopolitics, no?
Yeah, and I would say that the same thing with Hezbollah. Well, Hezbollah was created mostly to support some Shiite groups in the south of Lebanon, but today they kind of represent the whole Palestinian resistance in the south of Lebanon. It doesn't make sense because the Palestinians are actually Sunnis, they are not Shia. So it's also this there are many confusions in many layers. And then we also see, like, for instance, within universities, this type of resistance, the fight for the Palestinian autonomy outside of Egypt, outside of Israel and Palestine, also represents like another layer of contrast. It's like these people are fighting for organizations that, if they knew what they are, they would never review themselves into them.
The further you go, the more confusing it gets, because then you have the queer for the Palestine, then you have the LGBTQ for Palestine. You say, what? Don't you know that you will get killed if you go there, as a queer, or something? It's like, what?
Yeah.
Why do people even support them then? If they
because it's a well organized. It's a very well organized with a lot of time, prepared resistance in the outside, and they have all this scheme, and they are prepared to act and they also know how to act in the case that something that works in Palestine. There's been for many decades now. So it's a prepared resistance outside of Palestinian, and it doesn't need Palestinians to survive. It's self-organized. This is very typical in universities where these types of movements revive themselves and reproduce themselves without even connection to whatever they are trying to represent. It's very, very common.
So Madeline super chatted, Wyatt talking bollocks. Most resistance movements are also political movements as well. This has always been the way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very true.
Until you become a country, communism is a resistance movement always when it starts, and then you become North Vietnam. Then it becomes a country. You cannot still call North Vietnam a resistance movement. That's how I look at it. So, but of course, feel free to disagree. I'm perfectly fine.
Oh, that's something very interesting you just said, because, for instance, why the US doesn't really call China China? They called it the Communist Party of China. Although
because they are, because actually, or communist China, or simply communist China, because there is two Chinas, nationalist China and communist China.
They don't call it the Communist Party of China; they call it the Chinese Communist Party, just to be.
Okay, sorry. So you changed,
which is
but the same.
Communist Party of China is the pro-China guys say must. This is how you say their name. I always call them Chinese Communist Party since I was very young. Like, that's how we understand that's what they call. So it's the Communist Party of China thing, it only came up the past 10 years. I got surprised when I first heard people assert that it must be called the CPC.
Well, there's a difference. Think about the difference. The difference is, if you're the Chinese Communist Party, you're Chinese first, and you're in a Communist Party. If you're the Communist Party of China, that means you're a communist, and you just happen to be in the Chinese branch of the Communist Party.
Oh, sure.
So that's very communist, right? That actually makes sense, though. That's a very internationalist, communist kind of ideology.
Yeah.
I think because Portuguese, because that once in Portuguese would be very strange. But nevertheless, sorry for that. So you're right. It's how they called it. But it's also you don't want to see China as a government, as an institution, as a structure. You want just to portray that this is controlled by a political movement.
Yeah.
That's interesting too. If you mention it in this way, yeah. You don't call the social democrat what country, that's a bit weird. The liberal Canada, that also don't make sense,
Yeah.
Yeah, but people call it the Trumpian United States. No, so that the MAGA United States or MAGA USA. That's a thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's an entire country called Saudi Arabia, so we have a ways to go to there. It's like there's a country called Arabia. There's a family that has the last name of Saudi, and they just renamed the country. It is Saudi Arabia. That's like as if it were Trump
the Arabia
America.
of the South, right?
Yeah,
Well,
that makes sense.
Arabia is a peninsula.
okay, peninsula. Okay.
So
This is the Saudi Peninsula. Those guys have a massive peninsula.
Oh yeah, but there are other countries in that area which are culturally, some of them culturally.
There's Yemen. Yeah.
Yemen. You have Oman.
It used to be simpler, right? Geography used to be simpler. It's Arabia, then you have Persia.
Yeah.
Now it's just now it's like what? Where is Middle East? You know, sometimes it's like, where is Middle East? You know, it get very confusing because sometimes they put Egypt inside, sometimes it's not inside. Then is it part of Africa or is it not Africa? You know. Then,
funny.
Yeah, now it's
in
very
Russia.
complicated.
In Russia, you still call it the Near East. In Russian, the Middle East is still the Near East, like it used to be in English. I don't know when we change it to Middle East, but I guess let's read the super chat.
Yeah, why do you think? What do you think about the Ukraine mineral deal? Do you think Ukraine sell itself out because Trump previously signed a similar deal for Afghan? Yeah, you didn't watch my video. I did a whole video on this. No, I think Zelensky have no choice. So, yeah, that's all. Because if you don't sign it, then USA will withdraw. They will not give anything to Ukraine. So Ukraine cannot fight. So I think that's the Trump card, and I think that's what they were discussing about in the Vatican City. That Trump is basically laying down the law that if you don't sign it, we're gonna cut off everything, and then Zelensky have no choice. But honestly, the deal is not that bad for Ukraine. Like it's actually not that bad. Like to get the access to weaponry and intel, they only give up like a quarter of the wealth of the mineral. It's not even half. So it's not that bad. But of course, who knows the other deals that Ukraine have signed may have
The
the other
secret ones they've already
know.
made. Yeah, they've already made. I think they've made a deal with the UK already. That's my bet. Like I think they already have a secret deal with the UK. Because remember, the UK had this whole 100 years of cooperation and agreement. Like, okay,
we know there is a secret deal with UK. That's well known. Then there are deals. Partnership deals with France and Germany, and it sounds like the French one is also very comprehensive.
Oh,
but
I never thought about that. The French need that uranium.
Yeah, but it's a joke because that uranium mine, it's gone. It's not viable anymore. So that's the thing about all these mineral deals. Like Zelensky just thought about, okay, Europeans and Americans, they are paranoid about minerals. It's like without minerals, they will not be able to reach March. I don't know. And and Zelensky just thought about, okay, let's say we have all that, and they will be like crazy, like famine dogs, and come to me and say everything I do. So it's like many people already said, well, there is no proof those things are there. They were never. Why did he say those things are there? So,
well, okay, I think that we don't know all of the different, because I think that there's been a lot of, especially around like 2014 to 2019, there was a lot of all of a sudden great discoveries about great stuff that was located in Ukraine. Like they found new gas fields that nobody had found before. They'd found new mines of resources that nobody found before. So I think that they were doing some kind of excavation stuff. Maybe they know that there's something they can get that's useful.
But sure, but Bradley, those minerals we are talking about, they exist in a very in the ore, when they find a place that it has more viability to be explored. This is ore which percentage of those minerals is extremely low. It's like 0.002 or things like that. This is extremely expensive and very hard to extract, and is very polluting.
So do it with Ukrainian, pollute Ukraine, underpay the Ukrainians, and then take the refined materials and make your lithium-ion batteries out of them, like we do to Ecuador.
Sure. My point is just that the real things we know that exist in Ukraine, they exist everywhere in the world in big quantity as well. There is nothing very, very special. Perhaps there is some kind of iron ore where they have 15 to 25% of iron on that ore. That's very unusual. That's true. But there are many places in the world where you have a good iron ore with 2.5% that's considered already very good. So there's nothing special. You have a lot of that in the East African coast you can explore. And even the same thing with uranium. Uranium they have in even in Kazakhstan, for instance. Why is uranium in Kazakhstan is actually of very poor, the ore was very poor quality. The thing is that just they have the whole industry already created. Ukraine doesn't have it. So with that very low quality ore, I don't see it be able that they will ever explore. You need a whole system. You need a whole industry that takes a lot of time. There's a reason why China controls 90%.
France was willing to haul shit from Africa all the way up to France. You think they're not going to be willing to haul shit from Ukraine? I don't know. I think that as soon as you hit you made a good point about the fact that it's not just the UK. They probably made deals with France. If okay, let's say the French can't get any uranium, whatever, they'll get cobalt. They get whatever it is that they can get, and we don't know all of the different stuff that they've discovered in the last couple of years.
Well, I just
if they do not get their money back, they are just gonna take land. I think, like.
Yeah. In the end, they will make it back somehow. They'll just take the land. Yeah. They'll do something with it.
The investment, return needs them. They need money. That's why they supported Ukraine.
I would say like we live in very strange moments where paranoia supplies the necessity. Like, for instance, all those minerals and things, they exist in big quantities in Europe. The problem is that in Europe it will be very difficult to explore them.
You need energy. Europeans don't have the energy to refine this stuff.
No, you need energy. You need to have environmental impact studies. You need to have the allowance of local communities. All that is very difficult, but there is enough uranium in Europe with very good quality. Some of the best mines in the world for lithium, like we're saying, it's in Portugal and it is in Serbia. And they know that for a long time now. Why don't they start exploring it? Because the communities are against it, because all the environmental organizations are against it, because so many regulatory things. What did they did in Niger? They didn't care. They just took out the ore and they left everything there without recycling, without putting recovering the area that they excavated. They didn't care. They just took out what they wanted and they left all the garbage.
Yeah, they can do that with Ukraine. Look, if we're killing the flower of Ukrainian youth. That's it. Like that's way more valuable. We're literally like killing them by the thousands. So yeah, we'll take what we can get from them as well. And we don't care about what the environment. Okay, maybe you're right. Okay, well, you know what? In order to extract this uranium that is, I don't know, in Portugal or something, I don't know. It's going to have a massive environmental impact, and it's going to require lots of energy. Well, guess what? In Ukraine, nobody cares what the environmental impact is going to be, and you know, Ukraine is going to be a lot more rich in energy than Portugal.
So super chat. Wyatt has been given by me the exact resources of Ukraine. It is definitive. What is the point of me providing the information if you do not use it? Email by my little furry friend sent. So Madeline previously did send me like a old document of the full survey of all the stuff.
Survey of the geological kind of.
Yeah. Let me see where I save it. I save it somewhere. So.
Yeah, thank you, Madeline.
Is from my memory is very detailed, but yeah, where did I save it? I need to find. Opportunity for
you should share that in chat so I can read it. I'd be down to read that.
It's 28 megabyte. So,
What year is that from?
this year is 2007.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's-
So let me. Okay, share screen, but I mean, we don't go through the whole thing, but it's just like, yeah. So they basically have already like
well,
have
certainly
this
American. It makes it
assessment.
very-
Yeah, it's a lot. It's very long. Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay,
I just
is
scroll
it-
through, you can see.
is
It's
it quite-
super long.
This is interesting. You should have shared this in the VC chat. So I guess the conclusion is what then? That the resources are in the east, like people say,
Yeah.
because I've heard mixed results on that.
So there is resources all over the place. It's just, yeah.
But I think
So-
the rare resources are on the side which Russia captured only. So Russians have like a lot of rare resources.
I mean, it shows that
fact.
there's nuclear resources there too. So there are. I mean, I don't know.
there is.
I will drop it.
Prada
into
made it
the-
seem
the-
like no, nobody needs Ukraine's uranium. That uranium sucks anyway. Nobody needs Ukraine's lithium. There's your lithium in
No,
Portugal.
I didn't say that. I just say that there is enough in other places too. But we are living in a moment where countries are paranoid about having access to resources that they don't really need them. Because
France
there
just
is
lost
everywhere.
All of their
And-
free cheap uranium from Africa.
And there is
Well,
this
they
thing
don't need
about,
it.
there's this thing about lithium, and you see, it's there is a lot of lithium if they want to find it, and the mines in Argentina actually came from water. Subterranean water lakes. They are still the best ones there is in the world. Then they are far from being extinct, over. So there is enough, but we see this paranoia from the European Union, from the United States, real like running to get the grab of everything like this was theirs. And that's this. If I allowed to call this neocolonialism, please do. But that's what the U.S. did. The U.S. with this deal, they kind of paranoidly asserted that they have a preference over these things.
Part of what if it's not paranoia? What if the uranium, let's say, or this lithium that you're talking about in Portugal is already spoken for? It already is the property of somebody. What if the lithium in Ukraine, it's still up for debate? If the people that are currently own it are even going to be alive by the time that we get to that lithium?
Bradley, I think you're just.
I'm just asking. I don't know. This is not something I'm knowledgeable about. So this is what I'm asking you.
I don't think that was my point. My point was just that certain international actors are behaving paranoidally about resources that exist still enough. And I think we had a very good panelist that many times made us remember us.
You're going to say Kerhu?
Yeah, so that several times remembered us that what we think that is the technology of the future, it will become a technology of the past very fast. So we think that lithium is the safer gold of the future, when we actually know that they're already developing other technologies which don't involve lithium, and lithium which is a very polluting element, will actually be the one that will be left behind. And they are all paranoid, trying to get lithium in everywhere and making deals and so on. Go on, sorry, Wyatt.
So I just want to read the super chat. It's on my profile for people. Share that link. So I find the link too long. I cannot put it in the chat. So actually, for if you want to see that document, it's actually 28 megabyte thick. You can go to the DPA forum. I put it in the office. So it's in my office in the DPA forum.
Awesome.
Why I'm so blur? I'm so blur. Okay.
Okay, I wanted to say that the Prata said that countries are paranoid. I think I agree with them. Let's say you said that there is a mine in Portugal. Well, it is not a French mine. It is not the mine of Germany or Britain. So every country wants to have their own resources for their own safety. And the problem with Europe is that it is divided in so many parts that everyone wants to go and grab something. So UK doesn't care about Poland or Romania when they are supporting Ukraine. They care about themselves. That's why they are supporting. And if Poland and Romania supports them, then they have more supporters. So it is easier for them to continue the war. But they don't care when they are going to make a deal. They are going to care about Romania. I remember they had a emergency meeting after Trump kicked the Zelensky out. They didn't call Romania or the whatever the three Baltic states for the meeting, and they were angry. Like, why did you not call us when you were having this meeting? Because these countries are not powerful enough. So no one cares about them. But everyone wants to have like UK, France, Germany, these powerful countries. They just want to use the resources of Ukraine. That's why they are fighting the war. And I think I agree with them. If there is a country which is letting you do what you want with them, why won't you do that? If you do not do that, then you are just stupid. I think that, like,
Yeah,
if
and
Ukrainians are dying and they are willingly dying, like, let's be honest, it's not like you are forcing them. People are going and dying for their country, but they do not see that other people are just gonna take the land and all the resources. Like, it is gonna be divided. Ukraine will not have anything. Like, they got a really good deal. I say that on record that they got really good deal because of Trump. If Biden was there and war would have continued, and if Biden administration war would have stopped, Ukraine would have been stripped of everything. Like, I assure you, Biden would have made sure that they have all the resources, all the reconstruction goes to the American companies, all the defense, everything goes to American. Like, Europe would have gotten all the scraps left. Like, Ukraine would have nothing, other than they were only laborers there. Like,
Yeah,
they
like
would become an afraid person.
every deal that the Ukrainians have not made with the Russians has resulted in a much worse deal along the road. And the thing is that the following deal is much worse again, and this keeps happening every freaking time, right? So initially, if they actually signed the an economic partnership agreement with the Russians, right? Why? Because it was a better deal for corrupt Ukrainian oligarchs than the EU partnership, right? And then after they didn't hold up that, like, after the Banderites basically had their own plans and they overthrew Yanukovych despite all the agreements that had been made, the next deal was already worse. They had already lost Crimea. The deal after that was even worse. They had lost at least sovereignty, the Donetsk and Lugansk would have had some measure of autonomy, right? Each deal gets significantly worse. So you're right that this is as good of a deal as they could hope for, and they need to jump on it right now. And they need to tell the British and the French that those secret deals that we made, we're going to pull an America on you and say, we're leaving you hanging, bro. I know that we said that we were going to have a partnership for as long as it takes, but actually we had a partnership for as long as it was convenient. So you know what? New deal, the old deal, but new number, who this? And we make this like even as it is, it'll be a hard sell for Ukraine, right? Even right now, it'll be a hard sell for Ukraine. So this will take a tremendous amount of diplomacy and smart wielding to even get this across. But they don't even get that. They don't even realize that they're in this deep of shit.
They realize that. Let's be honest. If I am just a second. Let's be honest. If I became, let's say, president of the Ukraine, you become. Are you gonna really care about the people, or are you gonna say, okay, I'm gonna sign whatever deal you want, just give me some money, give me security? It's like Zelensky is gonna leave. We know, like, Zelensky is not gonna stay after the war and just struggle with them. Zelensky has billions of dollars already. Like, Americans always say that Zelensky has taken the money from the aid and military aid and financial aid. So people are just corrupt. They know, Zelensky knows that he's choosing everything wrong, but he knows that he's not dying. Soldiers are dying, and he's getting money by that. So he doesn't care. Simple as that. Like, people who are going to fight, going to lose their lives, they are the problem, I think, because people in power are gonna do what they think benefits them, not what benefits people.
Well, to say to what's Bradley, what you see is that the negotiation power of Ukraine has been diminishing. those deals are made out of necessity towards other areas where they are somehow desperate. And this is how we see Ukraine acting since the Orange Revolution, where before they were pretty much free to negotiate as they wanted. Of course, we are talking about Ukraine, a country that never really recovered from the chaos of the 90s ever. And in a way, trying to, once engaged in the more international arena, it became stuck. And out this desperation of being stuck, they were trying to do deals. But let's also not forget that many countries in such situations of conflict, of desperation, do deals. They are more of a political nature than of a practical nature. So right now, this is a promise of a future for the United States. Great. But how long, when can they start to make use of that? Because as long as there is war, there won't be any investment in Ukraine. And the war keeps going. So whatever this situation, these deals were made, they don't represent much. They're just political wills. Once peace came and new deals will be done, much of it will be ignored or renegotiated, we have been seeing this so many times. And the applicability sometimes of even recognized rights, it depends then from so many other bureaucratic reasons that it will be difficult to apply those deals. So the US did this. It was smart. It was a very smart move. They didn't get what they wanted. We also have to recognize the Ukraine was able, with the help of the Europeans, to negotiate kind of more squeezy legal deal that is more where they can navigate inside. So the thing is that in concrete terms, this is a promise that doesn't mean at any time that can be really applied. There are some interesting parts of this deal, which is just 8 pages, which is nothing. So, which is also great. How something so complicated is reduced to 8 pages is that the US reserves the right until a year after an investment to take it for itself. Well, that's quite major, I would say. That's one of the best parts on it. But I don't see much of applicability. First of all, Ukraine is destroyed. It will take a lot of time until destabilized, and as long as there is no stability in the country to attract international investment, nothing of this can be applied in a practical way. I don't know how you guys see this.
I don't know. I think that in general, what the negotiations must be, they must be knee deep in those negotiations right now. This is what I think. I think one of the reasons why the Russians came out there and they just straight up admitted that there were North Korean troops and that, you know what, the North Koreans have a massive army and they're going to send more troops, right? I think that this is their counter escalation to the Americans, right? Because here they're trying to, it's just leverage. They're showing that they have a different level and a different layer of leverage. Wherever it is, like whatever it is that you're trying to dangle in front of the Russians are saying, if you think we're incapable because of a lack of manpower of making advances and taking Odessa, taking Kiev, taking Lviv if we want to, right, and making it Lvov, when if you don't think we're capable of doing that, well, we just got 1 million North Koreans ready to do it, right? So this is just like escalating. So better make a deal now, right? And the deal better be good. And I think that on the other part of the negotiations is the Russians are definitely dangling a carrot where they're saying, listen, we're willing to make some kind of deal. Like Lavrov was saying during his interview that Nanya and I broke down on our podcast, where he was like, yeah, we're willing to make concessions. Of course. This is what diplomacy is about, right? So there's probably behind the scenes they're willing to do something. Like I've always said this, maybe some kind of a power sharing or temporary leasing agreement in Odessa. Something like this, I think, is still potentially on the table if the Ukrainians play it really smart. If we do exactly what it doesn't seem like they're doing right now, because right now it seems like they're just being like defiant children, you know, like spiteful and angry and unwilling to move an inch, unwilling to budge an inch. Like, and you say, well, you're going to destroy Ukraine. And then they're like, all right, I'll do that. I don't care. Out of spite. Go ahead.
If we were in 2022, I would say you are right, Bradley. But we are in 2025. So what changed? What changed is that there are too many power factions, warlords in Ukraine. And nobody has a clear hand on everything, not even Zelensky. Whatever Zelensky decides, it will be questioned by someone else. So the whole political spectrum inside of Ukraine it's one of uncompromisable nature in almost all sectors, and they would need to suffer much more to reconsider all that. And we see, for instance, Zelensky as well, which I find that he's an actor. Why does he need to express such a hate for Russia and Putin publicly? No, real hate, like he did already in some interviews just lately. Before he was more contained.
Because he's narcissist and it's narcissistic rage.
No, could be, but I think he reflects a society that is so in extreme and uncompromising that if he shows signs of compromising, he will be put away. And we know that the moment that he leaves the power, someone will take care of him in one way or another. But this is not the person that can just walk away. After all he knows and whatever he does, someone will come for him. And and many things he did, someone will come for him. So in that sense, I think that there is no environment for compromise in Ukraine, not now. The only solution is what nobody wants, which is a capitulation, but that's almost the only solution.
It's the thing is, Nanya and I discussed this before too, where it's that tiny Banderite minority who have risen to meteoric status. They're the elites of Ukraine. You know, they get $500,000 apartments in the center of the city. There's people out there getting bombed by FPV drones that are scared to death, clutching a, you know, a manufactured in the 1960s AK-74 or whatever, AK-47 rifle, whatever it is, some outdated, you know, equipment, and those guys are not those Banderites, you know. So the real thing that they don't like, right, is the denazification part. I think it's not even necessarily the territorial integrity stuff. It's the denazification. The denazification is saying we are going to completely uproot this project, anti-Russia Project Ukraine. This Project Ukraine identity originating in the West that identifies themselves with fascist movements, right? That are like they live and breathe fuck Russia. That's like their whole thing. So we're going to get rid of those guys. Those guys, we're going to find them. We're going to make them responsible for their crimes. And if most people don't know this, right? But I mean, I've been watching that region for my whole entire life, right? The Banderites, they would be doing shit like, you know, like straight up mob violence, right? Targeting somebody like, I remember, like there was some guy that was wearing a T-shirt that had like a hammer and sickle on it. So like some Banderites freaking literally abducted this dude, like beat the shit out of him, broke his hands, like pissed on him, kicked the shit out of him, like broke a bunch of his other bones. And then like they knew who it was that did it. And were totally released from jail the next day. Nothing ever happened to them. They never even paid a fine, right? This movement has been nurtured. This violence has been nurtured. These people have been treated in a special way. They've been allowed to be violent against the Russians because F Russia. They've been allowed to do that. So this and they needed these violent Russophobes when the war broke out in 2014. During the counter-terrorist operation, the Ukrainians sent, the AFU, and the AFU refused to shoot at, Ukrainian civilians who were there and peacefully talking to them, and they were like eating together and stuff, right? And so they're like, this is never going to work. Who will shoot at these unarmed civilians? It will be those Banderites that we had nurtured all this time, right? It's like we've always done this. How are we going to find an extremist that's going to try to overturn his country, kill his neighbor, burn everything to the ground in the name of something crazy? You gotta have to find a crazy person. You go to somewhere in the Middle East and you find some crazy person. You go somewhere in Ukraine and you find some crazy people, right? Those are the ones. And so these guys are going to lose that privileged status. They're going to have to, there's going to be a war. They're going to have to answer for their war crimes. My personal opinion is, of course, no way. They're going to get saved. They're going to do just like we did with a fascist in Ukraine before, where they're going to transfer them to Canada and everybody's going to shut up about it. And we're going to save them again because we're always going to be on a fuck Russia path. But sorry, I guess go ahead.
Well, first of all, these groups, which we describe more or less very well, but the thing is their origin. And their origin is on the hooligan movement, which many people forget. They are connected with the hooligan movement, with football and so on, and the oligarchs financing those football clubs, which somehow represented the fight between the different oligarchs in trying to have access to the resources of the central government and so on, and mediating power and so on. And in this, we also know that the hooligan movement came especially from the United Kingdom. They started it and controlled it very well. We also know that these neo-Nazi groups in Ukraine are interconnected with other hooligan movements in Europe. And the thing is that hooligan movements, if you pay attention, in every country where they exist, they are intimately related to police and security forces from the very first beginning. Why is that? It's difficult to explain, but somehow we would need to go to a much deeper
conversation
about the nature of the masculinity in the modern society, why this can be used and manipulated in such a way. But the problem is, Bradley, is that hooligan movements is very interconnected with the political power, informal political power, in order to achieve goals, and as I said, with the security forces. And in that sense, I find it very difficult that once the war is over, that these people will be called to responsibility for whatever they did, because after 2014, there was many international inquiries about all that. We have a lot of reports from the United Nations about all the horrible things they did, especially after the end of the war. Yeah, and nobody did anything against them. They maximum once exposed by those international reports, there were some hearings and that was it. Nobody did anything about Odessa, although now finally the Human Rights Court in Geneva was able to give some reports. But now this is too much intimate connected with that society. So just a civil war could come to that. And I find it very difficult because the whole society somehow see these people as heroes of their new invented nationality.
Yeah, well, it took decades of brainwashing to get them there. And you know what the Russians are saying now? The Russians are saying that this is what the Banderites are scared of. This is what the Russians are openly talking about in Russian media, right? And it took decades for them to get there. Think about how it's going to take decades for us to brainwash them back, unbrainwash them, or brainwash them the other way, right? So the Russians are taking a long view on this. All the hard work that you guys did, rewriting World War II, all the hard work that you guys did, renaming all these streets. Hey, what's up, Maddie? Long time no see. All of this hard freaking work that you did of constructing an alternative Ukrainian anti-Russian society. The Russians are taking the long view about what is it going to take to pull this weed out by the roots, right? And it's a scary thought to them. That's existential. That is decades and decades, right? Of that's us. This is our movement, and they're going to, you know, it's not just take us out, right? They're going to try to unbrainwash the society. They're going to try to re-Russify, you could say, in their probably in the way that they would think, re-Russify Ukraine. And that's what denazification means to them. And we're going to be the bad guys. We're going to be the shit stains in Ukrainian society that we actually are and deserve to be. They can't allow that to happen. They will throw every single 18-year-old, 60-year-old Ukrainian into the Russian meat grinder before they have to face that consequence. Go ahead, Maddie. Or I think Wyatt, maybe.
No,
I don't know.
Wait. Super chat first. And Madeline say Andrei Beletsky has guaranteed the total collapse of the West. Please note his comment about the final White Crusade is on Wikipedia. All Africa is for this reason is solidly behind Russia. On
I think
Wikipedia.
he's part of Azov. I think Andrei Beletsky is part of something like that.
He's like one of the Azov guys.
Go ahead,
Azov
Maddie.
battalion.
Well, you know, can you hear me? I don't know if you can or not. So, all right. You know, very good points that were made there, and I wanted to pop in on this because a lot of people don't know that Azov and them were trained, armed, and brainwashed by the CIA. They are basically drug-running street gangs that were used as the muscle by the corrupt officials in the West to get what they wanted done in Ukraine, and what they're scared of is what they have allowed them to do, what they ignored that they were doing, that they knew they were doing. And all the Prada, you were mentioning about the human rights violation at the beginning of the war. When Russia went in, they went into these offices where I think it's OSCE with thousands of files against Ukraine that just sat on the shelf and never got looked at, even though NATO, UN promised that they would do this. These are the things that happen in the Minsk, you know, agreements, why they don't trust anybody in the West. You know, there's so much to answer for that these fools, the corruption that these people used and abused the Ukrainian population for is the reason why this war continues, because like was said, they don't want to face the ultimate justice they deserve, and they're trying to avoid it any way they can, and they'll just drag this on for as long as they can until they have to flee. I really don't see, you know, I mean, we all look at it. You can see where it's going. All it is costing more lives. Why such a push for this to happening, especially in the United States and stuff, when it's miles, you know, it's across an Atlantic Ocean. And we have kids that there's no way they're going to draft our kids to fight this war. So what the hell are we doing there? Second of all, wasn't Congress the only one that was supposed to be able to declare war? So we also see that our system is broken, and how do we prevent this from happening again is another question. And I think it's a really serious question that we have to answer, and I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think very good points by Maddie, where but yeah, just generally riffing on the same theme of what's the scary part for Ukraine? It's not necessarily the territorial concessions. The territorial concessions is bad because it takes a hatchet to the legitimacy of the nationalists. Because here the nationalists got their way, were able to be like Turchinov was the first interim president, right? They got one of their dudes into power. So the nationalists got their way. They dragged the country along with them on this journey to make things better and to make Ukraine great and strong and blah, 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 right? And you know what's happened in this process? Your dad probably died. Your brother might have died. Your uncle might have died. And on top of that, they lost territory. On top of that, things are destroyed. They are poorer. They have the deals that they could have made with Russia. They have to sign a worse deal with Russia. This entire time where people are saying, what are you idiots doing? Where are you driving the van? Stop, right? They were saying, no, I know what I'm doing. And now they realize they're in deep shit and they don't want to have to deal with that crap. So it's even other things like the territorial concessions. I think that comes down to the denazification.
I find the territorial concessions by itself one of the points where Ukraine always has the upper hand. It's very difficult in the actual international law and the rules that we have, how we rule the international world. It's very difficult to achieve territorial concessions without the complete approval of both sides. So China is one of the best well-known, has been achieving territorial concessions by almost all its neighbors, including Russia, quietly. But the thing is that in international terms, if you do that, you create normally lines of, like in India. Well, Agudesh just left, but we are just creating a kind of non-recognized frontiers, borders, like exist in Kashmir and so many other parts of the world. And these are very problematic areas in a way, because it is difficult for countries to recognize those lines. You see, it's very difficult for countries to recognize those lines, as long as the country that is recognized as having the territorial right over a certain area doesn't recognize it like the new border. And Ukraine will use that to their own interest for as long as they want. The thing is that we could come to a ceasefire, we could come to a frozen of the border, and Ukraine would always have the leverage of saying we don't recognize the border on these where it goes through or in the terms it was fixed. And there's where Russia is in a very bad situation. So how can other countries do? What can other countries do? We know from many other examples, they can actually close the eyes and factually recognize that border in a way that they don't impose sanctions, or they don't create problems for products or people coming from those areas. Like, for instance, we see in the case of the occupied territories in West Bank, the colonies, by European rules, people living, Jewish people that occupy those areas or products produced on those areas shouldn't be allowed to come inside of the European Union. The European Union has been closing their eyes to it for a long time. Products are exported to the European Union with different, just changing the name, and people come and cross all the time. And so this is more or less what could happen. So when the US said they would recognize Crimea as being Russia, Trump just said that out of his mouth. He knows that the US also cannot make that recognition. Doesn't matter if they say, okay, yes, we say that the Golan Heights is actually Israeli territory. Sure. But this is just to say that they informally recognize. The thing is that Syria needs to recognize, in order for that to be true, Syria needs to recognize that the Golan Heights now belong to Israel, because it's just a thing of two parties. Nevertheless, the other countries can have a more an approach to that problematic in a way that works better, and that's what the US was actually saying to Ukraine. Well, you see, guys, we are fed up with this, and now we are going to recognize Crimea as, well, which is just a saying. They don't recognize anything. It's not in their power to recognize anything. But what they're saying is that they won't impose any sanctions to Crimea and Crimeans and Crimean-produced products like they did in the past. And this is probably what's going to happen, because Ukraine will keep that leverage, not recognizing those territories as being Russian for as long as it takes. Or there is some kind of a movement of enough countries inside of the UN, which will be very difficult to mobilize, that will actually start a process inside of the United Nations that will give, that will transfer that the legacy of occupying those territories to another country. So complicated.
So,
Sorry.
do you want to change topic?
Go on.
One of the craziest things happening is in Germany right now. They have just declared the AfD extremist organization, despite a quarter
Yeah.
of the population supports it. That is super anti-democratic. Super anti-democratic.
Well, the threat has been there for a long time. But the interesting thing is that this was done exactly in the moment the governments are going to change. You see, like the old government is not yet, it's not ruling really anymore, and the new government is just going to come to power. And they decided to do this in order for the new chancellor to come, not to be blamed for it. And the old one is it's going away. So who cares? And the thing is that many German politicians are against it, many. And I wonder if these can be reversed. I find it very difficult for it to be reversed. But let's also not misinterpret what happened. What happened was just that the Secret Service of Germany stabilized the AfD as an extremist party. This is not illegalization of the party. It was classified as extremist party, and that allows them to control that party. Well, to spy on that party in order to be sure that these people are not extremists. The really big problem will be for everybody that works in the government that is affiliated with AfD. They will be spied upon or be arrested or bullied until they left the government. So this is a really political prosecution, and it's amazing how it's being done. I don't think they will have the guts to illegalize AfD, but at this moment it was a big political move where the real perpetrators somehow are not presented as perpetrators. So we know that it was a CDU, the one has more to lose with AfD. They actually decided to make this move, but just in the moment before they come to power. It's dirty politics, and I think people are overreacting. Of course, it's not nice for any party to be classified as right-wing extremist. Go on, upgrade.
Yeah, I think it's not even that. The worst part is that the instance who actually qualified them and put them in this category don't want to show the report why they actually put them as right-wing extremists. So that's making people question a lot that it's actually something political, like you said, and it's obviously political, right? Everybody knows it. But if people start to, like normies, they start to say, yeah, maybe it's not very, like normal that we just ban a party, right, without giving us the full information why you actually do. Because many people say, and I'm the same, right? If they're really a Nazi party, then you should ban them, right? Because it's a duty to not have Nazi parties rule countries, right? But then you need to show to the public the proofs you have, right? That you categorize them as such, and not just say, oh, just believe us, don't look at any evidence, don't look at any. We have the evidence, but we do not ever show it, right? And you shouldn't ask for the evidence. So I'm like, that's ridiculous. If you want to pretend and have an iota of credibility and saying that you do it for democracy, you need to show it to the people. It's your obligation to show it to everybody, so they exactly know and they can ban it, and then we can move on. Mehdi. You muted,
Mehdi. Oh,
there we go. Old man will get it right someday. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, what you reminded me of is, if you remember during the beginning of the Russian SMO, I think it was about Nord Stream, Jake Sullivan's holding a press conference and he gets asked the question, well, how do we know this information is valid? And Jake Sullivan's answer was, because I said so. And that is how the U.S. government goes through life. Whether it's true or not, it's just because I said so. And I think that the people in the United States are starting to wake up and looking at them and starting to realize that sometimes because what they said to you may not necessarily always be the truth. It's just what's convenient for them and fits the narrative. But it just, Jake Sullivan just flat out saying, because I said so. I mean, that is just crazy.
My interpretation is that what the future Chancellor Merz is proposing to do and achieve, it will be so difficult. It will impose so much dirty games inside of the administration in order to even go near to whatever he wants to do, that what he did was, to the most vocal opposition party, the most anti-establishment party, try to expel everybody that's in the administration in order for them not to expose, not to leak that information to the public. Because that's where they really are going to. It's towards all the officials. They are members of that party and now are considered to be under surveillance. They are going to spy on those people 24 hours. Their telephones will be heard. They don't need any allowance from or court judgment for that. They can do now that because these people have been classified as extremists, and then they can be listened to and so on. So they will pressure these people to voluntarily leave the government. And that's their point. And I find it's really dirty game. I think there might be some, like Upgrade was saying, it's too much. It was the move was too much. It was made too fast, too inconsequential, too not prepared enough. And there might be a decision from a upper court that will annulate this categorization. I'm not sure that is possible, but there is a lot of movement from people from other parties who say this has gone too far. This is not democracy. This is not the minority party that has 2 or 3% on the election, on the votes, on the election results. This is a party that represents more or less almost 25% of the population. This is ridiculous. Go on, Upgrade.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And like you said, many parties start also to wake up, because if it can happen to them, then the next party who is going to be, a problem for the ruling party, you can just, put them on the side. Like, it's like the Germans, they know about it because it's like textbook DDR, I control you, Stasi-like, a kind of thing, and I think that's why also you see the drift between the East and the West, who is pretty significant. But there's still a lot of people who also think it's a right move to do. I hear some people in Germany who really think that it's a right move to do because it's to protect the democratic rule and stuff like that. But it's gonna backfire anyways. More they push, more the AfD getting bigger and bigger. So after a while, when they're gonna be 50%, what are you gonna say? They're also illegitimate. And then it's going to be maybe another party, right? Then they're going to say also they're anti-extremist, and it's never going to end. And after a while, it's going to be 80%. And then it's going to be it's the majority who is crazy. Or I don't know what they're going to invent. But after a while, you run out of excuses.
Great. It remembers me. It remembers me that moment when they excluded Russians from international sports. All the second best athletes in the world were the most vocal against Russia. Why? Because they could become the best. So
Exactly, and not just that, it's also
whatever you
like to
see,
put pressure on them, right? To put pressure on these athletes to say bad words about Putin and stuff like that, and to deny their nationality, who is totally ludicrous. You can be Russian and not agreeing with everything what Putin is doing, but they had to publicly go in front of each camera and say, "Oh, he's a very bad person. He is this, he is that." So people start to give them any kind of chance to even compete. Not even have the right to compete, just to have the right to just be there. So it's
but then I
always
was talking
backfiring, this
about
kind
the
of pressure.
second best. I was talking about the second best of other countries.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Those were the ones that were more vocal against Russia participating in international competition, because then they could become probabilistically the best ones. And we saw this with many very good athletes from other countries being really anti-Russian, because that just rose their probability of getting a gold medal. It's sad. And you see that in German politicians as well. But I think there are many good intentional German politicians who said we went too far. This is not how politics should be done in a democracy.
Hey, Nanya.
So just there's a super chat by Mr. Siamese Cat. So he emailed me what he want to say because it will get censored on YouTube because he can't send it. And I also thinking how to phrase it, because I think you'll get the channel killed if I know. So so what he's saying that the Christchurch shooter is actually trained by the Azov, or at least maybe related to Azov. So I have read the report from the Royal Commission of New Zealand. So apparently, if I didn't see wrong, I think he actually traveled in the Eastern Europe quite a bit. And he also randomly mentioned to his friends and family, or at least friends, after he running out of money, saying that he might move to Ukraine. So yeah, because I cannot just read what he said and take it as truth. So I link a bit of what I read. I research a bit further. So yeah, but I also not sure. So I don't want to say his name out. You know, Christchurch shooter. That's the guy. So you Google yourself. I'm not sure. How touchy is this topic. So I don't want to just risk it. And then got the whole channel terminated. Yeah. So you guys can continue. I think Vojin.
Hey guys, can you hear me? I'm having
yes,
trouble
Voyin,
with my
sorry, not Vojin, Voyin.
Audio. Voyin, yes. Thanks. Well, after 2 years, you remembered. Great. The thing regarding the elections, I don't know if you have followed. In Romania, there was this first round of the repeated election again. And it seems that the European Union is getting away with their plan. They have basically two candidates who collected some 20 to 25%, or they're around 23%, as if I have seen correctly in the last counts, which is not over yet. And the guy who kind of replaced the Gorgescu, who was kicked out of the election, is getting only 30%. So this was the plan all along, because in the second round, this guy, Simon, who replaced Gorgescu, will not succeed to collect the missing 20%, because the two guys who are pro-European Union have collected together almost 45%. So they will at least have 45%, and they are only missing 5%. So the plan was obviously successful, because Gorgescu had in the latest polls where he was still not kicked out, something between 40 and 45%. So his replacement lost some 10 to 15%, and this was a successful, political democratic or modern democratic maneuver by the European Union. And it seems that they did this against the French. What's her name again? Le Pen.
Le Pen.
Yeah. Whenever someone gets really into position to win in the elections, they have the institutions, and they
We
can.
were just discussing the AFD too. So
You know, they
Exactly,
tried to
yeah.
do it in Italy. If we remember, in Italy, they tried to convince the president not to let Meloni become the prime minister. So it's
Yeah, but the AfD is still not there yet. They have only 25%. They're maybe getting 30%, but they're still not yet in the position where they can win the government, and so they will not be forbidden, at least for the next 1 or 2 elections, because they can't collect 50%. But as you have seen, Gergescu was close to 50%, and he was kicked out without some real argument. And Le Pen was also kicked out in a way because she used her people that she was paying with EU money for their some party business or whatever, for some political business of their own, which is in fact the thing that she should do. You know, she is the leader of the party, and she should let her party do whatever she wants. You know, but it's obviously showing that whoever has the institutions has the power. You know, and that they are using the institutions successfully. What about the election in Canada?
another good point.
I heard a lot of Canadians are very happy that Trudeau's party got to stay. I mean, that's in happy.
Yeah,
They
have a Canadian
he
here.
resigned and they still won.
History legend on his Patreon say that any recommendation where to move to?
How
What
did
does
they even won?
Nunez
I'm
say?
confused. Like Trudeau resigned. So much of backlash from the people, and that's why he resigned. And everyone thought like conservative would win, but still but liberals formed the minority government. And I heard that he's the current president, the current prime minister of Canada is crazier than Trudeau. So India and Canada relationship is like over, I think, for eternity. It is doomed.
Is this Trump's fault, Nunya? Is this
Oh,
a
yeah.
backlash against Trump?
No question about it. Like Polyev, shockingly, he was up by about 25%. He was up by about 25 points, I should say, when Trudeau announced that he was going to step down in January. So how you lose a 25-point lead, I don't know, but he managed to do it. But I think ultimately what it comes down to, it just proves what Canada is. You know, it's simply a vassal state. Like here in Canada now, you've got all these people who are so happy that Kearney won. And don't get me wrong, Polyev wasn't the answer either. He's just another globalist like the rest of them. But the fact that we let the same party back in power that ruined this country the last 10 years, it tells you everything you need to know about this country. And I think that there's a lot of Canadians who think that Kearney is going to somehow stand up to Trump or whatever. He won't. He's going to cave. It's just a matter of time. He's meeting Trump, I believe, on Tuesday. And you're just going to see complete capitulation on behalf of Canada and our interests. That's what's going to happen. So I think that you're going to hear a lot about Fortress North America, and we're going to get lockstep with America with respect to Chinese tariffs and so on and so forth. And obviously we're going to take it in the rump with respect to tariffs ourselves. So and then we'll think that we did a good job too. That's the sickest part, is we're going to take it up the ass, and we're going to come out of it thinking that, you know, we did a pretty good job because, you know, we're not American or something. Like it's become such a joke of a country. It's unbelievable.
Did you go vote?
Have you
Nuno?
No, I quit voting. I don't see the point. I like the last
That's why they
provincial.
lost.
No,
Yeah,
the-
Nunya is ready to just raise his hand when the American troops come in. He's like, just take me, man.
Have you imported the American voting machines?
I think we're at the point now, and I've always said this. We're at the point now where we need a revolution in the West. Like, having elections in places like Canada or France or Germany or anything like we were just talking about Romania, none of it matters anymore. Democracy's dead. We need heads rolling down some of these streets. That's what we need right now. So let me know when the revolution starts. I'll be all for that.
It already started in the United States. It started in the United States. It's Donald
I'm not
Trump.
going to vote anymore.
Trump is the revolution. Trump literally destroys the entire establishment right now, So, and then he's now targeting all these crazy Western democracies that is pretending to be democratic. So they basically went to attack Germany just yesterday. They criticized very publicly, and then the foreign affairs. No, I think you guys should have saw it on my DPA Telegram channel. So they basically, the foreign ministry of Germany still replied. Say that we have done this through proper investigation and everything, and decided. It's like
coming from her, that's even the biggest joke. But what Voyagin was saying, yes, and also what Van said, which is Germany just rebuilt the Berlin Wall. What he meant is that the AfD, they already have more than 40% in most Eastern Germany, the former GDR states. And this means that if we could have, for the first time, a really AfD ruling state in Germany, or worse than that, all 5 of them in Eastern Germany, and that would be a problem. That would mean that in the other camera, because we normally just hear about the Bundestag, but there is another one, the Landestag, which is also quite influential. We don't hear much about it because they make behind the door deals, but they are very influential on terms of distribution of power between communities and so on. And if we have such an amount of Landestag electors that belong to the AfD, it will be difficult to rule the country in the little details. And talking about the revolution, I don't know if there is any space for revolutions, because we are still middle-class societies, and middle-class democracy in America, von Alexis Tocqueville, middle class will always be always fear a revolution, fearing that they lose whatever the little they have. Now, so it's very difficult in our societies to get a real revolution in that sense.
So I just want to share how ridiculous the situation is. Yeah, basically this is East and West Germany. There's literally no difference between East and West Germany. Like, it's basically going back to the Cold War era. So and if AfD, the East Germany, become a thing again, it's going to be like a new Hungary or new Serbia. It's going to be like a big headache for the European Union, like 100%. Yeah. Like, they're going to be a pain, you know.
And Prada, I'm not so sure I agree with you when you said it's very hard to get a revolution going. Yes, I'd agree with you ordinarily, but like, let's say you've got an African country, right? And they're used to having nothing, right? So yeah, it'd probably be very easy or very hard to get a revolution going in because they've got no basis for comparison, right? But you look at Germany, right? And they're used to a certain standard of living. And all of a sudden, over the next several years, right? Or over the past several years, and it's only going to continue.
Already happening.
Yeah, that standard of living is going to continue to erode. All of a sudden, you're not going to be able to afford holidays. Your kids won't have soccer practice, whatever it may be, right? That mentally affects people in a big, big way, right? And I think you're going to see revolution sooner than later. I hope I'm right.
No. Very short. I will give you.
I think Upgrade's been trying to speak for like a while.
I will give you some 3 ways that this might happen. Will destroy the middle class completely. One of them, the security funds, the social security funds in most European countries are empty. This happened mostly due to the Ukrainian refugees, paying them support for all these 3 years. They never expected to last so long. Third, the collapse of a monetary union like the euro, that will definitely bring a revolution to us. And the collapse of the security feeling in a country like in Portugal, where suddenly everybody feels that it's unsafe to walk in the streets, and is producing really change of minds. So sometimes there are things, I give you to Nuno, sometimes there are things where the middle class is so afraid of losing the last thing that still makes them middle class, then they could react, because we had that also in the past, like the 68 May revolutions all over Europe and so on. So that this could happen, yeah. I'm not sure if it's Upgrade or Voyaging. Can you guys help me?
I think it's Upgrade next.
Super Chat, there is no revolution, there's only subservient compliance, as Wyatt has already demonstrated. Is one can't mention names in what is now the public square of YouTube. There is no freedom.
Good point, Madeline.
Okay,
Thank you.
Listen, Madeline, I'll be in Europe in a few months' time. I'll get the revolution going. I'll give you a call.
Okay.
Are you going to be the sniper? What happened in Euromaidan? It's like,
I'm a
you
terrible
stir
shot.
the shit.
I'll rabble rouse.
You don't have to hit. You don't have to be accurate. You can just hit anything. That's what happened in Euromaidan. They just hit some random people and then they just went to shit.
They shot their own protesters.
Yeah, and it just went to shit. They just need an excuse.
Go ahead, Upgrade. Let Upgrade.
Sorry, it's Upgrade, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I think there is something what Nunya said, right, and Prata also, because I think it's a combination, right? It's the erosion of the public, right, that they don't have anything to lose anymore, that then they start revolution, right? Because like Prata said, we don't want to lose, and there's this mechanism, this secure mechanism from people to not lose it. So we try to protect the little what we have, and that's why the revolution is not starting. But when this breaks, then there is nothing who holds anything back, right? Because I think also before this happens, you see it already right now, most people who have the opportunity or think that the country is going in the wrong direction, they just move out. And you see it in many European countries that they just move out. Like Wyatt said, right? History Legends is asking, where can I move? We had also the discussion with Wyatt, right? I have very, very dark, I think that the future in Europe, if it's not changing really drastically and fast, is going to be very, very bad. And I also am checking, Switzerland is a little haven, right? But we are very dependent on the European Union. If the European Union goes to bust, then Switzerland will, we are just a small country, and Wyatt, he understands that from a small country perspective. So I think it's not that easy, but if it's even harder, I think, if it's going slowly, because slowly you die slowly, right? If it would be a one hit, in your face, then at least you can stand up after you got hit, But if you just slowly got poisoned, and slowly start to die, it's horrible, and that's what's happening in Europe. We're just poisoning ourselves with voting always in the wrong direction and thinking that it's going to be the right way, but it's not. We need antidote. We need the antidote, and the antidote sometimes comes with radical change. And most of the time it came with radical change in Europe. We had to do radical changes to actually move our society forward. And the best example is the French Revolution. If not, we would not have any, voting rights or anything going on in Europe, right? So sometimes it's bloody, and I hope it's not bloody, but it could be become very fast bloody. But it could also be a failed revolution, right? Where the opposition said, you see these guys, these crazy guys, we told you already, and then they just crush them, you know. So it could be both.
I disagree that you need slowly is worse. Like, you know, if too quickly is Ukraine, you can't even run. No, slowly you still have a chance to run away.
Quick, Ukraine is 3 years in suffering like hell.
And it was like
2
decades of suffering before that. It was 2 decades of being poisoned, and then they still got hit by a bus.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, I kind of agree with Nunya. Poor people are not keen to make revolutions because they're used to hardship, and the middle class is not dropping so fast that they would make a revolution, especially not in Germany. They are way too disciplined as a people for that, where, in my opinion, successful revolutions happen from disappointed middle classes, which drop fast in wealth. And this is not happening in Europe. It's dropping in wealth, but it's not fast. It's not collapsing.
Really?
There is this, well, yeah, kind of. Collapse is something, what happened, for instance, in Russia. When Soviet Union collapsed, so people dropped in wealth to a third or to a fourth within a year or something. That's a collapse.
Well,
So this is
I
more
just
like
think, I just thinking, well, when I think of North America, right, our inflation has gone up by like 21% since 2021. So that's, you know, they always talk about the annual inflation number being under 3%, but if you look at aggregate since COVID, or since COVID was around, it's like 21%. That's an incredible drop in purchasing power in a few years' time. I have to believe that Europe is the same, right?
I'm not sure if this is extraordinary, because I think since the 80s, or at least since the connection to the gold dropped, there was inflation all the time, and it was hidden, kind of. There was this shadow inflation and stuff, which you could look up online.
But I think the COVID inflation is much more than that, right? I think it's double. I think for most countries, it's double the price. Like, you buy a coffee, it's double in price. Most things is double in price. Like, even in Singapore, where we have such strong control of our dollar, we keep pace with the US dollar. Like, things is still increased by like between 30 to 60%. And that it become a big issue in our elections, you know, the past week. Like, they talk about inflation and whatnot. Although it's not really a thing, in my opinion, because, you know, we managed to have the least inflation in the entire world. But, you know, it's like, it's still, I think it's way more than just like 30. It looks like it's 200%.
There is a concept in sociology that when a social class, it doesn't go up, just its conditions become similar to the ones from a class up on it. And there is we see that as social social improvement, or stepping up in terms of a social class. But what happens is that the perspectives of that class and the hopes become so overrated that in many countries, this new, which is an old class, but the social class, it just improved their lives so much that they are able to make a revolution. And most color revolutions are based on these people. We are talking mostly about young people that previously couldn't have any perspective in terms of their lives, and suddenly are gaining perspective, but they want much more. It's overrated their perspective of having a better life, that they suddenly make a revolution so that it goes faster. And that was what happened in '74 in Portugal. That's what happened in Georgia, and so on, and with the Velvet Revolution, and so on. So this is one of the reasons why many times a revolution happens. The other one, which is very interesting, It's a conservative revolution. And that's when, like Upgrade was saying, when a middle class, not a healthy, but a stable middle class, start agonizing its living conditions in decrease and decrease in terms of quality, slowly agonizing that. And that's when they start supporting conservative movements, which in a way it's a revolution. Most of the times it's not bloody, but sometimes it's also very bloody. But this is the moments where actually revolutions tend to happen. I would just like to add, I don't consider IFD in any ways the solution for the problem as well. There is something very positive that they promise, many of these conservative movements, which is they promise to revive corruption and to bring common sense to everyday's decisions instead of over-politicized or over-ideological decisions. And I see that as positive. But in many ways, they are political parties, AfD, Front National, and so on. And they have also an ideology behind. And sometimes people don't really listen to what they are talking in terms of ideology. So that's where these parties sometimes are also very dangerous. And with saying that, I give the word to the next
Super
one.
Chat. Toronto Brad, USA losing trade war bigly. China. Ha 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 ha. You guys will know later. And then Madeline say, what do I do? Send an individual email to 1 billion people with the facts and classified documents in Africa that is freedom, none in Europe or America. We can speak. So
yeah, I think this kind of reminds me of something that we spoke about on last open mic, where Wyatt was saying that, you know, and Wyatt and I were talking about how you go, what people's values are and what freedom really means can vary from country to country, from culture to culture. And you can have people in Russia thinking that, you know, no, freedom is the ability to have a strong sovereign country. It's not the ability to have a gay parade without having to without a permit, right? And here we're like, what? You can't have a parade without a permit? That sounds like the opposite of freedom. And then they're like, well, I mean, but just like Madeline said, well, how free are you to express yourself? You go to the UK and you could post the wrong thing on social media, get a visit from the police. Do they do that in Africa? I mean, I've not seen that. And I'm sure if they were, it would be all over the news if it was like on the level of a systematic thing going on, right? So it would be human rights violations. So it's just a difference in values. It's like what there's like this there's like this dilemma that they sometimes talk about, like in philosophy, where it's like, imagine if you're in a house and you feel that you're free to leave, and you don't know that the door is closed, it's barred from the other side. You're not going to feel the sense of panic and I need to get out of here like you are when you realize you can't go, like you realize you can't leave. So if you think that you're free and you feel yourself to be free, you're not going to have that kind of panicked, well, I need to actually test the depths of my freedom and the boundaries of my freedom. You don't even know to try to do that. And versus in those other countries, they look at us and they're like, we value the kind of freedom we have here. You know, you can keep your freedom. That's for you guys. Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, and the problem in this in what you said is they try to by censoring or by not allowing different opinions or voices or votes to their logic is like to protect the institution, to protect the democratic values and stuff like that by censoring. What's very ironic, right? By censoring, by doing authoritarian things, which they actually hate, right? They say that they don't like that, but they use this tool to actually get to their means.
We have to be anti-democratic to save democracy.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have anything to do with that. I think it's just that they don't understand that they're using the tools they hate to actually put people down so they can say that, yeah, that's the only opinion that is valid and stuff like that. And most of the world understands that and don't think it's the right way. And it's not the right way, because obviously if we don't have discussion debates like we have here in open mic, we will never understand what the other side thinks, and we're never going to solve problems. And that's what they want. They want just to not solve problems and just say, oh, that's the right solution, just keep going with that, and just don't get any second thoughts on it, or maybe a second idea on it. No, just follow this way, and it's going to be all right. But the people see that it's not all right, because like said, the European continent is starting to lose a lot of purchasing power, a lot of credibility internationally. Economically, it's shambles. If you see the debt ratios on the GDPs and stuff like that from different nations, France, Germany, Italy, all these European nations who need to uphold a certain standard of living for their citizen, it's not possible anymore. And the problem is nobody want to address it, because everybody knows if they address it, they will never get voted in. Because who want to vote for somebody who says we need drastic cuts in healthcare, we need drastic cuts in I don't know, or more taxes on, or work longer, right? That's not some winning argument for a political party. That's a losing argument, because people want to have like the easy way out, right? They want to have somebody who tells them, oh, you can work less, and get the same amount of money like 10 years, 20 years ago. It's not possible. And people need to also wake up about this fact. It's difficult. It's a very difficult topic.
Super chat. Freedom without duty just becomes anarcho tyranny.
Wojciech, you can go.
Yeah, I'm a bit not convinced regarding democracy is dead, and these comments that we have had, and that it's all bad right now. This would imply that it was at one point in time good, and it was much better, and it was a clean democracy, and it was everything was fine. I think it was all the time. It was just like this, or very similar. Peaceful transition of power is usually happening only when there is not real change happening. If another party gets to power, maybe you can have a slight differences in policies and stuff, and these parties are all very well connected to big business and stuff. So then a peaceful transition of power has been happening, and it was obviously democratic. But if real political changes are happening, and if it's impacting big business or some influential foreign powers, then we have had very bad democracies for ages. So it's not a real sudden decline. It's in my opinion it is maybe in this sense because they are preaching a very different story than they are enacting. So this is then very visible for people who look at it. But it was, if you look at the actions, these actions were very similar like 20, 30, 40 years ago. Nunya?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that, it's not like our institutions have turned inherently evil overnight. They haven't, right? The only difference is, I think for most of us here in the West, and I think most of us do live in the West, we benefited from it, frankly. Like, if
there was no reason to look under the rug, it was everything was working.
You're willing to put up with a lot as long as the economy is doing well, and as long as you've got money in your pocket, as long as you can provide for your family and things like that, you're willing to put up with a lot of nonsense, right? So all of these signs have been around for a long time. And when they were talking to all of us about, you know, our values, it's not like we didn't see them blowing up Yugoslavia, right? Like, it's not like we didn't see them bombing Belgrade. It's not like we didn't see them bombing Libya or Afghanistan or Iraq or, you know, go down the list. But we just turned a blind eye to it until it got to the point where it got too close, right? And and you know, now they had to react to Russia, and it didn't work out too well. And you know, frankly, with all the other rising powers over the last 30 years, the Chinas, the Indias, the Indonesias, the Brazils of the world, this was all inevitable. But as Upgrade said, you know, when you're on a 4-year voting cycle, you know, what politician is going to tell the truth? What politician is going to say, you know what? This whole globalization myth that we came up with back in the 1980s, it's not working out that well, and we need to pivot. And it's going to be very painful for a lot of people. And we're going to have to completely change our education system for how we, and our work system and our industrial systems. Like, you know, it's going to be a lot of pain. You're never going to get elected on that platform. And that's exactly what Upgrade is saying. So Trump, by default, he's in because they're out of runway, quite frankly. And they're out of time. So the next 10, 20 years, I think is going to be pretty brutal. Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, I agree with what you said mostly, but like you said, the last point was, yeah, Trump got elected, but he got elected on making America great again, right? So the
Sure.
people have this thing of thinking of the past and seeing that, oh, it was better in the past. Like you said, when you have the money inside your pocket, the economy is doing great, everybody's happy, right? But when the
Right.
people start to make mistakes and overpromise and just spend the money like wazoo, you know, and then all of a sudden is saying, oh, okay, we have problems, so we need to increase the taxes. What do you mean increase the taxes? We already have high taxes. They're just the billionaires and the billionaires, right? And then, oh, I become a millionaire. Oh no, that's the billionaires, just the billionaires, right? Not the millionaires, because now I'm a millionaire. So you have this kind of hypocrisy, you know, and the people who work every day stand up, you know, go work, have normal jobs, you know, they pay their taxes, they're doing everything fair, and they see what's happening years after year after year. Every time they vote in somebody who promised them, and they backstab them straight up after they get elected. Obviously, after a while, people gonna be like, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. We want change, and we want real change. And that's what happened with Trump, right? Trump was real change. He was not establishment. He tried to fight the establishment. He said, go against the swamp, you know. He's trying to get the Doge thing going on, who is, I think, one of the best ideas. You should go against waste and fraud in government. It should be the number one thing, because it's taxpayer money. We all pay in this system. So if somebody's stealing from that system, we should go against them and put them in jail. They shouldn't be able to steal the money which is hard earned by the people, because the people put the money for the state to actually do something with it, right? To maybe build schools, build hospital, build infrastructure. I see you shaking the head, Borja. I don't know what's so controversial about what I'm saying. It's totally normal. I mean, if you think something else, then you can tell me. But I think I'm pretty reasonable in my thinking.
Yeah,
That's
this
why
is
he
a
got
common.
elected, and that's why now we have this shift in the American politics compared to the European politics. European politics still lives in the old days, like Nunia said, right, where everybody was controlled, everybody needs to think like this way, don't ask any question, right? We're doing the right way, and everybody sees that it's not the right way. And now somebody is here, right, who is number one superpower and saying, look what you're doing in your country. You're forbidding political party. Is this democracy? Is this what you champion around the world? Saying Putin is a dictator, but you banning political parties. You're saying Putin's doing the same, right? What are you doing? The same thing. So you cannot have it both ways, you know. So
Well, I think we've done this all along. But now, number one, it's more apparent, I think, for various reasons. One interesting thing that was suggested is that, the deal that we had isn't working so well anymore. We're on the receiving end of the shitstorm as well. Before, there was no need to kind of pay as much attention to the fact that we're going around and maintaining an empire. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that, number one, people in those places had always paid close attention, and I think that, it's my whole life I'd been paying attention to all the different wars that we've been a part of, at least since the terror wars, let's say. That's so it's I guess maybe that is unusual, but for a lot of people it was, especially like if you look at the younger generation, they were the people that hopped on with Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump before it was like that helped them get that boost in the first place. It's been people that have been paying attention to the politics and have been saying this system isn't working for us. It's working for the baby boomers, right? And so all that they needed is for somebody to be there to act as an arbiter to vent that popular sentiment and that popular will. And I think was what was behind both the rise of both Bernie Sanders and Trump. Eventually, America is more of a conservative nation in general. There's a lot of rural stuff in America, and Donald Trump has a little bit more of an America flavor, America first. He talks like a regular person. So Donald Trump, for various reasons, he became that arbiter. But I remember news shows being completely confused. It's like, why is it that a lot of young voters, when you tell them they can't vote for Bernie Sanders, they're like, okay, fine, I'll vote for Donald Trump. Wouldn't the next logical vote be for Hillary Clinton? I don't get this, right? Like they legitimately did not understand that people are not playing your game. Your game sucks. Like they're throwing whatever they can at you. They're throwing tomatoes at you. You're being booed, dumbasses. So anyway, go ahead, Wyatt.
So, for those watching on the main channel, I'm going to do an experiment because there is this redirecting. So once I end the broadcast, it will redirect to another broadcast. And what it will do is that it will channel the main channel's viewers to the open mic channel stream. The open mic will continue, but I'm just going to end the stream on the main channel. And
what it will do is it will lose half of our audience.
No, you redirect. It's like Twitch. They have this like
I know
thingy. So I got
the following stream is this one. Okay.
So
now the number is how many? Now we have 153 on the open mic channel. So we're gonna end stream on the main channel. Bye guys. See you guys on the open mic channel and end.
All right.
Do they need to have
I ended on the main channel.
Automatic following video activated. There is this button on YouTube which you can activate that once a video ends, the next starts automatically. Does this
yeah. But that is only for the stream. They make it work like Twitch. Basically, it's like once it ends, it jumps to another stream, so another broadcast channel. But it cannot go to a video. It can only go to a premiere. Or it goes to a live stream that is ongoing. So, yeah, I didn't know if it works or not. So,
I would like to switch a topic. We have been again in this black hole of democracy and political stuff.
But
do you agree?
I wanted to ask a question.
Go on.
I just wanted to ask Nunya a question. Like, he's from Canada, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the election happened, and liberals are forming the minority government. So what is that? It is a coalition government, or is it something like they are not going to be able to just pass the laws because they do not have enough? They are going to have to, get to convince other parties to. What is it?
Yeah, it's a parliamentary system, so I assume it's similar to India, but I don't know that for a fact. But basically, it's a parliamentary system. They need 172 seats for a majority. They've got 168. So that means that they're going to need to form a coalition, at least a voting, agreement with at least one of the other parties, probably the NDP or the Bloc Québécois.
I think NDP. So, how much do you think NDP is gonna have say in the government decisions?
Well, they've got 7 seats, so all the liberals need is 4, right? So that gives them the balance of power, right? So they presumably, similar to the Trudeau government, Trudeau had a minority, and the NDP held the balance of power. So basically, the election happened, and the result is more or less the same. Same outcome, same minority government, same balance of power. The only difference is the Conservatives picked up seats and the NDP lost seats. So, and Trudeau left.
Right. That's what everybody knows.
Hallelujah! At least a hallelujah for that, right? Hallelujah.
Oh, buddy, I'm telling you, he'll be in Geneva sooner than later.
Oh no, no! Why you bring him to Geneva? No.
You just watch.
An idiot that useful is definitely going to high places.
He'll be in Davos. He'll be in Brussels. He'll be in one of those places, just sucking the life out of every conversation he's in.
Yeah. Upgrade.
They love him too much. They love him. He's perfect.
When did you return back to Switzerland? Haven't you been to Singapore?
Yeah, I've been to Singapore and visited White. And then after I came back like a week ago now, I think so, right? Around maybe a little bit longer, 10 days, something like that.
Tell me, where did you buy that Hawaii shirt of yours? Did you inherit
with the tiger on it? Huh?
Did you inherit it from your grandpa?
No, you know where? Actually, I bought it. I think in Singapore, in Chinatown.
Okay.
I went to Chinatown and I needed some shirt because it was so fucking hot, and I needed some, some shirt who is like casual and nice, and it was nice price. And I've been living in China.
100% made in China.
Yeah, like all genuine Hawaiian shirts made in China.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. Sorry. Make it in America, right, Bradley?
Hey,
you need to make it in America, man.
Hey, I would not buy a Hawaiian shirt. Hawaiian shirt is definitely not ever on the menu. If I had to, I would be wearing this hoodie in Singapore. Watch. You think I'm joking?
Bradley, you will not wear this hoodie in Singapore. I'm telling you, you will die.
Okay, fine. What? Okay, fine. Okay. I mean, if it's too humid, I can see.
It's so humid, man. You die. You come out of the plane, you die.
Okay.
How about switching topic? I don't know if you have discussed this already with Trump doing this deal with Zelensky about the minerals. And what will this mean? Will this mean that the United States will just continue as until now with supporting Ukraine with weapons, selling them now, and also the intelligence, which is maybe more important? What about this? What do you think?
I'll go. Well, I think, and I've always said this, the whole minerals deal is a bit of a red herring, but it'll keep the U.S. in the game in the sense that, hey, if you guys want to pony up for some HIMARS systems or whatever, the U.S. will be more than glad to sell them to you. So I think what this minerals deal does is it certainly gives them leverage in the future over Ukraine whenever the dust settles. And in the meantime, it'll also put pressure on Europe and Ukraine to come to some sort of resolution, because I think we all agree Europe doesn't have any weapons or money, for that matter, to support Ukraine.
Or soldiers.
Or soldiers, or willpower, or, basically all those ingredients that you need to fight a war, Europe lacks all of them. So, yeah, I think it's also mean to put some pressure on Europe. So, I kind of see it as a win-win for the U.S. If the war keeps going on and they keep selling weapons, so be it. And if it wraps up, that's great too,
Well, where is the money coming from when they are selling?
Well, it would have to come from Europe. That's what they've said. They've basically said, we're walking out of this. But if you dummies want to keep, throwing good money after bad, we can find you a missile somewhere in the shed to ship you. More than happy to do so. But they're not paying for it.
Well, Ukraine has to pay afterwards. Like Europe is gonna just take away.
Somebody will pay. It won't be. It won't be the U.S., but somebody will pay.
Yeah.
Well, I think that we've already lost some. Like it's already an investment gone bad, including for the U.S. At this point in time, this is kind of, we already talked about this a little bit, but at this point in time, this is like, I think a lot of the stuff out in public, maybe this is just like a bellwether to see how people feel about this, and maybe also a little bit of political theater to be like, well, there's absolutely nothing we can do to make an honest deal with either these unreasonable Ukrainians or these Russians. So what are we going to have to do? Looks like we're going to have to start to unwind. What was the recent package? Something like $300 million. So that's like really skimpy compared to before. But it also shows that they're still adding additional funding to the war. I think we'll see how that we'll try to do what we can to, hey, what's up, Rylar? Try to do what we can to keep Ukraine in the negotiations. Like right now, probably this 300 million could have been part of this negotiations thing, where like in order to just keep things moving and keep things like going and keep things, I don't know, lubricated. And of course, from the Russian side, we could also put it into like they have the counterpoint of, hey, now we have North Korea joining in on the fight as well. So doesn't that put extra pressure on you, Zelensky, to really sign that deal? So I think that maybe that's part of the reason why it's so out in public right now, and there's so much theater about this.
Well, you know what would really... Yeah, you know what would really put pressure on Russia is if Trump threatened to send U.S. troops to Ukraine. Because if Russia's going to publicly admit that they're letting North Korean troops fight the Ukrainians, then that's perfect justification for the U.S. to, have either its own troops or South Korean troops sent to Ukraine to fight Russia.
You think South Korea wants to send troops to Ukraine to fight Russia?
Well, if the U.S. wants to pressure them to do it, I think they could.
They will not.
South Korea barely
they'll rather kick the Americans out of South Korea than to go to war.
The bluff has been called at this point. Ukraine. Right? The whole bluff has been called at this point. The whole world sees what's going on. They see what America is and isn't. And, game's over.
I mean, I don't think, okay, I think you have a point, Rylar, where you're saying like, well, we can try to negate some of that leverage by saying, hey, we can amass our own counter leverage against that, or maybe we could do something. But here's the thing: here's what the Russians have said. The Russians haven't just said that we're against American and British and French peacekeeping forces in Ukraine. They've said we will bomb American and French and British peacekeeping forces in Ukraine. We are coming for you guys. There's going to be Kindrals in the air as soon as we find your location. So that's a very different calculation, because I don't think that the Ukrainians are saying anything like, if the North Koreans are going to invade Ukraine, of course the North Koreans are willing to be, and we've seen that they've been willing to get bombed by and get shelled with artillery. They're not getting any special treatment, and that's why I think that I don't see I could see the Russians calling that bluff, saying, okay, go ahead. Who are you going to put on the ground? We have 1 million North Korean troops, one of the biggest armies, very well-equipped armies, right? And they're very dedicated, and they're willing to go have this fight. I don't know if there's anybody on our side that's a North Korea. I don't think there's a North Korea in the West.
Yeah. Because the idea that South Koreans will go is impossible. South Korea is a first world country, You have to understand, we city folks, we first world country people, we have no interest in getting ourselves killed over stupid things. Like the third world, you try to get the Africans or some slipper wearing Arabians, to do stupid things. Maybe they would do it because maybe very poor, maybe they get brainwashed. But South Koreans are first world country. It's impossible to brainwash them into doing something so stupid. It's really, really hard.
But that's the
Yeah.
thing, though. If you're gonna have, the whole sort of rationale behind, the U.S. not sending troops into Ukraine is that, okay, well, we don't want to escalate with the Russians and get other countries involved. But now that the Russians are publicly coming out and admitting this, when, a couple weeks ago was pretty much just the most, biggest propaganda piece for Russian people. It was like the biggest propaganda piece that there were actually North Koreans troops, government troops fighting for Russia. That I don't really see how the U.S. can't just, or why it wouldn't, escalate in that way. I just think that it's exactly what, NATO in the U.S. would do as a response to
Well, they don't
this
have any
sort of
benefit.
thing.
They don't have any soldiers, number one.
You
They
and
don't
what
have any
army?
weapons.
Even
You
if
and
they
what
have
army?
Yeah,
soldiers,
literally. Like, there's no
like,
weapons.
even if they
There's
have
no
soldiers,
army. Like, who are you
Or
going
could
to fight the
even
Russians
if
with?
the U.S. could even
let's
just
take
use
it
a
like
nuke, just set off a nuke off Russia's
no,
coast
you
and
are
say,
Sure,
That's
they
World War
can.
III, man.
like
And then
I
blow up the
understand what
whole
you're,
world.
but
Listen to what the hell you're
it
saying,
just
buddy. Like, clue the fuck in.
there's no
No, they
benefit in
don't
that. You are talking
have.
about that
They
US has
don't have the
justification
soldiers.
because North Korean troops are there. Russia has been fighting against whole NATO at a time. Let's be honest. Like they were sending every weapon. Like Russia said, do not send long range
Yeah.
missiles. They did. Do not send F-16s. Do not send this. Do not send that. Do not cross the red line. They did all of that. So I think Russia has. If you are saying that they brought North Korean troops, they have a defense agreement. First of all,
Yeah.
proper defense agreements and treaties. So North Korean troops are in that way, and Ukraine is. Why would you die? Let's be honest. Like if you are you American, so why do you want to go to war against Russia when you do not get benefit of it? People are gonna die. Why would you want to go there when there is no benefit for you?
well, there's a
It's
difference
doesn't
between
make
what
sense.
I think is a good idea and what's a good idea for the American government. And the way I see it with the sort of foreign policy priorities that the American government has right now, trying to escalate with Russia in that way is sort of fits in line with with their sort of approach to foreign policy. The way their approach to foreign policy has historically been really even since like the détente period in the Cold War, where ultimately the sort of rationale behind it is, okay, as long as proxy wars remain proxy wars and you don't bring in the combat troops of foreign countries, everything's goody. But now that Russia's openly defying that, I don't really see why NATO wouldn't try and escalate. Why? Because if Trump really
So you are
wants to put
saying that
pressure on Russia,
NATO
I think he
can.
needs to get creative. Because ultimately, they've been sending more and more supplies to Ukraine the last couple of years, and ultimately, it's not doing a whole lot. I think what NATO's really done is they've sent Ukraine enough weapons to sort of let the Russians understand how NATO fights wars and adapt to that sort of style of fighting, while not sending Ukraine enough to actually defeat the Russian military. And so you sort of get the worst of both worlds with how NATO's approached this conflict so far. And I think if Trump really wants to put pressure on Russia, he needs to either send U.S. troops to Ukraine or use a sort of escalate to de-escalate
That is a
strategy with
world
nuclear
war.
weapons.
So they don't have the
That is
troops
a
to
world war.
send.
You are describing a world
Yeah,
war where
they-
NATO
well-
is just fighting against Russia.
Well,
and then
first of
all
all,
the
they don't
countries are
have the
joining.
they don't have the troops to send, right? So that's the first thing. They've got about 450,000 combat troops last I checked, and they are scattered all over the globe.
Well, you don't need to
So-
send a lot. You don't need to send a lot. Even just a couple thousand is pretty much what the North Koreans sent.
Okay,
if
so-
you just want to go tit for tat in that regard, then that's what
Okay, so
NATO
so
can
you,
do.
so you send a few thousand troops and they'll all die. Okay, and then what? You nuke each other? That's your solution?
But
like,
that's
shut-
what I'm
like,
saying.
what an
No,
idiot.
you're not getting what I'm saying. The
I
point
hope
of
not.
sending troops to Ukraine
No,
No,
isn't
no, we
that.
understand what you are saying that
Yeah, you're a
US
moron.
can send troops and escalate it that Russia fears because Russia is inevitably like
This
bigger
Dick
than
Smack
NATO.
still thinks that U.S. is feared by Russia. They're not. This is
But
what
the
I'm
problem
saying.
is Russia will not
The
just get
emperor
scared.
has
They are going
no
to start a world war.
clothes,
It's
dickhead.
going to like
The
go out of
emperor
control.
has no clothes.
China will come
Nobody
come and
cares
support
about
Russia because if
America
Russia
anymore.
loses, then there is no one to oppose the West.
Fucking
The
idiot.
world war will start.
Well,
If
let me
what you say.
clarify what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these troops the U.S. is going to send to Ukraine are actually going to, meaningfully turn the tide. What you're basically just doing is exactly what the North Koreans have done, where you say,
But
if
that is
Russia
the
wants to
crossing the line
continue
for
fighting
Russia,
this
na?
war, if Russia wants to continue fighting this war, then the U.S. is going to send more aid to Ukraine. It's going to send
Good.
more troops to Ukraine, and
Good.
ultimately, there's no way for Russia to
That is a
outright
world
get
war, man.
and
That is
everything.
world war you are
And
describing.
sure, you
That's
can
the
threaten
world.
world war if you want to, because
You just
ultimately what
did.
you're
We
talking
didn't.
about
You
is
did.
Then it is a world war happening. That is not threat. If
Idiot.
a U.S. troop is there on the order of U.S. government in the Ukraine soil, then Russia will consider that a world war. And then China has to get in, and Iran and all the countries, because if Russia loses, there is no one to oppose the West, and Russia will inevitably lose. Russia is not. Let's be honest. Russia doesn't have enough power to oppose NATO when it comes to technology. Like America has spent trillions of dollars for decades to develop their military technology. They are gonna
yeah.
win after
But that just
5
goes into
years,
what
7
I'm
years.
saying. Why is Russia going to be willing to continue to escalate with NATO if they know that NATO's just going to
Because
keep?
Because they know they've defeated NATO. That's why, for starters. The war is over.
Yeah,
The war
you
is
cannot
over.
just step back because you see someone powerful. That is not how it works. Russia is not just gonna step back because they think, oh, US is actually serious about the war. No, they are gonna escalate because they know that now it's time. Like we are gonna have shit hit the fan.
I love this narrative. It's just that we didn't try hard enough. We would have won if we just tried hard enough. You threw everything you had at them and you got defeated. Suck it up, move on. Jesus Christ.
Well, why would Russia? Why would NATO not
Super
escalate?
chat. The whole point of using Ukrainian bodies was that USA satellites can be used with impunity. That's the super chat, and
It's
and
a
also
very good point.
the upgrade is having his finger for a long time.
Yeah, let's
let
let
upgrade
Upgrade
talk.
Yeah, I think, okay, you can have this vision of how you see the world, and or just send 5,000 troops because they sent 5,000 troops. But first of all, Trump don't want to send troops. He said it already many times. He will never send troops. That's why he's also cutting aid. That's why he's pressuring Zelensky with the mineral deal. That's why he's pressuring European countries to do it. So I don't know where you get the USA will go now to war because of North Koreans sent 5,000 troops to Ukraine. Nobody will risk it, and then didn't risk it for 3 years, and they will not do it right now. Then nobody will do it, and you can clearly see it. That's why the Americans they make this mineral deal, and they say, like Nunia said, if you're stupid enough for Europe to continue that war, do it. Give us money. We'll send you this shitty missiles, to shoot some Russians, but we don't have anything to do with it, and nobody gonna send troops.
Well, how are you so sure? How are you so sure Russia's
Because
also
it's
going to
3 years
escalate?
war already, Ryler, and nobody sent troops. If they wanted to, they would have done it at
I'm
the
talking
first
about
day.
Russia, not NATO. Why would Russia? How are
Russia
you
is
so
gonna
sure
escalate
Russia's
because
willing to escalate if NATO sends troops to Ukraine? How are you
Because
so
they've
sure about
said
that?
that they
for
would
them it
multiple
is
times over.
Yeah, but the
Exactly. They said
U.S.
we
also
will
said it
send
was
them.
going
for
to.
them it is existential war. You do not understand. For Russia, when they attacked Ukraine, why did they attack Ukraine? Because they thought NATO is gonna be on their border. For
They've been
them,
very
it is
clear with the red
existential
lines.
war.
Exactly.
Like they think if they win or if they are just gonna be completely wiped out. So it doesn't matter if America says we are just gonna launch a nuclear missile this second if we do not stop the war. They are gonna take the chance. They are also gonna launch the nukes because for them it is existential. Like we are
Also,
gonna die. They think.
if NATO would think that Russia is weak, right, that they could crush them, why they didn't send troops yet, right? You know what I
Well, that's
mean?
what I'm
They
saying.
could
That's
just
what I'm
send the
saying.
troops, and just say, "Hey, we take the bluff," right? But they don't take the bluff because they know they're gonna get the shit bombed out of, and they're gonna have body bags to be accountable of, and it's not that easy. You can't just say 5,000
Worst case
US
scenario,
troops and they
Russia
all
has
get
like
killed.
thousands of nukes. Entire Europe and America is like wiped out. Russia is
Yeah,
wiped out.
that's the
Half of the
first
world is
issue.
wiped
There's a
out.
lot of issues, right? But that's the biggest issue, right? The nukes, right? But there's multiple layers of issues in this argument,
Yeah.
which is it's not feasible and not realistic. And yeah, just suck it up. Like Nunya said, you lost, and that just suck it up.
Yeah.
The US lost a
No,
lot
Take it
of
as a
Tyler's
learning
argument
moment
would
and
make
move on.
sense if if Ryder's argument would make sense if Russia does not think that it is an existential war that they are going to be wiped out, then maybe in some cases you can show that you are way too powerful and the other party may back down a little bit. It makes sense if the Russia is not going to escalate in some parallel world, but in this world Russia is gonna, if anything happens, Russia is gonna escalate.
But that just goes against what you said earlier. You know, you said earlier that NATO is powerful enough that Russia's never going to be able to win a war against it.
Yeah, that is true, and I stand by that.
Because Ukraine is not NATO.
I don't believe that
because Ukraine is not part of NATO. That's the whole point.
NATO is just a paper tiger, and that's clear now. So
NATO is a coalition of 30 more than 30
Ukraine
countries.
is not part of NATO. Ukraine is not part of NATO. That's
no, I know,
why.
But
that's the
NATO
main
itself
point, right?
is a joke too.
That's not the topic, but the main point is why they don't send troops is because it's no Article 5. There is no Ukraine is not even. We don't even need to help them. Actually, we just do it out of goodwill.
Guys, this is all becoming clear. Like the military-industrial complex is one thing. It's our bridges. It's our roads. It's everything in the West has falling the fuck apart for the last 40 years, okay? They haven't been building anything. We don't have militaries. They've got a couple showpieces to say, hey, look at this F-35. They don't have the inventory. That's what we're seeing now. They pissed it away to all their little consultant friends. It's why we don't have anything. It's why our bridges are literally falling down now. And you think that we're going to be able to fight Russia? Again, we've lost. If you think otherwise, you're in dream world. Go ahead, William.
No, I disagree with that. I think that if NATO and Russia go to war, NATO wins. Like, I don't think there's a doubt in that. I thought, like,
okay, you're wrong. I don't know what else to tell you. You're wrong, dude.
I'm not like Russia doesn't have that much. Like, you are giving Russia too much credit. I think Russia is powerful. Yeah, accept it. But NATO is a coalition of 30 countries with like United States alone is like a lot more powerful. Like, you know that. Like, there are gonna be millions.
I just told you. Yeah, no, I just told you they got 450,000 combat troops, and they're scattered literally all over the world. Like,
yeah, but they can just introduce draft. There is gonna be people
could,
like,
and so could Russia. And
again, what about Russia plus North Korea?
Other than
North Korea has a million
manpower,
troops.
Plus China.
Technology, like missiles, drones, Air Force. Like, United States has like air superiority.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah,
I get
would
to see it.
assume
You assume it. All I see is their friggin' aircraft falling out into the sea. That's what I see. I see them falling out of the sky in training all the time. That's what I see. I don't buy the propaganda anymore that America is anything. Nothing.
All right.
So let me go back to what I was saying earlier. If you guys think that NATO is powerful enough, let me finish what I'm saying. If you think that NATO is powerful enough that Russia can never realistically win a war against it, and that in a war of attrition, NATO is going to be victorious, or NATO is going to be victorious. I think that, you know, by sending troops to Ukraine, NATO would be able to demonstrate that it's capable, that it's willing to escalate to a full-on war with Russia if Russia is willing to accept the terms that Trump is putting forward. So where we're basically at now is that Ukraine is willing to...
Yeah, just go make
Ukraine is willing to accept Trump's terms. I think they've said that, whereas Russia isn't. And so if Trump is willing to put forward a proposal where he basically frees along the line of contact, and Russia, you know, at least de facto gives up its claims to the other territories, you know, that it's annexed but doesn't currently control, then by sending U.S. troops to Ukraine, again, you sort of demonstrate that that the Russians aren't going to be able to take any more land, and that ultimately, if they try and do that, they're going to escalate to a full-on war. And at the same time, you don't have to send a huge amount of troops to Ukraine. Like I said earlier, you can just match whatever the North Koreans sent and say, okay, well, you do this, we're going to do the same thing back. And at the same time, build up a whole lot of troops in, you know, say the Baltic states or Finland or Poland, where, you know, you say where that demonstrates that, you know, if Russia does launch an offensive into NATO, that NATO is going to be able to stop them before they get
But
any
why do
significant
Russians
amount of
trust you then?
territory. And
Like,
ultimately,
think
that
about
there's
now.
no way that Russia is going to be able to get even a short-term gain from escalating with NATO.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, but why would Russia trust you? Because Russia.
Come on, let me talk for a second.
Please. Respect the finger, Ayush.
Well, Ryla, I think you have been here on the channel not for the first time. Probably you just forgot everything. It's not the United States that has not been involved in the war. The United States has basically pushed this situation to come into existence. It's not that they are coming right now there to bring these sides, you know, to pull them apart and to make peace. They're not a mediator. They are just trying to find a solution with Russia. That's why United States discussed with Russia, and they didn't discuss. They didn't sit between Ukraine and Russia to mediate the discussion. It was basically a discussion between the main parties of the war, and they didn't come to an agreement. And obviously, both sides believe that they can benefit more than the other side by continuing the war, else it would not continue. I obviously think that NATO is clearly the bigger side. You know, they have 900 million people, and if they would mobilize, if they could mobilize, they could eventually bring a bigger army to fight against Russia eventually. But this is a very big if they can do it, and the war is happening on Russia's doorstep. You know, this is a big factor. I don't think that Russia could win a war in Canada against America, but I also don't think that America, with all its power, together with all its NATO allies, can win a war against Russia on its doorstep. I don't believe it. Conventionally not. And even if they could, the world would burn. And NATO has been there for all this 3.5 years, or 3 years plus something, and they have basically put up maybe 70% of all the fighting power that Ukraine had, you know, and North Korea has maybe put up something like 1 or 2% or 5% max that on the Russian side. So they're neither a major financier nor a major ideological party there. They're just there to have some experience and make friends with Russia for future, maybe political activity in the Far East. But it's not something that you can equalize. Like America needs to do something because North Korea did something. You know, NATO has paid all the bills. They have sent all the weapons. They repair all the weapons. They train all the people. They finance all the state costs that Ukraine has. They finance all the military costs, and they do all the intelligence. They do all the diplomatic stuff. They do all the secret service stuff. They're very, very much involved. Basically, they're just not pulling the trigger, and most probably they are pulling the trigger with these special operators on these special weapons that are in Ukraine. So it's not something that if Russia does not obey, then America will get involved. They're very involved from the very beginning, and at least that's how the Russian side sees it. Go on, Vaughn.
Well, I mean, the biggest threat that NATO or the United States would face if they got involved with Russia or China is the air defense and the missile swarms, and then and the drones. Nobody's got anything for that. The Russians and maybe the Chinese might be working on it because they're obviously deeper into it and farther along than, you know, it appears the United States and NATO is. But that's the biggest threat. And despite what the NAFO say, there's got to be smart people in the Pentagon and stuff that know, yeah, we can go in there, we can shoot up the place, we can do some damage, but we're going to take way more losses than we ever imagined, and it's going to be bad. And it's the same thing with China. They're geared towards keeping us away from their backyard, and there's no way they can really go in and do anything. And they know it. I mean, the Navy groups aren't prepared for the kind of missile swarms that are going to come out of China. or the drone swarms if they get closer. Plus, and that includes all types of drones, air, sea, land, whatever. They got that. Plus, you factor in like the hypersonics and then the ballistic missiles that designed to kill ships. I mean, the problem is America's got a lot of capability. They got a lot of fancy things, but they're just not in a position to do that. Yeah, they could go in against one or the other and do damage, but they're not going to sustain it for very long, and they're going to take casualties that they don't want to take, and then it's going to get really ugly. And yeah, maybe America does a draft and reorganizes and goes to war, but the people you started a war with are already 10 years ahead of you, and they're not really trying to expand. They're just trying to hold the line, maybe push the line a little bit. So it's kind of an easy fight for them, whereas you got to bring everything you got and then some, and then you got to fight through all that. I mean, they've talked about how the Air Force and the Navy's been, kind of keeping a lot of aircraft back and trying to keep them in low maintenance cycles because they're really worried about something going down with China. So they want to have a lot of aircraft available. And there's a reason why they want to do that is because they know they can't pump them out fast enough right now, even if they, despite all the talk and all the ammo, we're going to build more ammo, we're going to build more ships and planes and tanks. Yeah, that's great. I'm sure they've gone up a few tanks a month or something by now, maybe a few 100,000 shells a year. But everybody knows that's not enough to go the distance against a peer competitor like China or Russia. So I think a lot of it's just talk. I mean, there's not really anything Trump can do about it. I mean, he said before that they're negotiating from a position of weakness, and a lot of this is probably just bluster and talk. Maybe it's for domestic consumption. So it sounds like he's being tough on Russia when he knows he doesn't have any cards, really. Because what's he going to do? I mean, we all know if NATO goes in and actually pushes Russia, it goes nuclear. They're not going to lose. So, and why waste half your Air Force just to go and make a peace deal another year when you don't get what you want because it's just not going to work out for you? I mean, it's better just to keep going through the negotiation motions, let Russia do what they're doing on the ground. Eventually, Zelensky will be gone. The army will crack, and Trump or whoever can make a deal with new management that runs the place. Whether that's, well, it's going to be mostly Russia. There might be some Western European concern in Western Ukraine, but basically it's going to be the United States making a deal with Russia after Russia does what it wants. I just don't see any reason for the United States to try it because there's just too many things that can go wrong. I mean, like I said, yeah, you go in there and make a big splash in the beginning, but how many aircraft is that going to cost you? And there's no guarantees that they can't track F-35s and F-22s and all the other shit we got because they've been practicing. I mean, every day they get to practice their electronic warfare and all that surface to air defense against, storm shadows and the exact same stuff that's going to come for Russia. And then you got to figure the Syrian time. They probably know what F-22s and F-35s look like because they've been flying around Syria when the Russians were there. There's even rumors that the Iranians can detect on a certain L-band radar, they can detect a F-35 out to like 218 kilometers and engage it with some of their domestic SAM systems. So the idea that NATO, there might be chihuahuas in NATO that want to go hard, but I think the smart people know that that's just a waste of time and resources, and it's going to end badly. You're not going to get what you want out of it. So I think the smart people know Russia's going to get what it wants. We just need to make it look like they didn't get what they want right away or easy, kind of like a managed thing. Like I said, the only thing Trump can do is come home with a bag of money and say we got reimbursed for all the investment. That's about all. That's the only good thing he can say. And that's really the only thing he can leave with is a bag of money. There's nothing else to take from Ukraine. They lost.
Well, I don't really. There's not a whole lot you said there that I necessarily disagree with. And I really don't agree with a lot of the propaganda that gets put out by all sorts of NAFO people and all that kind of thing about Russia's just completely Russian military is completely useless and they can't do anything. But I think that just compared to the sort of rhetoric that NATO leaders have been putting out, the response that NATO has done to the conflict in Ukraine has been completely just underwhelming in a lot of ways. Because obviously you have Ukraine aid, that's one thing. But if you just look at how many just troops, the NATO countries have sent to, say, the Baltic states or Finland, it's only like, I think it's like less than 10,000. You know, the U.S. had like, I think like 300,000 troops in West Germany during the Cold War, and
yeah, they're sending like brigades around. Which, yeah, that's a nice little power punch. But you know, what's it going to do when the Russians can focus on that whole brigade in Lithuania?
Right, and they say they're sending quote unquote tripwire troops, which the whole idea behind that is that, oh, Russia's going to kill these troops, and then that's going to make American people support the war. It's basically just playing mind games with the lives of American troops. But ultimately, Russia's just not going to be deterred by that. You know, American troops aren't some magic superheroes that can just destroy the whole of Russia. You know, Russia just sees them like they do anything else, and it's just, I feel like it's just sort of, you know, U.S. war planners believing their own propaganda to a certain extent, where they just think that Russia's never going to want to fight the U.S. and that as soon as these troops are there, they're not going to escalate at all. And I completely disagree with that. And I think that if Trump did want to get serious on confronting Russia and putting pressure on Russia, he'd really sort of build up, you know, the Baltic states, the Suwalki Gap, Finland, all these places that in NATO that border Russia, basically how the U.S. did with West Germany back during the Cold War. You know, you'd probably need 100,000, maybe 200,000 U.S. troops there, and you would basically just do that. You know, it'd probably take maybe a year or two to build up all the military infrastructure. But once you do that, you know, Russia's really not.
They would never come there.
Really going to have a hard time even. Is really going to have a hard time even taking, say, the Baltic states or Finland if it does.
Well, you'd have to draft those troops too.
Well, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
Exist. You can just move them. You can just move them east. You know, all the bases that were in West Germany during the Cold War, most of them are still there, and where most of U.S. troops that are in Europe now are still deployed. You know, you just move them east. You know, you build up new bases in the Baltic states or Finland or Poland, and just abandon the old ones. You know, it doesn't. You probably wouldn't even need to spend that much extra money.
So what will that achieve, though?
Ryla.
Well, it's just what I just said. You know, you're sort of building up how you're building up, you know, the eastern part of NATO, just like how the U.S. built up West Germany during the Cold War, where you have, you know, all sorts of fences and trenches and mines on the border, and you have, you know, thousands of tanks, hundreds of thousands of troops all there, ready to make sure Russia can't even take, you know, any land, say in the Baltic states or in Finland or anywhere else that is lightly defended now, and could just, you know, just sort of dig in and rely on its drones and whatnot to sort of keep any NATO offensive from coming back towards the Russian border. You know, as if NATO can,
do you believe,
sort of, nip the Russian offensive in the bud, then they're not going to, you know, then that's sort of going to put more pressure on Russia. You know.
Well, I mean, the problem with that is it puts NATO right on their borders in the Baltics and stuff, which kind of tears apart the whole reason, you know, they went into Ukraine. You know, they want the buffer. And sure, I mean, I don't really think you know, the biggest threat to the Baltic states is the Baltic state Chihuahua leaders. I mean, they're the ones that are going to talk themselves into getting invaded or something, because, I mean, I'm sure Russia would like to do business and have easy like travel in between there and wherever, but you know, that can be worked out without a fucking war. They just need to get rid of the idiots in charge.
Do you actually believe that Russia would allow NATO to assemble 200,000 troops in the Baltics?
So here's what I think. I think that if you maintain the way that NATO is sort of structured right now, where, you know, the Eastern countries are sort of soft, as it were, and most of the, you know, U.S. and European presidents is in the west of Europe, you keep that. Suppose the war ends this year and you keep that for 5 years. You know, in 5 years, Russia is going to have, I think, a huge advantage over NATO in a whole lot of ways. Because where they're at now with, you know, production of armored vehicles, production of drones, production of aircraft, in 5 years, they're going to have an armed force that's, you know, capable of basically launching a first strike against NATO and not having any meaningful resistance for the first probably 6 months of the war, until NATO can, you know, mobilize enough troops to stop a Russian offensive and sort of build up its own drone capability to be able to match the, you know, the advantage Russia has in that area. But as it is now, you know, the Russian military is still degraded, and even though they've obviously gotten a lot smarter about how they fight, they still need time to rebuild all the tanks they lost, armored vehicles they lost, and whatnot. And again, like I said earlier, I don't believe all the propaganda that they're just completely, you know, completely feeble and can't do anything against NATO. I think they could certainly fight a defensive war against NATO and make it so that NATO can invade Russia. But as it stands now, I don't think Russia is going to be willing to take this step to, you know, just launch a full-scale assault on NATO, on the eastern countries of NATO, with how its military is now. But again, it's not that they couldn't do that. It's just that compared to how they would be in 5 years, it makes a whole lot more sense for NATO to wait than to attack now.
Their military at this point has already got those kind of capabilities if they want to. I mean, this year alone, they're literally putting, you know, about every month, they're fielding a completely equipped division. I mean, they've got 40,000 or so volunteers a month. All their contract guys are in indefinitely until the war ends. I mean, their production numbers are going up. I mean, there's nobody on the continent of Europe that can match the Russians' production of men and equipment and deploying it in the field, trained and ready to fight. I mean, if they want to go right now, they can go right now. Because think about it. Every single day, every Russian soldier in the SMO, doesn't matter if your job is to storm a fucking building or make bread. You're operating in a tactical environment. I mean, think about it. The guy making bread has to put a camo net up now, and a couple guys have to stand around with shotguns or a little drone detector just so you can make some fucking bread or burn some shit or some other menial job. Not even as dangerous, you know, it might even be more dangerous to make bread than it is to storm trenches, just depending on where you're at and who's operating against you. I mean, every single pilot has to plan a real mission every day, execute that mission every day, sometimes 2 or 3 sorties a day. I mean, yeah, Western guys get to train, and we get to go out to Vegas and train over Europe and stuff and do intercepts. And they do it every day, too, for real. Every helicopter pilot, every truck driver, they have to plan routes. They have to dodge drones and artillery, and they have to do recon to make sure the routes are safe. I mean, that experience alone is going to come into play a lot more against, you know, well-trained or field-trained NATO units. I mean, we just lost 4 soldiers to a fucking mud pit in, you know, what was it, Lithuania? Yeah. I mean, the Russians ain't going to have that problem because they know. And that's not to say the accident won't happen in the middle of the night. Some guy drives off a bridge or some guy gets scared and drives into a field and sinks in the mud. But, I mean, they've got 3 years of on-the-ground experience, and they got a lot of experience operating against, you know, some of the high-end NATO equipment like Excalibur shells, HIMARS. They know how to jam them now. They know how to shoot them down. They know how to detect them. They know how to discern the difference between an artillery round and a HIMARS rocket. I mean, they're getting a lot of experience that NATO is probably not getting. And even if they are, it's not going to be at the same level because the guys operating, yeah, there might be a lot of American or Western guys there doing it, but there's also a lot of Ukrainians doing it. And you can see the difference, you know. Maybe the Western guys are operating the Patriots, and that's why they do okay defending targets. But obviously it's Ukrainians operating the M1s because the Russians have them all for display in Moscow now. There's not a single M1 left probably in Ukrainian, unless some of those Australian ones showed up. But, you know, it just depends on what's going on. But, I mean, the Russians can do what they want right now if they wanted to. And the only way you're going to stop them is a nuclear war. But they obviously don't need a nuclear war, so there's no reason for them to do that.
Kind of just piggybacking off of what Ayush said and Vaughn as well, just right now, is for your point to be to really make, I think for me, for it to make sense to me, you would have to look at this war as if it were some kind of just a territorial war of expansion, like just a vanity project for Putin. But if you understand that the war is existential, like Mearsheimer had said, you know, before, like if Russia thought that they would lose Crimea, for example, that's exactly how they would be tempted to use this, you know, start small with a tactical nuke. Like they would not accept that. So if you're going to say, okay, well, the Russians have this kind of escalation with North Korean troops, we can mirror that escalation up to a certain point quite easily. okay, but the Russians know that, number one, we can't field the same amount of equipment and number of troops from all of these NATO countries and from the United States, including all the mercenaries from Poland and all that, and from Brazil. You're not going to be able to get 1 million of them like you could get, North Koreans or something, number one. So they already know that they can out-escalate us on that in the first place. And number two, if it gets to the point where it's existential, oh my goodness, NATO, let's say, for example, you're right, you and Nanya have this disagreement about how capable Russia is to fight against NATO. I'd say it doesn't matter. If the Russians perceive that they have this threat, yeah, they will freaking burn the world. The world will burn. So that's why they know, like, the only acceptable outcome is we have a neutral Ukraine on our border already. Like, the only acceptable outcome, even with all the compromises, is stuff that Ukraine looks at as surrender terms, because they're going to have a decreased army. They're going to. The Russians don't trust them with an army the size of what they had before. They're going to have less of a say in their own. Like they're gonna have to become. They're gonna have to learn how to compromise with both sides.
They might be semi-autonomous.
Yeah, something like this. So I think why
Super chat. President Sparks, NATO cannot deal with 1,000 casualties a day. And also, Madeline supposedly wanted to do a super chat, which was emailed to me. She wrote, people in West will never know if there is a world war. Do you think an American soldier being dragged through the street, hung outside the military base, American military base, by a market woman because of what he did to a little girl would be newsworthy? Gosh, you never heard about it. What a surprise.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, anyway. So well, I think that's my comeback to you, Ryler. I think that you would have a point, but the Russians actually are willing to burn the world over this. Go.
So well, I think.
Okay, go on, Ryler.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that ultimately the issue Russia has now is that they don't have the same capability to sustain a war of attrition against NATO that they would have had a few years ago. Because there's no denying Russia's a lot of tanks, a lot of armored vehicles and whatnot in Ukraine. And if they're fighting NATO, they're going to be losing probably 5 times as many per month as they are now. So let's say Russia is losing 50 tanks a month in Ukraine, and that goes up to 250 a month if they're fighting NATO.
You're making things up.
You're not. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's just with these numbers here. I mean, Russia's in a better position today than they were 10 years ago because Putin specifically talked about how 10 years ago they shifted their MIC into higher production, preparing for sanctions, building up, refurbishing this equipment. I mean, unless something's changed, they're still pulling out several hundred late model T-series tanks and upgrading them on top of, I think a new production of the T90M of about 200 a year. That might be more.
T80s as well. They're making new T80s.
And they're also making all of their foreign export buys. So they're making Sukhois for themselves and for customers, and obviously these tanks and other vehicles. I mean, they're in a good position. I just don't think anyone's really eager for it. I mean, they can kind of have their way right now, and I mean, let's be honest. The strongest land force in NATO right now, besides the United States, is Poland. They're the only ones that have up-to-date equipment. Well, no, I mean, Ukraine. I don't. Ukraine's fully engulfed, and it's over for them. It's just dragging out. But I'm saying untouched.
The only reinforcements is Poland.
Yeah, they got M1A2s, they got fighters, they got helicopters, they got all kinds of new artillery, HIMARS, MRLS. I mean, everybody else has stuff, but it's half of it's not in operation or undermanned, or they can't use it, or it's in storage. And Russia's already been dealing with the storage issue by pulling stuff out and refurbishing it. I mean, we have thousands and thousands of M1s sitting out in the desert in California, but how long is it going to take to refurbish those and get them up and running, then, sent to wherever? I mean, like I said, we could do damage, but we're definitely not in a position to engage in some kind of long scale, probably more than 6 months conventional war, especially if you look at it, in a more, intense version. Because think about it, we're going to definitely come with our air power. So the Russians are going to come with the air defense. It's going to be nothing like you saw in Ukraine in the beginning. you know, because we're going to have to go in and take stuff out. So we're going to have to take losses, and the Russians are going to, you know, have to push. I mean, but think about it too. The Russians have the benefit; they'll be operating under their SAM cover. Yeah. You know, NATO has to come to them. They're not going to be stupid enough to go to us. I mean, that's a trait. If you think about it, that's the Ukrainian trait. Just make us, you know, create an irritation. Ukraine will come, and then you just spend the next 6 months killing them off. Voyin.
Well, I think that obviously NATO has learned also a lot because they are very involved, and they are doing lessons learned from the war currently. And obviously they would start not with flying in with the Air Force because they would lose too much. They would send drone swarms to reduce the air defense, and after a month or so, they would go in with planes. But the point is moot, because why fight a month, 2 months, 2 years conventionally, and then inevitably go nuclear? Why not go nuclear immediately? And I think this would be a thing that would happen very soon. And one of the side would concede and just pull back. And I don't think that Russia would be the side, because they feel they're really in the existential war. That's why NATO is not officially not involved. Also, please remember that Ukraine is de facto a NATO country. They are very involved in all the structures, and they have Article 5. People think they're not officially part of NATO, but remember that most countries of the NATO, and including United States, have signed a security agreement under Biden then, I think in August, which includes a wording which is identical to Article 5. So Ukraine already has Article 5.
Yeah, but it's debatable if that's enforceable or if that's even legit, because just because
Article 5 is not enforceable.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it could be just language that's in there, you know, to satisfy, like the security agreement. You know, it sounds bad, but for all we know, it just means they agree to send money and pay the bills and send artillery shells.
The wording, I have read it, and the wording is identical. That once one side sees the need is under attack, then the other side is obliged to, within 24 hours.
Article 5 means they have a meeting and decide what they all respond. And I mean, the United States has been pretty clear about they're not really interested in sending troops in. I mean, France could have done it on its own by now for all the talk they've done. You know, so I think it's just out there, you know, but I don't think it's anything serious. Like I said, I don't think either side wants a conventional confrontation. And I think that, you know, like I agree that there's a lot of lessons being learned. And I think smart people realize that we're not in a position to, you know, change the outcome of this war and what Russia wants. And the only way you change the outcome is going nuclear, which that's permanent change for everybody. So nobody wants it. So I just feel like there might be cocky people in the West that still talk shit and think that it's 1983 or something. But, you know, if it was, then yeah, maybe there'd be a lot more legitimacy to the claims and the thoughts that, you know, NATO could do something to Russia and hurt them. But not right now. I mean, there's just too many things that can go wrong. I mean, I'm not trying to down the United States Army or anything, but I mean, we just got done with Biden and all the wreckage they did with that. You know, any buildup Trump started in his first term got stopped. So we're hiccuping along in this, you know, buildup to be this new, you know, maintain the hegemony. You know, there's all these hiccups in this reindustrialization and remilitarization. Whereas the other two guys, the main rivals, China and Russia, they've been on course plodding along for 10 years. So they're ready for it. And like you said, it's an existential threat to Russia for NATO to be that close to them, so they're not going to give. It's like, you can stop and back up, but we're not. And, you know, they'll sit there and until you get tired of it and leave, or they'll fight you until you get tired of it and leave. Or we all die in a nuclear fireball. I don't really see any other option.
The Madeline said that they're off to Grosvenor Casino in Didsbury. I feel we have provided enough towards Wyatt running costs. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Madeline. Really appreciated. Good luck. Good luck at the casino. Hopefully it all goes out.
Hopefully she wins a lot of money and then she can donate more to us.
That's right.
Or to me, actually, to me.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. So it's unfortunate that I can't remember his name now. The guy that we were just.
It was Ryler.
Ryler. Oh, yeah, thank you. So it's unfortunate Ryler's going right, but I think I could see his point. What he's trying to say of like, but I think in my opinion, this is all about the negotiations. I think the timing right now is about the negotiations. I think this is Russia providing counter leverage. You know, Donald Trump is trying to get some kind of leverage on the Ukrainians, and you know what? Here comes Russia, and they're like, we have 1 million North Koreans worth of leverage right now.
Well, I mean, the other thing too, like I said, it could just be a matter of, you know, Trump knows what the problem is and who the block is on the negotiation. Putin knows who the block is, so they both agreed, yeah, we'll sit here and do the negotiation dance. Meanwhile, Russia just keeps doing what it wants, and maybe by the end of the fall, Ukraine's depleted enough and Russia's taken enough that they're happy and they'll come to the bargaining table. And the whole time they can both sit there. Well, we tried. You know, every time we thought we had something, you know, then Zelensky comes out and says something, or some guy says this, or the Rada does that. You know, I mean, they don't even have to try. I mean, really, they can sit here and do this pretend negotiation, let Russia finish them off on the ground over the next maybe 6 to 8 months if things go good this summer. And but then, I just mean make a deal with the new management. I mean,
I just mean the timing.
You know, Zelensky's going to pop off. You know, the Rada is going to pop off. There's going to be other people that pop off and derail it constantly. There's going to be EU people. I mean, you don't even have to try. You just pretend, let Russia keep chugging along, and then in the end, when Ukraine can't do nothing and they have to negotiate, then you just, oh, okay, now we'll deal. I mean, it kind of seems like that's what's going on because it's just going nowhere. They keep getting made all kinds of offers, and they act like they want to do it. Then they change their mind, and then
even if that's what they're doing, it still looks like
30 kilometers. You know,
even if that's what they're doing, which it might be, it still looks like here's the good cop, bad cop. Here the Americans are saying mineral deal, good cop, and here the Russians are saying, oh, North Koreans, you know how they are. They take no prisoners. You know, bad cop. But really, come to the negotiating table, make a deal, do it now. Kind of like that's how I'm seeing it. Go ahead, Rylar.
So. You guys were sorry, my internet cut out. That's why I left. But you guys were talking earlier about how no one really wants to fight nuclear war, and I don't really know if it's a guarantee that no side would be willing to use nuclear weapons in a sort of escalation scenario between the U.S. and Russia. Because let's just take the U.S. as an example. You know, if the U.S. loses, 20, 30 million people in a nuclear war, there's still going to be 300 million people left to fight the war. It's not like just you use nukes and it's just an instant stalemate. That's just not how things are anymore. If you're talking a nuclear war, then, the U.S. might only get hit by, 400 warheads. And not all of those can be countervalued. Some of them have to be counterforced. And so realistically, you're not going to be talking about the majority of U.S. population getting killed in a nuclear war, or even the majority of U.S. area being majorly affected by a nuclear war. You have
but that's not
small
how,
and mid-sized cities.
Politicians make. But that's not how politicians make considerations. It's like, they only have 5 nukes, and I have 10 nukes, so it's okay. I can win.
We'll just lose Los Angeles.
Even one nuke exploding, you're talking about millions of people dying.
Yeah, and plus the nuclear fallout, the environment will just be destroyed forever.
But the Soviets lost 15% of their population in World War II, and they kept fighting. If the U.S.
that was over a 6-year period. It wasn't like all in one day. I mean, they had time to kind of absorb that loss.
Sure, but are people just gonna if they're?
But that's a total war, right? The key thing why people are arguing with you is that no countries is going to go into a total war with Russia over Ukraine. Ukraine is not worth it. Now you're saying that the United States must fight Russia so that they can win. But win for what? What is the final objective? There's no benefit in winning the war.
Well, so Russia can't...
Ukraine, right? Why is the United
Ukraine is the backwaters of Europe. Nobody gave a damn about Ukraine before the war. People don't even know where the hell is Ukraine.
I mean, remember
when I report on Ukraine, when I wrote about the situation in Ukraine, no one reads those articles. No one give a freaking damn about Ukraine, the Donbas civil war. Nobody give a fuck. Then suddenly Ukraine war happened. Everybody was like, "Oh, Slava Ukraine." It's like, It's ridiculous.
Remember,
No?
it was last year, I think, or maybe early this year, probably last year. Like John Mearsheimer was talking about these people in the West that think we're going to go all the way to the mat for Ukraine. It's like, we're not losing a city in New York or anywhere in the United States. We're not going to take a nuke for Ukraine. And by default, we're not going to take a nuke for probably any city in Europe, probably not even the UK. And they're supposedly our longest, most trusted ally. I mean, we're not going to let it get to that because we're not going to lose a city for some backwater like Ukraine. And that's the truth. I mean, that's why we run NATO. That's why the Article 5 says, oh, yeah, if you get attacked, we'll have a meeting and see. Because it's like, you know who's got the final say. The UK's got nukes, but they can't do nothing unless the United States tells them. France surely ain't going to go at it alone with 100 nukes against 6,000 plus. And that, I mean, it's just, there's just no hunger for that. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to even go that way because it only goes downhill from there, I guess.
So you guys ask, how is it, why would the US be willing to go to a nuclear war with Russia over Ukraine? And I think to give sort of a comparison, like, I think we've all got into arguments with, our parents or our spouses or whatever about really minor things. Like, I'm sure we've all had situations where, someone in your family asks you to put away the dishes, you don't want to do it, and that turns into like a huge argument that lasts for hours. You're not angry there just about having to do the dishes. It's sort of representative of a larger pattern where you don't have good communication or you don't have a good relationship, and you're just constantly getting asked to do things you don't want to do. And with Ukraine, it's almost the exact same thing. What you're basically potentially going to be talking about is if the US is going to escalate with Russia over Ukraine, say it sends troops or cross the line with aid or whatever, what NATO leaders are going to perceive there is that if we don't escalate with Russia now, then they're going to be emboldened to keep doing more and more stuff and ultimately force us to use nukes at a later date. And Russia's going to view the same thing with NATO. If Russia's going to say, oh, if we keep letting NATO send more and more aids and troops to Ukraine, eventually they're just going to launch an invasion of Russia, and we can't do anything about that. And the way I see it is that, the majority of nukes in both Russia and NATO aren't actively deployed. They sit in storage. They're not just loaded onto ICBMs at 100% of the time. And so within a relatively short time, you can move all those nukes out from their storage sites where they can't be targeted in a nuclear war. And so instead of being potentially hit by 500 nukes in nuclear war, the US could be hit by 1,000 or 2,000 nukes. And so what NATO and Russia have to keep in mind is that if they don't escalate now, instead of losing 20 million troops in a nuclear war, the U.S. could lose 100 million troops. And so it's just sort of a matter of, do you want to take, the 50% chance that you're going to lose 100 million troops in 5 years, or do you want to take the 100% chance you're only going to lose 20 million now? So that's just sort of how I think that NATO leaders have to view this from the sort of
well, thank God you're not a NATO leader, because they've got a bit more pragmatic thinking than you. Jesus Christ, no, they're not going to start launching nuclear weapons willy-nilly. Like, there's a reason why they've only been launched once in history. So if you're saying that, preemptively launching nuclear weapons because you think that down the road you might have to use them, because down the road you potentially could get into a war with another country, like, just listen to that argument. It just makes no sense.
I mean, if you were to do a first strike, like, I'm not exactly sure, but I believe the United States and Russia both view a first strike as a full retaliation, which means getting everything, because you're basically forcing them to launch everything because they got to save whatever they can save. So it's guaranteed mass destruction. There's not going to be a limited exchange if it's a first strike.
Yeah, we're dead. We're all dead. That's it.
Why do you think they will scramble every bomber? They will pop off everything they can pop off, and that'll be that. Because even if they have a good idea where it's going, it's like, well, we're going to lose 50% of our nuclear triad. Sorry, we're sending it all. That's the other problem. I mean, that's
Well,
why
what-
only certain countries should have nukes and that certain ones shouldn't.
Well, why do you think that Trump wants to spend all this money on Golden Dome? You know, you spend, the only
Yeah,
reason
but-
you'd have something like Golden Dome is to be able to, fight a nuclear war and win, to be able to shoot down all these ICBMs and not have it just completely eradicate.
really,
your
right
military
now,
and-
It
the
could just
United
be Trump
States doesn't
talking out of his
have any-
ass, right?
Yeah,
It could
and
just be that.
the other thing is too. I mean, to get to the Golden Dome would require a massive amount of systems. Right now, they would be good just to have a decent shield in the Pacific to protect you from North Korea. I mean, really, right now, a Chinese submarine could sail right up to the West Coast and launch cruise missiles unopposed, probably into the L.A. harbor, San Francisco. Maybe San Diego would have some SAM ships that would fire, but what if they're all in port on Liberty and nobody's on the boat?
you shoot down cruise missiles with fighter jets. Even back
yeah,
in
but
World War
they don't
II,
have enough fighter jets on the coast. If they wanted to launch, let's say, 500 or 600 missiles from a variety of platforms, which they could easily do right now, there's not enough aircraft available to defend that coast. And then they just took out San Diego, L.A., San Francisco, those, or go up north and hit, Washington State. I mean, hit all four ports. You could do that with a few dozen submarines, and they've got that.
Well, back in World War II, the British were intercepting something like 90% of the V1s that were that were being fired by Germany by the end of the war. And that's with World War II technology.
Yeah, but see, they have a massive air defense. That's what I'm saying. Right now, we don't have the air defense. So the Golden Dome thing would have to, that's a long way off. Right now, like I said, you would be good to have air defense over your East Coast and your West Coast and maybe a few key military installations. Because right now, we're wide open. I mean, we got 7 THAAD systems in the entire inventory with 700 missiles. And 2 of those are in Israel. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 in the Pacific. So maybe we got 1 on the continental United States. That's not covering shit. Where's it covering? I mean, and Patriots. I mean, everybody knows we're running low on Patriots. So I'm sure that's not just sitting out somewhere deployed in Texas, protecting the Gulf. You know what I mean? We're wide open. So yeah, the Golden Dome might just be code for we need to build a shitload of surface-to-air missiles.
Well, and you can
regardless
just get more
of the threat, because they need to shoot down bombers, cruise missiles, ICBMs, and we really don't have anything for it.
And
so
you
that
can
might
just
be
build-
more the intent is just to build out the surface-to-air missiles.
And you could just
Like
build
our
up more.
shield.
You could just build up more AWACS and ground radars to be able to, see those cruise missiles coming and send up jets to intercept them.
Yeah, but
it's
you still have to have the capacity. We don't you got to build more fighter jets, pilots, service, air-to-air missiles for them to shoot. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Right now, we're really lacking on the interceptors for those types of systems, whether it's air launched or ground launched. We're really, really lacking.
All right. Well, did you guys just?
Another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask, do you believe that Russia launched an unprovoked attack or launched an unprovoked war on Ukraine?
Do I believe that Russia launched an unprovoked war on Ukraine? Is that your question?
Yes.
Ayush, you're a little bit low.
What's that?
No, it's just Ayush was a little bit hard to hear. Sorry.
So, the way I see this is that you talked about a quote-unquote unprovoked war. No country ever believes it starts the wars it fights. Everyone agrees peace is a good thing, but no one can ever agree on what peace is. What's peace for one country is genocide and occupation for another, and that's how things always have been and always will be. You're basically talking about moralistic language here, where waging an unprovoked war is seen as universally bad by everyone, but everyone's going to define that term in a way that's consistent with their own moral views on the world. So basically, Russia is going to come out and say, no, this isn't an unprovoked war. Ukraine started the war by attacking Donbass in 2014 and killing however many tens of thousands of people. And NATO is going to say, no, Russia started the war by invading Ukraine in 2022. And so ultimately, talking about this in terms of it being an unprovoked war is, I think, completely meaningless and just completely ignores the sort of, how language becomes constructed in terms of the different moralistic views that people have on the world. And it ignores how you got to deconstruct language like that to get at what you're fundamentally representing with words like that.
So what do you think?
What do you mean? What do I think?
What do you think?
Like, do you have thoughts?
Well, I don't really think it matters who started the war. You know, it is what it is. And ultimately, you got to view it through the lens of what do we do now and what exactly, you know, NATO and Russia could have done differently to get, you know, results in the past and get new results going forward. It doesn't matter a huge amount who started the war. You know, everyone's going to say that their enemy started the war. They're the bad guys. And so I think that ultimately, you know, it's sort of a pointless exercise to view things that way and to sort of analyze that any more than, you know, beyond simply a trivial analysis of, okay, country X did this, country Y did that, and now we have a war. So
Yeah,
we
but
get sort of,
if there are a set of
What is
reasons,
your position?
no, well, to answer what he's saying, if there are a set of reasons that are plausible, which would cause the Russian people to believe that they had to go to war, then in order to get peace, you have to address those, correct?
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think, you know, without necessarily buying in on one side or the other, pretending that it was an unprovoked war, and I'm not suggesting you are, I'm just saying those who do and who talk about Zelensky being Churchill, those who don't see the Russian perspective, set of reasoning that Russia relies on, are not going to achieve peace. And so I think that's the big problem Trump has, is that he can actually perceive it from the Russian position. He understands that that's a reality, is that Russia has opinions. Put another way, Russia has security interests. Russia is a state.
I mean,
it's not going to get told what to do by a bunch of globalists.
I mean, like I said, the best thing Trump is going to come out with this is a bag of money. That's the only thing he can bring home, is some bag of money to cover the loss and the expense and the investment and the equipment. That's the only thing he can do. I mean, if you want to play it cold-blooded, the best thing Trump could do is to be just flat out cut off Ukraine, abandon Ukraine, let Russia get whatever it wants, interfere with, you know, NATO, and, you know, do whatever readjustments we're going to do, worry about the new concerns like Canada, the Panama Canal, and Greenland, and then when it sorts out, go back and make a deal with Russia, because it's going to end up happening anyway in the end. So just, you already know you're going to lose. You already taken the L. I mean, you can mitigate it. I mean, the longer it drags on, the more NATO's dick's going to get knocked in the dirt. So that's fine. I mean, maybe they need to be put in their place a little bit longer. But if you want to get out of being put in your place any worse than you already have, you know, walk away, let it fall apart, come back and make a deal. But, I mean...
Super chat. Mr. Eric say, let's have an adult talk without kids. Rila has got to go.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Oh my God.
So, Toby, I don't really...
Yeah, but like I said, just real quick, you know, the only thing Trump can come home with is a bag of money. That's it.
Toby, I don't disagree with you. I think you make...
Oh, sure, go
on.
No,
I don't think we disagree either.
Yeah, Toby, I think that what you're making some really good points. Ultimately, I agree with you. I don't think that any country that just disregards everything Russia has to say and they're the only good guys is going to get anything done. In fact, that's exactly the point I'm making. You know, you talk about all these sorts of ideas of peace and freedom and prosperity or whatever. It's all just moralistic language that's constructed by people just trying to create their own moral meta-narratives about how, oh, this, you know, we're the good guys, you're the bad guys. And ultimately, peace is only ever going to result from compromise. It's not going to result from you thinking you're unequivocally good and your enemy's unequivocally bad. Otherwise, there's no reason to negotiate in the first place. But I think
I agree with that.
I think that trying to analyze this
quickly, I think there's also the side that no one talks about, which is the Russian military-industrial complex. Russia is not the pure and the good. They may have a really convincing set of reasoning about their security interests, but they also have a load of people making a load of money out of this war. So it's not just black and white. So I absolutely agree with you. You know, the moralistic posturing about the good guys and the bad guys, I agree with you completely. It's completely counterproductive, and very much like sports teams. You know, I'm going for this sport team to win because I'm invested in it emotionally. And that's very narcissistic in my view. And that won't lead to peace either. But it is like it's interesting geopolitically, because like one thing that the Ukraine war has kind of shown is the reality of a multipolar world. The whole, you know, this to me is the biggest change in the world from the Ukraine war, is the end of the end of history theory from the neocons. So yeah, I think that's the point here, is that like if you're happy to see the end of the neocons, you're probably inclined to support Russia just because you don't want regime change in Iran, regime change everywhere until the globalists get whatever they want. Because the neocons were all about perpetual war.
Yeah, and on top of that, Toby, you also have the point of you might. Yeah, I had my finger and I conceded it, so I'm taking it
Yeah,
back.
I'm just interrupting because I've got to go to work in a couple of minutes, and you'll.
Yeah, thank you for showing up, Toby. By the way, nice to see you. It's been a while since
this Euro time thing, Wyatt. I don't know what you're doing, man. You're killing me. But anyway, you all have a good one. I'll see you all next time.
See you later, Toby. Hey, I'll be quick, Gabriel. Hey, Ryler, it's not like a couple or something like that. It's like two people fighting, right? So are you going to smack them or you're not? And if you're going to smack them, you might want to give them a warning, right? When was the last time we saw a nuclear test? I believe it's decades ago. I'm pretty sure if those were actually on the table, we would have seen one or the other side smack a little bomb here and there, just to show that, look, our ordinances are still working. Because for all we know, they may no longer work, right? So it can be like nobody are showing off that, hey, my nukes are still working, right? So, you know, I think we would have seen something like that if your scenario were actually coming to fruition. That's all.
Well, you don't need to.
I actually agree. I actually also wondering whether the nuclear weapons actually works. Like these are all very old weapons. I think only the Russians have tested like the newest ballistic missiles, but I also not even sure if their nuclear weapon works. Like you have the ballistic missile, but does your nuclear?
But they didn't have a warhead on it.
Well, you don't need to test nuclear warheads anymore because all that's done by supercomputers. That's all done by supercomputers. It's really not necessary.
Yeah, but if when there was a whole time where the NATO people were like, oh, Russia's shit don't work. That would have been a good time to show, drop a nuclear weapon on an island.
There has been a suspicious amount of like eerily low intensity earthquakes in particular parts of the world. Just saying. But back to this point you guys were talking about, like the inertia of war. Like there's interests in the perpetual war, both on the neocon side. Toby proposed that perhaps the Russian military-industrial complex might have incentives to continue the war and stuff like that. Even beyond that, there's also an incentive to like perpetuate or prolong the weakening of the Western Bloc through this exertion of like both political, political, economic, and industrial, like all what Ryler was saying earlier about how the attrition level and all of that. But it's not just Russia who has attrited itself its industrial military components. NATO pretty much vacated all its Soviet era stockpiles, which was a shit ton. And on top of that, you also have the whole issue of
yeah, but I'm not going to buy into the whole Russia's attrited its land forces. I mean, have they had losses? Yeah, but the idea that they're running low to me is just not happening.
I'm saying that even if that were the case, it's still the case that this front line of NATO, the Eastern Bloc of NATO,
the cupboard is bare.
Run dry, and so it's not like the attrition is just one way. And on top of that, you also have the case that Russia has been mainly using its old equipment, and not pretty much not deploying its newer stockpiles of equipment. But even beyond that, you have this whole issue of the inertia of war. You have the soldiers who are getting good pay. You have like a whole ecosystem of forces that are of like necessities that are being supplied by the war, and it's not possible to stop it like out of the blue. And applying that not to Russia but to Trump, like Yvonne was saying, that Trump can walk away with a bag of money and all that. But what if the real bag of money is actually to keep the war going, to keep on selling to the Europeans and the Ukrainians whatever they're producing a month? And so, like, in the end, the only limit to that gravy train would be how malleable is the MAGA crowd to tolerate the continuation of the war, basically, because he came in with the promise of, like, oh, stopping the war, but maybe now he finds himself in a situation in which it's not that expedient to actually stop the war or to even pull back from it. Maybe they just need to keep it running because the same inertia is actually pressing on its own interests. So I don't know. Maybe, like, I'm not saying it's actually the case right now, but I am seeing a certain level of hesitancy to, like, actually doing what is necessary to unwind, to de-escalate, or to even stop the war. I'm pretty sure America could stop the war if it wanted to, and it's clearly not the case. So I'm not sure if they're actually going to do that as promised, or it was a nice idea, a good sale, but the reality on the ground is their economy is too dependent on continuing the gravy train going, the blood money.
Well, I don't know if any of you guys saw this. Did you see that missile that hit Tel Aviv earlier, or not Tel Aviv, the Ben Gurion airport earlier today?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I think they said that the THAAD in Israel fired at it but failed to intercept. So I think it's sort of, it's, everyone was saying the THAAD's so great, but I guess it's not as good as they said it was. Although one intercept isn't really a accurate sample size. But, it is what it is. If the THAAD isn't going to be 100% effective, then the U.S. is going to have to work on that to improve its effectiveness over time.
Yeah, no system is going to be 100% effective. But how much missiles do you got? You need a couple of interceptors for every target.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's where the Golden Dome thing. Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to have this dome over America, but I think right now that's more or less just trying to build up the interceptors for the ships and the ground-based stuff and the aircraft. And then at the same time, they're going to obviously have to add ships to the inventory and build the ground-based systems and build the radars for it and stuff. But, that's what they should have been doing years ago. I mean, they've talked about the threat from, Chinese or North Korean ballistic missiles for years, or Iran. We've helped Israel build Iron Dome, but we don't have anything. Like I said, I mean, our ports aren't really protected. I'm sure a lot of the military bases and stuff. I mean, even if they have air defense units assigned to the, let's say the first Armored Division or something like that, or 10th Mountain Division, and they're sitting up there at Fort Drum, New York, and somebody shoots missiles at them. I mean, do they have any air defense? Do they have any air defense ready? No. I mean, that's the thing. It's like that's where we're lacking. So they need to start building out the ground-based, the sea-based, and then add aircraft, and then more missiles for them to try to. And then and also a lot of early detection radar, early warning stuff. But they're hopefully they get moving on it. They gotta get going fast.
Sure. And you look at the next generation interceptor. I think those are going to cost like $111 million each, is what they're saying. And that's a large amount of money. But if you think about just what it's going to be doing, it's if you're talking about winning a nuclear war, that's as important as having an air force, pretty much. Like, you think about how many.
You'd be better off building out, copying the S-300. Why not just steal the S-300 designs and copy it, and then just add your own Western electronics to it.
Sure, just import the Arrow 3 from Israel. That's another option. But I mean, if
Yeah,
you
but
talk
I mean, I
about
don't know why we're
if
not
you talk
doing
about
that.
winning a nuclear war, it's something that's, you know, the U.S. could conceivably do if it's willing to put in the effort. You know, it has, you know, 4,000 combat aircraft or whatever it is. It can afford, you know, 1,000 or 2,000 of those missiles if it's really willing to put its money where its mouth is.
Yeah, but it'd be, like I said, I think it'd be cheaper just to do something like, you know, why not just build 10,000 American cloned S-300 type or S-400?
Sure,
You know,
but those
for
can't shoot
half
down
the price.
Those can't shoot down ICBMs though.
You can modify them for that, and I believe the S-400s or 500s. Well, you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, the
they're
S-500 is the
already
one that.
producing these missiles. Why not just, you know?
Yeah, but
I mean,
guys,
they always talk about Russia stole this and China stole that. Well, what motherfuckers steal it back and copy it? I mean, especially when you can do it for half the price. And who cares if it's you know, if it's perfect? If you got 10 to shoot at every inbound ICBM, that's better than having 1 or 2.
Sure.
I mean,
well, the
I've done
S-500 is the one that can shoot down ICBMs. But I think you make a good point. I talk a lot on here about what I think states are going to do, not what I think they should do. What I think that states ultimately should do is basically acknowledge that other countries are going to have their own moral systems where they think they're 100% right and that we're 100% wrong, and that ultimately you can't really view war through this sort of moral lens that most people view it through. So fundamentally, you know, if Russia's, you know, fighting a war in Chechnya or Ukraine or whatever, that's only ever Russia and Ukraine's issue, and any other country that might be threatened by that. But primarily, it's not America's issue if it doesn't directly affect America. The only time countries like America should get involved in wars if there's a direct threat to the country, because then you're only ever talking about the moralistic system that affects your own country that you are going to be able to argue. Let me finish what I'm saying. That you are going to, you know, argue and defend both ideologically and with military force if necessary. And so when you talk about you know, things like weapons procurement, I think the best foreign policy the US should take on is to basically, you know, not get involved in things like NATO, not get involved in treaties with, you know, countries like Japan or Taiwan or South Korea or whatever, and ultimately basically become like Switzerland, where not only does it not get into, you know, these sort of geopolitical competitions with countries like Russia or China, but it also just seeks to cooperate them, you know, militarily on a certain extent, sort of like what Mongolia does. You know, Mongolia imports weapons from Russia and China, also imports weapons from Western countries. You know, you think about just how expensive the things the military buys are. You know, it spends like $1,500 on helmets, you know, $100,000 on toilets or whatever. That's because all that stuff needs to be produced in America. It's legally required to be produced in America because, you know, people get paid by the military industrial complex and they don't want to import weapons. So if you talk about, you know, how is it possible that you can buy a helmet for $100 off eBay, but that same helmet costs the U.S. military $1,500? Because all that stuff is produced in places like China or Vietnam that have, you know, GDP deflators and where you can, you know, where salaries are low and you can buy those things for those kind of prices. But, and when you talk about, you know, having a sort of, you know, the U.S. in a neutral setting where it can import whatever it wants from any country in the world, you know, it can import things like, you know, missile defense S-500 for way cheaper than it can produce it itself. So I think when you talk about having a sort of, you know, neutral policy, you can do that kind of thing where you build up a much stronger force than you otherwise could have and only focus on sort of mobilizing it into war whenever wars come up. I want to respond to the super chat real quick. War and of its just can only be seen through moral lens. Ryler is an idiot. Shit's fried. So this is exactly what I was saying earlier. I agree that war can only ever be seen through a moral lens, but when you think about just what morals fundamentally are, they're only ever our best guess as to what's actually going to create the most value for people. Because, you know, utilitarian value, it's only ever something that's preferential based. Like you think about, oh, do I want to get chocolate or vanilla ice cream? You don't think about that in terms of, oh, chocolate ice cream gives me 5 values of utility, vanilla ice cream gives me 3, whatever. You just think, oh, I prefer chocolate ice cream or I prefer vanilla ice cream. These things are unquantifiable and they're not something that can ever be precisely determined. So morals are only basically just sort of heuristics or rules of thumb we use for those sort of uncalculable ethical dilemmas where you're saying, okay, these actions are right, these are wrong, and that's just my best guess as to what's going to generate the most value for society, because no one can fundamentally know that. And because morals are just these sort of ethical rules we're applying to ourselves as well as other people, no one's ever fundamentally more correct in their morals than anyone else, or more likely to be correct, rather, in terms of computating that uncomputable factor.
Yes.
And so let
And
me
we're
finish
seeing
what I'm
that
saying.
in
Let me
real
finish what I'm
time.
saying. I think that when you talk about
like 2 hours.
and
No,
when you
but fine,
talk
finish. Go on.
yeah. And when you talk about, geopolitics, every country has its own set of, interpersonal morals that it takes on that says, this behavior is acceptable, these aren't, and we call those laws because, that's just what countries are. That's what governments are. They sort of aggregate the interpersonal morals that the people of its population have into something that everyone has to abide by, because if a certain amount of political capital aligns a particular way, that's just what's going to end up happening. You're going to have that imposed on the population of a country. That's just how politics work in general. So when you talk about something like international conflicts, it's the case that every country develops its own sort of moral lens of, this is, the wars we fight are unequivocally correct. Our opponents are the epitome of evil. And if we don't win this war, it's going to be the worst thing ever. And evil is going to prevail over good, and blah, blah, blah. All these things you've heard from literally every single country that's ever fought a war in history. This is just how propaganda works, And so when you just can't think of wars as being you can't think of the wars you fight as just being these, like, what I'm trying to say is you got to be aware of that fundamentally, that even if you think the wars you're fighting are right, your enemy's not going to agree with that. And so you can't just look at fighting wars in terms of good defeating evil. You just sort of have to view it through a sort of morally relativistic lens where you fundamentally understand that, okay, we want to win this war only because it's in our own self-interest to do so. It's only within the interest of our own political system of those
it's
sort of moral
arbitrary. Can you
heuristics.
please get down to the point?
How it's
That's how wars are seen by the ones who actually plan them and trigger them. When it comes to selling the war to your population because you're going to screw them over backwards, you're going to send their kids to die, you're going to put them on rations, you're going to put them in a police state, in a militarized state, in a state of exception, you're going to suspend their rights, So when it comes to screwing over your population, you have to create this highest of moral standards, that is justifies all this suffering that you're going to inflict on your own people. That's
exactly.
This happens when the interests of the war are not aligned with the people. When the interests of the war are aligned with the people, like in a defensive war, in a war that is done to protect its sovereignty, then you don't need this grandstanding. You don't need to create the enemy as the epitome of evil. You can say, oh, there are brothers that they've turned berserk, and we just have to stop them. We have to teach them a lesson. You can say, oh, we have to defend our families. We have to defend our homeland, because they're attacking us again. You don't need this greatest good. We're gonna end all wars and shit like that. That only is a case when the moral justification is absolutely fake and hypocritical. That's when you need the grandest of moral standings. And that's when the war is caused by a pragmatic interest. And about what you were saying earlier about how America could focus on itself and stop, spending in all this global influence. it almost sounded like you were suggesting that America has an ideological interest over the world that is practically altruistic, that it's serving it no benefit, that it's not gaining anything from it. It's just a loss. When,
Well,
the fact of the matter is, it's the opposite. America has all this infrastructure. Its own domestic infrastructure is collapsing and shit because all of their focus is on creating an infrastructure of world domination because it does bring a profit. Because it brings such a great profit that you can actually disregard your local population, infrastructure, and development because you have a bigger cash cow outside. And that's sort of the bane of empires, that they end up getting a bigger cash cow outside, and that hollows out their own core.
But
And that's
wars
what's
aren't.
happening right now.
But this is exactly what I'm saying. Wars aren't just fought because it's in the the materialistic self-interest of the countries to fight them. Wars haven't made economic sense in a century or more. There's no the U.S. got like probably a cent for every dollar it spent, fighting the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Whose is that money?
I mean,
whose is that money?
It's the American taxpayers. But this is what I'm trying to
Who
say.
is that?
There's not.
Who is that?
There's a reason that the people are willing to elect politicians that start these wars, even if they're not economically profitable, is because at the same time there's that economic motive for wanting to fight wars or vote in politicians or whatever. There's also a political or interpersonal motive to fight those wars as well, where you say that, okay, this war is justified because it's, we're defending freedom, spreading democracy, defending our people,
The whole point
what blah
of the
blah blah.
taxpayer's
And this
dollar-
sort of goes this is sort of, it's derived
The whole
from very
point of the
fundamental
taxpayer's
aspects of the
dollar
human condition and of the
is that
living
it's
condition
no
in
one's
general.
dollar.
Because
The whole point of the
life
taxpayer's
forms
dollar
like
is
life
that
forms
nobody owns it. So, like, if you don't have a patriotic or a nationalistic government that actually considers the dollar, the taxpayer dollar, like something that is valuable, then it's just free money. It's up for grabs. And so,
Well,
if your moral value is profit, then it's money that you can just throw it away to the trash. If you can if you can extract a percentage of that money, you can you can burn it, as long as you can say, oh, it burned away and you kept 10% for the big guy, and that's a good business. You don't
Well-
need a return on investment because it's nobody's money.
Well,
as long
this-
as you can keep a percentage of it, then it's fine, because that's your moral standard. The moral standard is
I
how
think,
much profit
hey,
can I make
Gabriel,
on it.
real quick, with like what Gabriel's saying too. I mean, you can kind of see that attitude really at play, like in the United States and stuff, because you can see how these people are going for the quick buck, the military sales, when there was, all kinds of opportunity before the war started, to where you could have set up trade and transit deals and port deals and, extraction deals in Ukraine with all the parties involved in the current conflict, and created long-term revenue streams that you could have grifted off of. But you don't have people that are smart like that. These guys are like, oh, you can make $10 today, or you could make $100 in a month. They're just like, oh, I'll take the $10 today. I mean, there's numerous opportunities that were missed before the war started, to where all these parties that were basically interested in money could have been well set generationally. Their kids, and could have been living off the grift in 50 years if they would have played it right. But they're just not smart people. I think that's part of the problem. You got a lot of really dumb people in powerful positions that aren't able to see a long-term big picture, and it really hurts them, and it really hurts their countries too.
So let me finish what I was saying
Let
earlier.
Coco
What I'm
go.
trying to say is, I got to leave soon, so let me just finish what I'm saying and then I'll head off. What I'm trying to say is that these sorts of things they sort of derive from very fundamental aspects of the human and the condition of biological life in general. Every biological being has two fundamental, goals that it wants to achieve, or things that it needs to be, that need to apply to it for it to be, a living individual. It has to have self-preservation, which means that, it seeks to, continue living. It seeks to preserve his life as a sort of going concern, where it doesn't just. Let me finish what I'm saying. I got to leave soon. It needs to finish. It needs to be able to, have a motivation to do things like eat, drink,
Yeah, it
sleep,
needs to have
whatever it needs to continue
self-preservation
its life as that
and
sort of
something
going
to
concern.
justify its
And
self-preservation.
Gabriel, please let me finish. I really need to head out soon. So, and at the same time, it has a second motivation, which is reproduction, which fundamentally ensures that other life forms are going to
That is the
continue to
reason why
exist. And that's,
self-preservation makes
please
any sense
don't
at all.
interrupt me. I really need to go soon. And because
Not
that
a
individual is not going to live forever and knows that at some point it's going to need to preserve the species as a whole and to continue the existence of other life forms like it. And so the way that plays out with way more complicated creatures, organisms like humans, is that you obviously have that sort of, obvious self-interest where you do things like, eat, sleep, drink, use the bathroom, whatever, that generate, qualia with positive valence for yourself. But at the same time, you have that sort of, interpersonal valuation where you seek to preserve the quality of life and the existence of the species as a whole. And the most simple form of that is reproduction, but on a more complex scale, it also involves things like politics and things like, international relations, charity, all these sorts of things that benefit others over yourself. And even though fundamentally that's all, internal motivation, it's all just, chemical signals in your brain that motivate you to do these things, that, interpersonal motivation is ontologically different from that, ostensible self-interest, obvious self-interest that I talked about earlier. And so the way this plays into politics is that while, people have that self-interest at the same time to, just invade countries and exploit them for profit, they also have that interpersonal interest where they want to feel like they're making the world a better place or preserving peace or doing all these other things that, improve the lives of others over themselves. That's why, soldiers are willing to jump on grenades or fly their planes into missiles or torpedoes to keep them from sinking ships and all that. And so when you talk about politicians, because ultimately wars are fought, deciding to fight wars is decided by politicians, not decided directly by the people. And so when those politicians have simultaneously their own set of those, self-interests and interpersonal interests that they're worried about. And so they have the self-interest that, okay, we want to get money from military-industrial complex. We want to spread our own moral values to the world. And so when either of those values that are taken on by the politicians conflict with the values of the people too much, that's when you get, governments that get overthrown. That's when the people are unwilling to put up with what governments are doing any longer. And it's also exactly why you don't see, countries like Russia invading Mongolia when Mongolia has no armed forces at all. And, Russia could get a huge amount of money just by invading them. Because ultimately Russia gets, a huge amount of trade deals with Mongolia. They don't need to, they would get very little out of invading them. At the same time, the Russian people and government don't want to see their troops get killed, fighting in Mongolia for no reason. It just doesn't make sense for them to do that. And that's what I'm saying, that while at the same time, there's the sort of, self-interested goal of both the politicians and the people in terms of fighting the wars they fight, there's also that interpersonal ideological goal where both the people and the politicians have. And when either of those sides, the people and the politicians, get too out of line with each other, that's when, you get revolutions, you get, removals from power, and you get, the politicians understanding that we don't want to fight these sorts of wars because they're because the people are going to overthrow us and it's too far out of whack with what the people want. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I gotta go now. Had a great time. Okay, see you guys next time. Bye.
Thanks for coming. So what other things you were trying to say?
So I have no freaking idea what happened over the past 1.5 hours. My brain didn't process a single thing. Like, anyway, breaking news.
You were wise to preserve brain power.
Yeah, well, breaking news. In Romania, they have the presidential election, of course, without Georgescu, and the candidate called George Simeon, which is who only ran because Georgescu didn't run, actually won first place. So the replacement candidate won the first place, and what is worse is that the EU-backed candidate actually won third place. An independent suddenly went into second place and kicked out the EU candidate. So they got to go into the final round. I think it's a one-on-one, right? If I'm not wrong. So So I'm not sure what is the position of the independent
I wonder
candidate,
what crime
Nikuso Dan. So
I wonder
I'm not
what
sure
crime
his
he's
position.
committed that he doesn't know he's committed yet that will disqualify him from the second round. I'm sure they're
Or
working
maybe
hard.
both of them will be like suddenly investigated to be, you know, Nazis or something. Like both of them, like suddenly the top two candidates will all be, you know, discounted because of Russian interference.
Yeah,
So,
or
who
the
knows?
EU got a bit smarter and now they put controlled opposition, you know, like Meloni. Go on, Coping. You've been waiting for forever. I know you can hold the thought.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. I just got to echo what Gabriel said. Good choice, Wyatt. You didn't miss anything. As far as I could tell, there was a whole lot of talking with. It wasn't even a black hole. It doesn't qualify for that, as far as I'm concerned. So I'd like to pivot a little bit away from Europe.
It was
and
a
little
flat
bit
hole.
A flat
I
hole.
try.
Damn, that was a good
I
one.
try to understand when he's doing his closing. Then I
thought
got
it
lost.
I thought it was gonna end anytime soon, and then he went on for just like an hour, and then now he was gonna just have to rush away. I wait. I roll a smoke. I go take a piss. I'm still back. He's still going, and that's just what I was gonna try to say. Is what he ends with, and I had no fucking clue what he has been saying for the past hour.
So Coping also have no idea. So
No.
Gabriel, do you have any idea what he's trying to say?
Yeah, he was trying to like.
I know he's trying to make it a philosophical thing,
but
but
he was trying to point out the fact that we weren't observing that water is wet. You know.
Pretty much, yes. A whole lot of words about nothing. I mean, yeah, morality is something that is pretty much arbitrary. That's why they go to war. Morality is used for war. I mean, that's pretty much the whole sentence. And he went on.
Okay, let's change the topic.
Yeah.
Change the
So,
topic.
anyways, can we
we have
get away
discovered
from
a
the
new cosmological phenomena: the flat hole.
The flat hole, yes. This one it seems to be a little bit trickier, but I'm gonna but it should be noted. Anyways, yeah, I'd like to kind of report something that seems to be underreported, and that's the situation in Syria. So, one thing that I've come across is that the Druze. I mentioned this quite a while ago, right after Assad's fall. There were some Druze settlements right near Israel that had actually requested Israel to outright annex them. And then there were several other settlements that later on they started requesting protection from Israel, not annexation, but protection. And this became rather unanimous. Now, what could be interesting with this one is that it was really quick. Like it happened very shortly after Assad's fall. And it's not too surprising if you paid any attention to the civil war because, I mean, the Druze have been fighting with the jihadis for the 10-something odd years or whatever. And Assad was pretty much the only one who was between. Now, they did not like Assad because he was quite ruthless with everyone, including the Alawites. I'm not sure if you guys have picked up, but the Alawites, they have reportedly gotten several thousands of them killed. Not much recourse. Not sure what the numbers are with the Syrian Christians. But the battle with the Druze have been just gradually escalated. So they have been some of the more organized and armed ones, but not particularly well armed. Now, the Israelis, they have themselves declared publicly twice now that they warned once Al-Shara not to, or the HTS or whatever you want to call them, to not attack the Druze. And then they extended it on the second declaration to the Syrian Christians. And the response had not been particularly like matching these statements. So like there's been like a few strikes here and there. I heard something about a helicopter coming with supplies. The most substantial thing, as far as I could tell, was a strike that happened near the presidential palace, and that's a direct threat to Al-Shara. But and that's strange, right? Because you would kind of actually expect the Israelis to jump right in. They are officially at war with Syria. There's no negotiations or anything like that really going on, even if it was the previous government. And there's another thing is that they actually have a lot of popular support for deploying the IDF in southern Syria. One reason for that is that 10% of the total Druze population, which is around 1 million, the vast majority in Syria, well, 10% of the Druze population happens to be Israelis, so they are in Israeli territory. And like 80 to 90% of the Druze men serve in the IDF, which means, of course, if they are pushing the Israeli government, it's a little bit hard for them to ignore, in addition to whatever other political incentives they would have. Now, the absence of response from the Israelis, I don't think it is a matter of them being like, I think they're actually really keen on going into to southern Syria. What I think they're doing is just holding it off until the Druze are really at the point where it's like, okay, really, now we're about to surrender. And then the Israelis will come in like, yep.
There was a report the other day that showed the Israelis had already been at least twice helicoptered in supplies to the Druze for weapons and food and stuff. So they're getting supplied if they're not getting other support. I mean, that's what they reported.
Yeah,
I assume they sent more than just 2 loads of stuff because there was a lot of guys there. So they were getting all that stuff on the.
Yeah, I would expect that too, especially since the because the Bedouin settlement that is in between and Dara, which is in between the Golan Heights and Shweda. So Shweda is more like on the south and east, and that's the biggest Druze community or city or whatever you want to call it. So in between them is a Bedouin city called Dara, that's Sunni Muslim. And they've generally been on good relations, but they, as some Druze reported, it was one day we were good neighbors, and then suddenly all hell broke loose. And then they were cut off from relieving the Druze neighborhoods in Damascus. So as far as I know, those neighborhoods have fallen to the HTS. And the Shweda, which is, like I said, the biggest community, is cut off. So as far as I understood it, most of their supplies have actually not been airdropped, but they've been going through Jordan. And so, yeah, that's why I kind of thinking like, yeah, the Israelis are probably already ready to go in, but they're just not officially committing because they want to make it like really, really clear that, yeah, look, they are really begging us to come over. And, you know, it's kind of, if you're looking from the Druze perspective, the Druze, worth noting with them is that they swear allegiance to the one that they are recognized as the rightful authority of the land, which is why the Israeli Druze are loyal to Israel, Lebanese Druze are loyal to Lebanon, and Syrian Druze are or were loyal to Syria when it had a recognized authority. However, the new authority that's come in has made it clear as they did throughout the entire civil war, and still clear that, yeah, like they're not making any mincing the words what they want to do with their wives and their daughters and stuff like that. You know, they consider them to be worse than infidels and worse than the kuffars. And so, yeah, when the Druze also see then what happens to the Alawites and the Syrian Christians, they got the justifiable reasons to be wanting to. I mean, you take whatever help you can get. So I think like if the Israelis are, I don't think the Israelis are actually going to be annexing though, because due to the settlement of Dara, I'm pretty sure like if you'll be including a whole bunch more of Sunni Muslims in the that's another headache. That's like another Ramallah or another Gaza basically. So
is there any reason why the Israelis didn't do anything to help the Alawites? I mean, like bomb the columns or anything?
My guess here would be one, the Alawites are, as far as I've understood it, notably more hostile towards the Israelis. The Druze, and because the Druze of Syria, they have a much more communication with the Druze of Lebanon and Israel. They are sort of better suited to kind of break through state propaganda, if you know what I mean. Whereas the Alawites, which come from the Assad, less so. And the second reason, which is important, I'm pretty sure the Alawites were actually counting on the Russians, at the very least, to give some aid, but the Russians seem to be rather absent. So,
well, the Russians took in like I think a couple thousand in on the air base and protected them. But I'm just saying, I mean, it's Israel's backyard, and clearly, I would think the Israelis view Islamist terrorists as more of a threat than their brothers in Christ. But that's just me. I mean, I just assumed they would have helped all the Christians. You know?
Yeah, one would assume that, but from what I've understood is that. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, one thing to keep in mind is that, like, according to Israeli reports, like 50% of the mobilized do not show up. They're having like a very hard time convincing their own troops to stay on duty. The ones that go out for rotation don't come back. The ones that they summon don't show up. And so I'm seeing like I don't see Israel having like moral qualms occupying the land. you know, under whatever pretext. But I do see that there's a certain level of, you know, overstretch that is starting to hit. You know, Toby's pointed this out a lot of times. You know, if you have 7 million people, you don't have that much armed forces. And yeah, they do have like a universal conscription and all that. But apparently that's all fine and good until you actually are in a situation of war. And, you know, they're going back into Gaza, they're getting smoked over there. They're talking a lot about going against Iran and so on. They didn't reassume their campaign in Libya, like at least not on the ground.
But don't forget they're threatening to shoot down Turkish aircraft in Syrian airspace. I mean, they're getting kind of overextended.
It's possible that it's true what you guys say, that maybe like they're waiting for the right moment to, you know, but what for? Is it to save face? You know, like they haven't been too worried about that so far. So I'm thinking maybe there's like a physical limit of their capabilities. I mean, sure, they can bomb and stuff like that, but you know, this whole ceasefire deal in Gaza and all that, that kind of lasted until Trump started selling them bombs again. So there's probably like a direct relation with their like capacity for ordnance. They're bombing Yemen pretty severely, the Americans, and those are bombs that, you know, can't go somewhere else, like to Israel. Like, so in a sense, when you talk about Israeli capabilities, you're also talking about American capabilities, but that also mean that, you know, when America runs out of ordnance, so does Israel. And so I'm seeing that they might be kind of limited on that front, especially if they have to like stockpile for a potential confrontation with Iran. Now the road to Iran would be through Syria, like at least from the Israeli part. But yeah, I don't know. These guys might be.
I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense, but it's when it comes. Remember that the Israelis had already knocked out quite a lot of the conventional forces that was from Assad, and so the HTS, while they do have, you know, got some replenishment from the Turks and so forth, these one would at the very least expect the Israelis to be able to provide more small arms and munitions to the Druze. What the Druze are reporting are that they are running out of munition, and that's why they have to withdraw and stuff like that. Which, you know, that's such, you know, if it is the case that it's material and the Israelis are not able to provide that, then it's a pretty dire situation. Yeah, Nika.
Hi, sorry.
Nika.
They can do some airdrops, but there is no land corridor between the Druze and the Israelites. There is a big portion of the Sunni.
They specifically said
Syrians.
those 2 drops were done by helicopter too. So
Yeah, it's 1 or 2. It's not a big deal. It's not like that major. And but the whole region between them is filled with Sunni Syrians. So it's not like very accessible for. It's only by airdrop there, I think. Plus, not all the Druze are okay with what's happening, and only one faction is calling for international aid because there's a lot of factions that are with the actual Syrian army. So they are not like unified as a group, and they're not like that numerous to begin with. It's like in the whole Syria there is like 8,000 or 600 or 800,000 Druze.
Yeah, it sounds like pretty skim ground force. But yeah, like I was wondering, what's the Syrian army? Who is the Syrian army?
Looks like mostly Toyotas with some heavy caliber machine guns mounted on them. I've seen like occasional sort of like light infantry fighting vehicles, but they don't seem to be having. Yeah, there's been an occasional tank. I've seen some footages of that too. So I mean, that's definitely an edge. They do have an armed edge over the Druze, no doubt about it. But the Druze also have fairly defensible territory. So insofar as they have means of responding to relatively primitive combined arms. I think the problem for them will be Air Force, if anything.
Yeah, but as I said, they're not all of them are not like, they don't have like the same direction toward the new government, because a lot of them are in the new government.
Yeah,
are a part of it.
That makes me actually also question how much control does Al-Sharaa actually have over the HTS, because on one side he's trying to be very pragmatic and diplomatic and, you know, seem clean shaven and everything like that. On the other side you have his base, and his base is kind of varied. Some of them are dogmatists but slightly more pragmatic and follow the, you know, kind of know how to follow the politics of things. And then you have those who say, no, we're going to establish a caliphate from Jerusalem to Mecca to the Vatican, and we're going to go, kill the infidels and all that.
That's a small portion. That's not a very big portion, you know, I understand, because if so, you will see a lot of discontent and a lot of...
Just like the Nazis in Ukraine, it's a small portion. It's practically irrelevant.
Well, I wouldn't say irrelevant, because even though they're small, they are also the armed ones, right? That's kind of like that's the one you listen to when you see a bunch of like angry dudes that are armed and they are roaming through the cities with heavy machine guns, undisputed, making public declaration. You know, if you are a state leader, let's say you are Al-Sharaa, and you do not, you know, you got to be maintaining your monopoly on violence. So anyone going off the script like that, you have to clamp down on them, right? It doesn't seem like, at least I haven't picked up anything like that happening, suggesting to me that either he's okay with it or he actually doesn't have as much power as one would be led to believe at first.
Well, I think he's more into negotiation and appeasing approach, because even with Alawites or Druze, there is a lot of talks and agreements. Because for Druze, for example, we see a lot of talks to the heads of the Druze, and they did a lot, like they did a lot of compromises. They said we do compromise.
There seems to have been a lot of interaction with the heads of different groups of people.
Yeah, even
the bodies, you know, like just the heads.
Yeah, because the heads control the body, especially in Druze.
Yeah,
in
if you
Druze
don't
area.
have the head, then the body is useless, you know. So there's been a lot of this interaction with the heads.
Yeah, because anyway, but if you don't, like, even in near the capital where there's like the two incidents happened, the security forces were like joined between the new government and the Druze the Druze themselves. So it's not like it's a mixed situation. It's not as people think that it is.
Super chat by Utis. Russia will escalate because this is an matter assistance. Wow, that messes with my brain. They will go all the way to the nuclear level. This is a matter of existence. Okay, yeah, that really messed up my brain. Like my brain suddenly stopped working.
What situation? What he was talking about?
The Russia will escalate.
It was
nuclear. No, maybe he's watching something is before that. You know, when they are still in the flat hole.
Yeah, it sounds like he's in the flat hole moment still. Yeah.
What was that? Because
That
I
was
wasn't here.
basic-
So.
You know, black
Yeah,
hole.
don't worry, you missed nothing.
Yeah.
You
It's
missed
not
nothing.
something that's deeply philosophical. It just seems like it's going to touch a black hole, but then it skims on the surface most of the time. It just kind of.
I know what the term means, but what's the subject?
Nuclear war,
nuclear war, basically.
Yeah, nuclear war over Ukraine.
Yeah,
and
he
that's
was
all I know.
promoting the World War III kind of. He was like,
NATO
let's
moving
send American
troops to the Baltics and going to ramp up a full-scale war, and I'm like, I don't know.
And Russia will not do anything, and Russia will just retreat. His idea was something.
And the
out of
reasoning
the-
behind
that
it,
is
we
still
had to
easier to
understand what's
understand.
moral and biology, and that's why
Yeah,
people
that is
aren't
the
rational,
easier part.
but you
Yeah.
see that blah, 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 blah,
Everything
blah,
was
blah,
going
blah.
up. Yeah. The
Yeah,
thing
you
is,
mi- you
one
absolutely
after
missed
another,
nothing.
it was.
It is the philosophical part that got me. You know,
Sorry. I will withdraw my question. Sorry. So
Yeah, that's not the best.
Good choice.
And then everyone
Thank
will just
you.
fry.
Thank you, Nika.
It's a bit like, talking about eating, like, no. Do you understand eating?
Yes.
But, it does not always just put the thing inside your mouth. Sometimes you need to chew. But, chewing may not necessarily means it's eating, then you just go down. It's like, what?
That's a really good
that kind of
analogy.
conversation. So then my brain just stopped working. Then I just like focus on other stuff.
I wanted to say something. A lot of sorry, sir. I'll finish eating.
Very bad manners, Nika. Very
You
rude.
fucking serious?
Maybe it's a
tell your
Canadian
mama.
thing. I don't know. It's a Canadian thing. Maybe that's why they vote for the Liberals.
Yeah, how are you with the elections? What is your reaction with that? Are you happy or sad?
Both, neither way, because both are shitty. One is more shittier than the other. If you like a poop more liquid than poop that is like more consistent, so it's both
You
are
are the one
poops.
eating. Am I not wrong?
It doesn't. I eat whatever the condition. Don't worry.
If you have to
I
deal
see
with
worse
soup,
things
it's
in the
definitely
work. I
better
see what.
to be more consistent. If it's
Yeah. So but
it's
you choose
always
between
better
two
to be
poops.
more consistent.
You understand? This is how I see it. You choose between two poops. But people here, I think they
Yeah,
chose
always choose
because
the
they were
drier one. I'm saying
of what?
you should always choose the drier one because, like, if you have to deal with poop, the liquid poop is super messy.
But
It's really
but it's stay
But if
poop.
it's drier, if it's more consistent, it's easier to deal with. Just keep that in mind.
It might be more
But-
sticky. It's easier, harder to clean.
That's why consistent poop. Like if you have to deal with poop, hopefully it's consistent.
Oh, and wash your peanuts.
Welcome to the DPA Open Mic, gentlemen.
What a shitty conversation, man.
We go from flat hole to shit hole.
But it is the perfect example, man. It's the perfect example because both are sober, both are dumb. They don't give anything new. But people were scared, so
yeah. What you guys need is freedom and democracy, So, and become American.
all of us. Don't start me with my American thing. Don't start with me. Yeah, freedom. Yeah, freedom. But with the wrong. You need to choose your terms correctly.
Don't forget, Canada produce oil and gas. That's why freedom is gonna come.
Yeah, prepare your poop hole for freedom and democracy.
I know. It's messy. Whatever.
You see, Vaughn is already getting ready to plug that hole.
Believe me, it's cold, it's poor. It will give you a lot of mess. Don't come near.
Drill, baby, drill. That's what he said,
Oh no! So that's the meaning of drill, baby, drill. I see.
Yeah, maybe that's what it meant all along. Like at least one of his promises might come true. No, but
one thing about the election was a lot of people were surprised is the do you hear me?
Yeah, kind of among the chewing, the eating sound. Sometimes a word comes out from the eating sound.
So people were surprised that Quebec is with Ottawa are the major places where tipped the balance. A lot of Albertans were accusing Quebecois to be assholes because they voted Liberal and stuff. So
maybe that's a plot.
Well, but since I have have awareness of Canada, they've been accusing the Quebecois of being assholes. So, what's changed?
They increased the level.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Who knows? Maybe that's the plan. They want Canada to get destroyed, and then so that they can get independence. Yeah. So
Well,
the worse
something
the government,
interesting-
the better the excuse.
talking about plans, and conspiracy theories, it's been really interesting to see like the Trump effect on the like the British colonies, those Commonwealth, because in Australia something similar happened to Canada. Like it was uh, pretty much a Trump effect. The conservatives were having an advantage, and then a lot of Trump's shenanigans actually gave an edge to the liberals. Like they demolished the conservative parties in their places. And in the case of Canada, it's been really interesting to see. I can't even remember the name of I think it's Carney or something. Anyways, that guy has been putting out some really weird speeches for the liberals in Canada, for of all places. Like very nationalistic, like we of British heritage and native heritage, we're gonna, like we're gonna strengthen our country, we're gonna defend ourselves from our, and it's super weird to hear Canada like talking in these nationalistic terms. And well, in the case of Australia, I think it was more banal. It's more like, I don't know, some sort of issue with the tariffs and shit like that. But in Canada, it's really interesting to see that, like how the liberals got an edge with this nationalistic, very nationalistic rhetoric. Go on, Nika. Sorry.
Yeah, it increased nationalistic fervor. You see it in the streets. You see it when people talk about politics. Sometimes when you see it, even if you enter a store, so you feel that. The thing is, even the head leader of the conservative, he didn't like manage Pierre. He didn't even manage to get a seat. That's the most humiliating thing, man. We are the head of the political like conservative party, and you didn't manage to have a seat. I think there is someone who will like they're doing a scheme to get him like have a seat. I think someone will give his seat and something. I don't know what they will do to give him something. Copy.
Thank you. When you're talking about that, I came across something that, speaking of the Trump effect, and I want to ask a few questions regarding the so-called deep state, because I heard a few things regarding how Trump's entry have upended a few things. So allegedly, Biden has been trying to get Netanyahu unseated while the war was going on. And a few of those things that kind of seemed to be substantiating that was, well, one, Israel has its own deep state, and that one is clearly expressed through the Supreme Court and several other actors who, as far as I've understood it, were actually quite related to the Democratic Party. And interestingly enough, it seems to correlate a bit with the so-called deep state of Norway, which is actually more like a state. So the current Norwegian government, it is very much a Democratic Party aligned government. So all Norwegian media, state media, and so forth, it really pretty much parrots whatever you will find on the Democratic side of things. Now, if you look at what Norway did during the war, or had done so far, and this is the reason I say deep state becoming state has to do with our foreign minister, Espen Barth Eide. So you guys remember this guy called Julian Assange and the WikiLeaks there? Well, our foreign minister was actually name dropped then. Nobody in Norway knew who that guy was, but he was apparently, according to the Obama administration, the guy who called the shots, i.e. the deep state. Now he is a foreign minister, and what he had done, which kind of substantiates that he might have been, working with the deep state of the United States and the one in Israel in order to unseat Netanyahu, were two indications. One, he requested the king, who is supposed to be just a ceremonial figure ultimately, but has still political influence. But he requested the king, recommended, which is basically requested, but he recommended the king not to issue condolences to the victims of the October 7 attack. Very specific and also quite telling, right? And then later on, it came with the recognition of Palestine. Now, I can understand people want that recognition, but there are reasons that they have not been there. There were preconditions already set, and none of them were met during the war. In fact, they were further away than ever. So why would Norway then spend political capital on something that, you know, whether it becomes a Palestinian state, is still not going to yield Norway anything? But Espen Barth Eide, the foreign minister, went ahead anyways. So, you know, again, no changes on the ground, and just now we will do so, right? In the worst kind of time to do that. So I'm not sure what you guys think about it. Like the deep, like there are two deep states, so to speak. So the left-right dichotomy can, in some ways, be delineated from behind the scenes. When you look at, for example, let's say Canada has the changing government kind of shown like expressive signatures thereof, like in the same way as, for example, Trump getting in, and his Trump with the Doge, for example, that had a big impact in Norway, because we are one of the countries that have, compared to our size, give the most humanitarian aid, and we give it peculiarly where it is concentrated around where there's oil and gas, in the countries that have oil and gas, right? Which is, you know, congruent with self-interest. But then there are some places we don't, and you know, people in Norway even say like, yeah, we want a Doge too, right? Yeah, I've been rambling a bit, but what is your perception of that, really?
Let me see if I understood what you were asking. You were asking where is the distinction between what would be considered the deep state or the permanent state and what is like the actual national interests of each state? Is that what you're trying to?
Sort of, like, in my impression, and you know, I don't know much, so I'd suggest forgive my ignorance, but my impression is basically that, you know, the deep state is kind of the more permanent one, like you said, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have internal internecine struggles, right? That's a lot of power going on in the deep state. So why would we assume there's not going to be any power struggle within? And it's going to have to, like, even though the deep state will be generally working behind the curtain, so to speak, it still needs to be projecting power one way or the other. And often, of course, it does it through propaganda. What avenues to do so? Well, that's the explicit political parties, for example, those that are the face of it. And the ideologies, we can, most of it, agree that a lot of it is very like superficial, wishy-washy, mostly distraction. But then there are some elements. So if you look at, for example, where are the priorities of the Trump administration compared to the Biden administration, that indicates a sort of a different interest within the deep state in the United States. And since the United States has the most powerful one, it kind of ripples out to the other deep states, so to speak. That's my impression, but I'm not sure how much sense that actually makes, or if I'm just talking nonsense out of the blue.
Well, Nika wanted to say something, but since he's gone, I'm gonna go ahead and answer you, because, like, I don't really understand how the whole political theater relates with what the actual administration is, and I'm not sure if there's anyone who actually understands it. I haven't seen like a comprehensive explanation for that, but like from my perspective, I do see that there's like what would be called the deep state usually, or is I think it's better to be called the permanent state because it's not actually deep. It's like you could better off calling it the shallow state, because it's pretty self-evidently not very smart. It's not the it's a clumsy thing that sort of splatters around, not very elegantly. So, but there is, I would call that the administration. Like the administrative state, so to speak, or like in if you see the rule of oligarchy, which is sort of the reign of our time. All this whole neoliberal economics that has taken over the world. It's quite literally the preponderance of oligarchy, and so that's where you have all the lobbying and the special interests going on, and that would be like the owners of the company, and then you have the permanent state, that is the administration, and then you have like the the administration as in the elected government that is sort of like the it's the bumper, it's the the face towards the public. It's the demagoguery. And so you have a part of the politics that has to deal with, the public opinion, which is the elected state. Then you have a part of the administration that has to ensure the execution of the interests of the actual rulers, who are the oligarchs, who have their own interests. Now, there's always competition in all of those spheres. That doesn't, one thing doesn't take over the other, but there is a level of consistency, of continuation of agenda, that shows the level of unity that there might be amongst those different spheres. And so, in that sense, I get the impression, because, like, Trump is sort of a misfit, right? He's like an outsider that had a lot of resistance to get in, and so on and so forth. But there was pretty telling signals that he was being, like, I don't know if supported is the word, but at least, accepted by the regime, by the owners of the company, and it makes sense.
Don't forget, he didn't cross the red lines. You understand?
Yeah, and also he was set up to win, like, in a sense that his opposition was absolutely preposterous. It was pathetic, Like, you can't put up an opposition like that and actually expect to win, unless you have like a military junta, that can actually hijack the voting booths and stuff like that. Unless you can do as in Europe and actually imprison him and stuff like that, which wasn't actually done. Like, it was so close to being
They
done.
tried. They
But
tried.
but if you tried so much and you didn't actually achieve it, then there's clearly a preponderance of, like, how hard would it have been to do as in Europe and actually control the result of the ruling, and so I understand that there was resistance against him, but I also see it as, like, unlikely that if the resistance would have been central, that he would have won anyway. So he needs a certain sanction from the actual rulers to be able to survive the election campaign without, like, unscathed, practically unscathed, so to speak. Anyway, the point of all this is that in the sense of Denmark and its weird shenanigans towards supporting the Palestinians, but also supporting the European Union and in lockstep with the EU, you can see that there's probably a level of compromise that has to be made towards its own population, and that's where the never leave a good crisis go to waste. You need to throw a bone to your population, hopefully the farthest possibly away, maybe like as in Trump doing with rolling back all the woke stuff while he continues the wars. And so Denmark can sort of control, like, they can diffuse tension from the population by giving them, like, some level of social justice or whatever, while they, on the other hand, can continue aligned with the rest of the bloc. So it's a form of, like, you can concede in certain things that aren't fundamental while you maintain the things that really matter. Go on. I don't know if
Yeah,
or me.
just on the thing you mentioned, where, because like you said, he's kind of the outsider who managed to come in, but he must have had some assistance of some sort, because I mean, if you look at again Israel, there's a very consistent policy the U.S. has there. Every time the conflict flares up, because there's one thing we do know about the United States, they love perpetual war, and Israel Arab conflict, that is the golden goose that keeps on giving. And here Biden did something that was kind of unusual for the American foreign policy, like, because when you think about it, Trump is the outsider, but when he came back in, he basically just resumed what was typical U.S. foreign policy. Shield over in the UN and give weapons. What did Biden do? Well, he did not provide nearly as much diplomatic shielding as the U.S. administration typically does, and he had withheld weapons that are not aid related, but are actually ordinary purchases. And then Trump comes in and is like, yeah, well, they bought it, so here, have it. Oh, by the way, turn that strip into a Riviera for me, won't you? You know, like he basically kind of resumed in a very common U.S. foreign policy relation vis-a-vis Israel, which kind of lends credence to the accusation of Biden and that facet of the deep state. Maybe they have viewed basically Netanyahu in the same way, because consider this: he is on a third term, and then he has been now for I don't know how many years now, with an election not really passing through. And he has been head to head with the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, this is an important notice. It's first and foremost overtly meant to negate democracy. That's the same in the United States. But in the United States, there are at least some electoral process there. Whereas in Israel, it is incredibly ridiculous. It's merely seniority. So that's how you can have like a Supreme Court, like the top leader of the Supreme Court there. He is kind of despised by the other judges, but still he's the one calling the shots. And the reason he's doing so is primarily due to seniority. And that is, I think, as far as I understood it, that is what Netanyahu was trying to. That's how they kind of came head to head with the Supreme Court. Part of it, that was one of it. So, like, that suggests that the Supreme Court may have been like because that's institutional, like you said, the administrative state, right? So the institution might have been hijacked. The few people are there. I think it's just 15 judges, right? And so that's not a lot of people you need to influence. And if they don't go through an electoral process, it's just a matter of seniority. Then it's that much easier to actually subvert the democracy through that institution meant to subvert democracy, right? So they might have figured out, okay, Netanyahu, he has weathered all this theatrics with the Supreme Court and whatever. Now a war is going on. Let's see now if we can finish him off. And they don't go to Rafah, which is kind of like, militarily speaking, the first place Israel should have gone would have been the Philadelphia corridor. That's conventional wisdom of attriting the enemy and cutting off their supplies. But they waited for several weeks, and then they made that the last stage of their operation. Like, there's several like weird things going on there. And then you have Biden coming on with so like it's Trump's entry seems to kind of be like a resumption of an old guard, even though he comes with a new face, the showbiz face. So that's just my impression of it all.
Even it might not even be Biden though. Might not even be Biden, because Biden may not even be the one making the decision.
Yeah, his administration. Let's be clear, and by extension, this should also be accounted for Trump. Like, he might be more lucid, but it's sort of like who is your biggest threat? Is it your enemy or your base? Right? It's your base, because without your base, you don't have power. In fact, if anyone can kill you, it is your base, right? So if he has administrative support from the deep state, right, then we can safely assume that a lot of it comes from, it's not Trump's decision necessarily. I mean, he doesn't know all the things going on. He's just been told something most of the time, and then he rolls it his way. Yeah.
But he was consistent. He was consistent all the way in that regard, even from the first term. That's the thing. He wasn't like he didn't change, or even the first time we saw a recognition of the Capitol and the moves that he did, even from the first term. So he was consistent from the start.
Yeah, anyways, he did do some level of strategic ambiguity with the whole issue of Palestine and Israel, because it was a pretty hot issue during the elections, and it probably did help push there was a strong movement amongst the leftists in North America to boycott the Democratic Party on account of its complicity with the whole genocide situation. So he did play his cards well with that, and I would say that there is a level of material reality that pushed the Democratic Party into winding down a bit. It's because at the beginning it was 100% full on ironclad support for Israel, and it went winding down as the whole situation went escalating into atrocity over atrocity, and there was a certain point in which that became kind of unsustainable, because they had given such a blank check to Netanyahu that he was really cashing in on it pretty shamelessly. And so at certain point, and even Trump during the campaign, he did have to like wind that down. His whole Zio Dawn shtick, he had to wind it down to a certain level, and he was ambiguous. Like, yeah, I'm the best thing that's ever happened to Israel, and it's terrible what's going on there. I'm going to stop it. That was all he said about it, and he
Yeah,
did
even the ex post that he was like he posted before the elections. You remember that one too?
that Netanyahu is an evil bastard. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I
He
remember.
quoted, yeah,
So,
that one is like to emphasize what you are saying. Continue.
I don't
yeah,
know.
and so
Go ahead.
just to finish, I get the impression that there's a certain issue, like the same thing with the pulling out of Afghanistan. There was an issue of priorities going on there more than like the actual need to like stop the war or stuff like that. It was like they really wanted to focus on Ukraine, and that was the whole Biden's policy. Like it was all about Ukraine, 100%. And so in the sense that it was starting to drag on his real priority, he started to wind down on the whole Israeli thing, and that gives us an impression of like what the priorities are of the actual owners of the regime, that they sort of dismissed an administration that was getting the wrong priorities in place. That's the impression I get.
I kind of tend to agree with you, and I think when it comes to Israel, Donald Trump has been more consistent. Like the focus, change focus from Ukraine, where it's not going well, to the Middle East, where it is going well, where Israel's bombing the shit out of Gazans, and we can beat up on the Yemenis, and who knows what really happened to that F-18, but they definitely have taken out a lot of Reaper drones. So let's shift focus to where it's going well. And then I still think the end goal is to shift focus to China. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that Donald Trump showed his colors right away. He's like, I am with Team Israel. I'm more pro-Israel than even Netanyahu. Like he's not really shying away from that. And neither was RFK. It really, really hit RFK's candidacy hard when he went. Like, I know people that asked for all their donation money back from RFK over the Palestine issue, but he was able to join the Trump administration, and Trump has surrounded himself with hardcore pro-Israel people. So I think that's not that's totally not inconsistent. Like what he's trying to do with Israel, maybe it's some kind of like finagling, but the end goal is to unwind from Ukraine and focus there. Go ahead, Gabe.
It's absolutely crazy that the guy, the black sheep, the most rebellious guys that bring on all the controversial topics and like stick it up to the untouchables, that attack the woke and the race baiters and the big pharma and this whole thing of rebellion and being the resistance. And they fold absolutely. Like they can be super controversial unless they're talking about that topic. And that's very interesting, like in the sense of this whole idea of the Schmittian exception,
Even the freedom of speech thing
is he who dictates the exception.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just even the freedom of speech thing. When you are talking about that, it's changed.
There's politicians that took the opposite side against Israel. I think that with RFK, he was in a high enough echelon of power to understand that you can't make enemies of everybody, and I'm going to be friends with the Israelis because he's already taking a lot of controversial positions. He's making a lot of enemies, and there's no way that he would have this kind of high post position in Trump's administration if he was hardcore pro-Palestine.
Yeah, look at the pattern. So like you can make enemies of all sorts of people, but you can't make enemies of certain people. And all of the politicians who like were against the whole that are against the whole Israel support thing got cut out. Like even Tulsi, who was also
Daniel Davis was out, right? Daniel Davis was like nominated. No, the other YouTube channel, the other Daniel, Colonel Daniel.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
Daniel
supposed to
David.
be like shortlist for one of these position, but because he was anti-Israel on on no whatever Israel has been bombing and doing, so and then basically he got like cut out. So
Yeah.
so
I think RFK made a smart calculation.
Well, yeah, I think
Well,
RFK
to be
kind
fair,
of. If I were to be guessing from what RFK was thinking, because he's already, like we all know, he's been mired in a lot of controversy. He has a lot of supporters both on the left, on the right, solely for the his stances on vaccination. And I think, like, if I were RFK, I would look at the Democrats and I see how ambivalent they are, how they ditch their own, how they rig their own primaries and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm treading on eggshells no matter what I'm doing here in politics. I'm already, stepping over quite a lot of red lines. How much will it take for me to just fall from grace from the Democrats compared to the Republicans? And I think that is like, okay, let's just go for the Republicans because they're at least sticking to it. It may make me unpopular, but at least if I just stick to it, it's not going to just suddenly switch and then I might be thrown under the bus because I said something else that they don't like. That's just the impression I get, because the Biden administration has been, like, if it's anything that has been characterized in the Biden administration is ambivalence, basically. And not even a change of pace or anything. It's like it's caused change, massive changes around the world, but it's not by any. It doesn't seem like a thoughtful decision. It seems like, oh, let's go here. Oh, look, here's a nugget. Yeah. Sorry, Gabriel.
well, yeah, like on that same line, this idea of like going where the sunshine, or like at least having some grounding where to stand, just to be able to do whatever, that makes sense politically. But I'd say that the level of vehemence, the fervor, um, for that particular cause is something that's absolutely extraordinary. Now, to be fair, like, beyond whatever might sound condemnatory to the political actors that are taking this course, I'd say that if we take into account the level of potential compromise that is in the political system of the United States, the level of influence, like, if all these things of the I don't know, Mossad operations of like having blackmail on certain important figures, and all this thing that is pretty much obvious, it's kind of like even uncontroversial to this point, and not only on the side of the Mossad, also the CIA, and how those two agencies are intertwined, and the whole issue of exchange of intelligence, and not only that, but also, most of all, I'd say the economic interests, like who are the capitalists, or the oligarchs who have such sway in the American system as to determine its foreign policy and all that, and how they've achieved the level of control through all forms of questionable legality. Then it's kind of a no-brainer. You can't go up against certain people, if they have such influence. If the alleged, apparent, self-evident influence that this interest group, that I don't think it's necessarily like Israel in itself. I think it has to do with an overlap of oligarchy that goes beyond Israel, and so it's like an alignment of interests more than actually a nation that has a control over another nation. And so,
Yeah,
but
mutual interests that align.
the way that those interests are executed are through an absolute control over the political system in the United States through extortion and
The Israel
blackmail.
lobby.
But no, beyond that, the Epstein issues and all of that, which is, RFK, he openly admitted that he had deals with Epstein and stuff like that, because like in issues of sponsoring of investigation of research and stuff like that, it was like everyone had to go there, like it was and so that's like his excuse, but he's admittedly, involved with that whole situation. There's some level of interaction between Trump and him. So like beyond that, even if they're not directly involved, like, and under extortion literally, which is unlikely, but let's say they're not, even if they're not, the risk that you run by opposing people who have such a level of control over American politics and finance is something completely irrational. And you should avoid it if you want to have any level of influence over power whatsoever. And so I'd say that if you want to see a silver lining to this whole situation, is that the level of exposure that it's suffered amongst the American population is devastating for their long-term control over the public opinion and influence over, the voter base, so to speak. So like if Trump doesn't completely do something to address the discontent that policy is sowing among his voter base, the MAGA base, the American First base, then he's going to screw himself. So he has to do some level of like, I don't know, remedy something. He has to do something to remedy the situation with his own voter base on account of the whole non-American First.
I don't know. I think that just going back to RFK, I think that he was willing to make very tough, very strong enemies. He was willing to take on, and he has in his career. It's just that this is not the fight that he wants to pick right now. And when I look at somebody like, RFK, I think he's somebody that could have taken that fight, but it's just not the smart thing to do. It's not how you play politics. And so he made a decision. And he took a strong stance along with Donald Trump, and he's part of that Donald Trump administration. He has power, real power. He to make a real impact where he thinks it's important.
Yeah, he have this. It depends on what is his priorities, right? No, so his priorities is about healthcare. It's about removing all this poisonous substance from food.
American healthcare, not Palestinian.
So because that's his most primary, most prized thing that he wanted to do, and Donald Trump basically gave him free reign to do whatever he wants. And Donald Trump basically also says to him that, everything else, you leave it alone. You're not supposed to touch. Military, trade, economy, you don't touch. You focus on the healthcare. And basically that's the deal. And he agreed with the deal because that basically, help him focus on what is important to him. And I think it works for everybody. So, but then of course he cannot be anti-Israel, because as part of this administration, the Trump have a direction in terms of foreign policy, and if you go against it, then it contradicts what Donald Trump says. And Donald Trump has been proven, especially in the first term, very quick to sacking people who go against the general direction, of the administration. Because if you have people going against you, then you can't work. You generally cannot work. It's the same in business or even in politics. It's the same. And I basically saw this tweet saying that Trump is so-called not using competent people. That just because he have the competent person have a different view. So I basically shared, I retweet and say that if the traitor is competent, he's going to betray you more competently. He's going to upset you, he'll destroy whatever you're trying to do even
he's going to be
better than
at
you can know, and you will never even know. That's the best thing. He will be so competent that he will destroy you without you knowing. So this is why you cannot have this kind of people where they don't match your general direction. Unfortunately, that's how things works.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It kind of goes to show, like in the case of like going back to like Netanyahu, like people think that he's kind of a brutish dude. I personally think he's fairly timid and meek. Just look at especially when Trump came into power. Trump just pushes all the red lines, all the incentives that Netanyahu has to really just like, yeah, and now we're just going to go in. No, he hesitated, like he just stood there and smiling most of the time, like not really sure what to say. And then when the hostage deal was starting to break down, instead of it breaking down, I mean, I thought it was going to break down within the first week, but it just simply expired. And during that period, right, there was like the red line. If the Bibas family are dead, you know, they were returned dead, you know, red line. And then what with those red lines? No response at all, right? Like Netanyahu looked like incredibly pathetic by comparison, like especially like if he were to be doing that while the Biden administration was, it would kind of make sense that, oh, all this bluster, oh shit, bluff. But when you have Trump behind you and he says like, yeah, well, why don't we just turn this into a Riviera and call it like a Trump hotel and shit like that, you know, then it doesn't make much sense.
Beachfront property, it's so valuable. Somebody gave them this valuable beachfront property. I don't know how this happened, but you know, Trump hotel would look great.
Exactly. And doesn't that then suggest that, you know, why would Netanyahu then be hesitant? I would suspect it has a lot to do with the arms industry, right? Because they think, how did this conflict in the Middle East now mess up with Biden's priority of Ukraine? You know, all of a sudden now we cannot send money and support, or should I say launder money through Ukraine, because there's some who want to launder it through Israel. And then not only that, they want to pivot away from it, right? So now they have pivoted away, but there are lingering effects from the Biden administration, and Netanyahu seem like that's what it seems to me. Like he is like, oh, really? Is this like, do I really have the green light? I'm not. But what about that thing and that thing and that thing and that thing and that thing, right? And now that those things are kind of going off, then now they're overtly talking about annexation and security zones and stuff like that. But you know, they haven't, as far as I can tell, they haven't really smacked in as kind of Trump. He kind of gave them the green light to level the area, you know, blast a few holes in the Egypt-Gaza border and drive the people out there, right? And then just level it up, build up my hotel. But then what is it? What is the IDF doing? It's kind of like, yeah, we're gonna ramp up, and then boom, 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 boom. Like it's yeah.
Because something about Trump is that, you know, publicly he will say something, but you know, privately he might say a different thing. So he might publicly say that I'm going to give permission for Israel to unleash hell, but then privately, you know, he might be telling him that you need to control yourself. You know, you have to stop bombing, or you know, you have to limit your bombings, or you know, have to do something with this. You know, this is not sustainable. Like I can totally imagine Trump behaved in this way, like because he even when you talk about trade and everything, he did explain this is how things needed to work. You cannot undermine your partners in public, but then, you know, in private when you converse, that's when you tell the real thing. They just like, you know, he keep praising Xi Jinping, right? He keeps praising Xi Jinping, but the thing is that he's literally squeezing him and it's causing him political crisis inside China. So,
and let's not forget that the ceasefire, if I'm not my memory is not totally betraying me right now, it actually came about with Witkoff. Trump sent Witkoff before he was himself inaugurated, right? And so it was Witkoff who, with some talks with the Qataris, and far as I've understood it, Witkoff has some very questionable ties with the Qataris. So, yeah, I mean, there's something there, but I forgot. But you know, that's kind of telling, right? If Trump was able to actually exert that power before getting inaugurated, then it is kind of understandable then that, like, it makes sense what you're saying. He's in public saying something regarding, and Netanyahu is kind of just sitting there, yeah, but he kind of already been told something else, like, yeah, I'm going to say something, you're just going to shut the fuck up and be a good boy. Do not say anything, because every time you talk, it says it's going to be messing up my game. Like something akin to that, right? Yeah,
so, I noticed that Netanyahu is rather quiet, like more quiet than usual when he's with Trump. Like he seems, and he basically like he has zero control over what Trump's going to say, and Trump just say random stuff, and then he can only smile. He don't know what to do, like, you know. Oh, basically, like Trump suddenly said, no, the Gaza Strip is like, no, it's American now. No, the American is going to take over. I suspect that he did not even discuss this with Netanyahu beforehand. It's like he just say it out, and then now it's the reality, you know, that kind of thing. And there's nothing Israel can do about it because they depend on United States. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
It sounds like a great way to say to like the American people, yeah, I'm like to the Zionists in America that, yeah, I'm 100% with Israel, but also telling Netanyahu, like, fuck you. I mean, duck you, like, or it's like a bitch slap to Netanyahu, while he's also looking like he's a great supporter of Israel and all that. But like to the point I was trying to make earlier, there's clearly like that's clearly a hot stove. It's a red line that cannot be crossed and all of that. And I get the impression that there's an issue of like material reach. Like America would like to do all these things simultaneously, deal with Russia, deal with China, deal with the Middle East and all that. And it even tried to do it at a certain point. And one thing that a lot of the issues that both Trump has proposed as policy, as a solution, and that the Americans actually voted for, they're all related, and they all like circle around this core of untouchable issues. Okay, so like America can't recalibrate its foreign policy, its economic system, its overreach, its debt situation, because at the base of all of these problems, you have one particular issue that is like you cannot touch that issue, like an undue influence. And there has been certain peripheral issues that have been touched upon, like the whole woke thing, which is also related because there's certain people who have control over the media and over Hollywood and the music that have been pushing these issues. And same thing with immigration and all of that. And so you kind of like can mess around and play with those and stop that. And the only reason why those were there in the first place, I believe, because it's like ridiculous. Like imagine you start feeding your population with poison and with propaganda and with cultural influence that literally like turns them uh into noodles, into uh like the weakest form of human possible. Imagine half of your eligible for military service population is either non-binary or they're like a military patriot that is absolutely ready for war, but is completely pissed at your government because he's the enemy, you know of your culture, like the white cis male is the absolute anathema of your cultural state, that he's gonna be pissed and he doesn't want to fight. And so why would you do that? The only reason to do that is so that your own population uh is more controllable, is weaker. So like the more weak your population is, the more you can screw them without them complaining too much. And so like the reason why this whole woke, the tap the sign thing, and the whole woke issue has been rolled back, and you get nationalism back again and all that, is because it was a mistake. It was a mistake to do that in the first place. It was a strategy for absolute world dominance, and the moment the world dominance started to fracture, then you realize that, oh shit, like I actually need my population now, and I have to pull back, because now you have all of Gen Z that is basically like unwilling to fight for you. So like you lost a generation. You have a massive hole in your defense system. And
but even that, you don't really see that they are successful at it. That getting people back to sign up for military. Like you really take Donald Trump to come back, and Donald Trump is not the same country. Like United States under Donald Trump is a different country than the United States under Biden. Like this is how I try to explain to people about United States. It's like, yes, United States is evil. They started a lot of wars and all these things, but that is a different United States. It's a different country. Basically, Trump currently is it's like suddenly the United States become a totally different country, and it's totally unrelated to the country before that. It's very weird. It's a very It's only applies to America. That there is no continuity, between the country, the United States, where deep state is dominant, Sorry?
It's not unique to America, but no other country has such influence as to like its changes of mood.
Yeah, and the influence and the ability to wage war. Like that's why I say it's a bit unique to United States. Like no, like any country, you know, they can change the government, but a lot of things don't change. You see, like there's a continuity. Like United Kingdom, you know, they change labor to whatnot, but it doesn't change much. It's still the same country. But you know, in United States, it's a very different thing. Like depending on who is the leadership and how much power they have over the deep state. If you have the one that have a deep state have a much more bigger power, then you see that United States become that evil United States that just go around bombing people. Like you know, you have like George W. Bush, you know, you have Obama, where they just keep doing drone strike, doing regime changes and whatnot. Donald Trump's United States is a very different United States. It's like they totally go in the total opposite of what the United States that we understand, which is why, you know, like I feel like, you know, this is the way to understand United States today, because once you reference it from the United States before Trump, then you get confused because no, it doesn't gel. It's not the same thing. It's a very peculiar situation, and even even the Trump administration people says the same thing. They go to India, like you know, JD Vance go to India and tell the Indian people, you know, in the public speech is that no, he said that no, United States always go to India and tell, you know, India what to do. Like this is not going to happen again. You know, we want to be equal partners and everything. So you know, even the Trump administration acknowledged that, you know, United States has, you know, in the past is this different world where
the whole JD Vance discourse in Europe, you know, like kicking them around for all the things that they were doing to please the United States and the prior administration. But Wyatt, you have to understand also that this change of policy in the United States, it's not something particularly new. But on the other hand, like if you have to take that into account for your planning, you know, as a geopolitical strategist or government or whatever, you have to like understand the trajectory that's going into, like, because it's not going to last. You know, if it can change so easily, then it can also change back just as easily.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is why I feel like, you know, countries, right, need to take the opportunity now to quickly make all these deals with Donald Trump and solidify this, especially through legislation. So like, you know what India is doing right now is fantastic foreign policy. They took this opportunity, immediately solidify, you know, the deals and everything, because all these things is going to be signed into law, and then it will become solid. So this and you see, in contrast, the Europeans are lagging. They are very slow in adapting to what is happening, and they still think that the current United States is the same United States under Biden. This is why I should say, like, if we view United States as suddenly they have become a totally different country, then you have to deal with it in a totally different way. You cannot treat it as still the United States of the Biden or the deep state or the Obama era. This is a totally very nationalistic, very proud United States. Previous one was the one that is willing to sold out its own people and, you know, bring just to globalize the American business, and doesn't matter with all this debts and everything. Like Trump is different. They come in, they want to balance the budget. They're going to rebuild the military and all these things, and reset the whole global, you know, system. It's a totally different country. And if the country leaders are too slow to adapt, like my country, I feel like, you know, my Singapore is a bit slow. Like they are still whining about, you know, oh, the system is going to change and it's going to be chaos. Instead of seeing this as an opportunity to engage and try to understand what is the new direction for United States, then I think it's you lose out, you know, if you are slow. Like you see, Iran is happy to negotiate. Like when would you ever think that, you know, Iran is happy to negotiate with United States? But that's currently happening right now. When would Russia happy to negotiate with United States? But it's happening right now. Like, you know, the countries that have good foreign policies, they quickly adapt, and which is good coping.
Yeah, just an example of that. You know, credit where credit is due. I'm certainly no fan of our former Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg, who was also the former General Secretary of NATO for quite a while. Now he is our financial minister, and this cannot to a large extent save the Labour Party. There's a good chance that they might still be winning the coming election. They are the incumbent party. Now he's like the old guard of the Labour Party, and he actually kind of reined in because the government right now, they're so into the dogmatism, they've gone so wrapped up in the narrative of Ukraine and everything, and also because they are so tied to the democratic narrative, of the Democratic Party. It's like Trump bad, and they kind of don't compute because they're so incompetent. They don't compute that, look, this dude that you have been shit talking, he's now in power. He's actually the one who is giving you all that money and giving you all the subsidies through Ukraine and all that stuff. You know, he just did, as far as I recall, he just permitted like $50 billion arms export to Ukraine. You know, in a concomitant with the mineral deals. So, like what Stoltenberg came and said was that. Look, Trump was actually correct when he came about the first time, and he had us increase the defense budget. And then he made a few other comments and tried to just he didn't make too strong statements, and he's generally like a very cautious and polite dude in a sense. But he did kind of breach the narrative a little bit, like, okay, boys, you have now brought me back, the senior party member, and you put me in as the financial minister, meaning that I have pretty much clout here. Let me just say a few things as they really are, you know, how geopolitics actually work. And, you know, love him or hate him, one thing that one can credit Jens Stoltenberg for is actually having some real geopolitical experience, unlike these other clowns that we're having currently in the government. He has been, as a general secretary of NATO, having to balance with Biden, Zelensky, and all that kind of stuff. And also, you know, whilst while not speaking too much on Norway, he was one of those who spearheaded Norway into the Libyan civil war. He had Norway break the UN mandate and start bombing, right? That's how he became General Secretary of NATO. Now he's back in the government. So, like, people respect him. Like, everyone in Norway knows who this guy is. Even those who hate him, they recognize that of all the nonsense clowns that we have right now, he's actually quite competent. And unfortunately, you know, we don't have not that I am aware of a powerful.
Wait, that's
counterpart.
Stoltenberg.
Yes, Stoltenberg, Jan Stoltenberg. That's the guy I'm talking about. He's the guy.
I can't believe a person with a complexion, with a countenance of perplexity so profound as his, can actually be competent.
Exactly. That's the best that we have. That's the best that we have. I'm not joking.
But
it's
beyond
the best
that,
we have.
Beyond that, coping, and also to Wyatt's point, the absolute state of affairs to have a person that is like considered by Norway, which is a competent nation, as a competent person and performing in such a way, you know, that's the absolute state of affairs. And the same thing with Trump. And, you know, it's like, imagine, like, I think it's hard for people to fathom the unbearable burden of massive power. You know, like the people disregard that. They think that power is like privilege, or, you know, like, but it's like, you know, you can gain a lot from it, but the unbearable burden of power is that equal to your power is also your responsibility. So, like, if things go wrong, that's how wrong they're going. Like, if you have a little business and you go broke, you know, it sucks. You might even, you know, be hungry because of that. But if you have like a massive corporation and that shit goes to shit, you know, you're gonna have thousands of people hating you. You're gonna have
thousands of people
billions
starving.
dollars in debt.
You
know,
destroy their
government
life.
might
They go bankrupt.
Yeah, you can go to jail for like years and years and so on. And so that's why, you know, when this crash happened in 2008, they were all bailed out. You know, they were bailed out because if that level of financing goes to shit, you know, the world is gonna end. And so they had to say, but what happens when, you know, there's no one to bail you out when you're on the top of the food chain? And that's the condition in which the United States slash NATO, but first of all the United States, and then as a consequence of that, also NATO, when you're on the top of the food chain, that there's gonna be no one to bail you out. And if you crash, that is how hard you're gonna fall. And so that's what I see Trump is trying to do right now. It's like trying to make the world bail him out. Give me back the money of all the things that I bought to you. That we bought for you in a spending spree of like a drunken sailor. We bought everything from the world, and we never actually had enough to pay for it. And so now I want my money back. You have to bail me out if you want to keep on sailing.
I feel it's a bit slightly different. I feel it's slightly different. Like rather than them bailing, rather than Trump trying to get people to bail him out, because the reality is that Trump can actually don't need to. They can just loan money or print money to get those money. But the thing is, it's more like he's trying to force the pecking order, re-establish the pecking order that was totally lost over the past few decades. United States, like you said, is at the top. But if you look at United States before Trump came in, United States is no longer being respected in the way that it's like the top of the food chain because all this political correctness.
Yeah, and that's the point. That's the gravity of the situation. And United States was on the top, and that's why it could buy from the entire world, for printed money, and it's falling. I'm not sure if it's fallen already or if it's falling, but that's what Trump is trying to.
It's falling. Yeah, it's falling. My own projection is that if Trump didn't win against Biden or Trump got assassinated, United States might permanently go into a decline that United States cannot climb out of, because they were already on the decline because of Obama. And then that's why Trump came in and they actually stopped the decline, which messed up the China's plan. If you actually watch how things was developing then, China was getting more and more bold, more and more confident, and then they start to push everyone around in my region, and then suddenly Trump came in and totally stir up the whole thing, and then suddenly China have to be nice to everybody in my region. Suddenly China become very nice. It's very shocking. Before that they were threatening Singapore, they were threatening South Korea, all these things. Then when Trump left the office, then you see the same thing coming back then, slowly. And then now Trump come back again, and it's like Trump is trying to stop this decline. And I think that his first term taught him that you cannot have half measures anymore, which is why I felt this is the reason why this Trump administration is way more aggressive than I ever thought it could be. They talk about annexing Canada, annexing Greenland, because what you say, they need to maintain at that pecking order at the top, and the world have changed to the point where United States in this desperate time that they must force very serious change, including really securing their northern borders. Canada is very badly infiltrated, to be honest, by influence operations, by immigration. Canada is becoming very unreliable. If you look from a very American standpoint, Canada is no longer a very reliable ally. Mexico also is not a very reliable friend. They are both very infiltrated by Chinese businesses, influence operation, espionage, and then illegal immigrants. And they're all working with China.
Mexico but they're also working with China. A resentful subject waiting to rebel. Correct.
Yeah. But in the past they are still in control. You see, United States is still holding on and able to suppress them. See them, they make them as a friend, but they are losing control. Everybody is working with China, to exploit the US market and everything. So it reached a point where either Trump do what he's doing right now and be super assertive, or United States may really continue to decline. Because there's no way you can keep up the country without manufacturing. Everybody say right now, Russia is strong because they have a strong manufacturing capability, and that's why they can't die. They can't lose this war. and all these things. But if you look at the United States, they don't really have that. They have only at the very high end, but the lower end is all gone. And if you look from a leadership perspective in the United States, you have to desperately quickly solve this problem before a war break out with China, and that war can happen anytime. And that is a desperate time. You see, you do not know when the war is going to happen, which is why he need to desperately end the Ukraine war, stop burning resources over there. He have to stop the stupid Israeli war because he have to feed Israel, and then he have to stop the Iranians and the Houthis because these are disrupting, the trade, which actually is the economic well-being of Europe, because this Red Sea thing actually disrupt Europe more than United States. But if Europe is weak, then United States have to be the one sacrificing again, and then you have to solve all of this problem. Then you can actually go to deal with China, because China is a big country. So despite I feel like the trade war is going to destroy the economy, but once they go into war footing, the economy is not matters anymore. No, it does not matter anymore. It's just about production. Then with pure manpower, just like Soviet Union had in World War II, they can become a very scary opponent. So United States is running out of time. There's a very short window to prepare the ground for a potential war with China, and in the case where Xi Jinping survived the political turmoil inside his country, because of all this trade war and all these things, right? I think Xi Jinping's position in China is quite bad. Like anti-China media is talking about how he's losing all his loyalists. Like one by one is taken out, and he might even have lost his army. That means he used to have control over the military. Now the rumor is that he have also lost control of his military. So a lot of political turmoil. But if Xi Jinping able to wrestle control and start a war, then we do not know whether United States can able to sustain a long war, because the war with China is always going to be long because it's a big country. Like even Japan, in World War II, before World War II started, they already started fighting. Japan is a massively more superior military force, and they never able to conquer China. They fought for a super long time, and then China just bring it to a stalemate just by pure manpower.
The second war even started, Japan was invading Manchuria and all that.
Yeah,
area.
And even with China at such a poor technological situation those days, just by pure manpower, Japan struggles to hang on. You see, so I would never underestimate China, in the war between United States. And I think United States, Trump administration, with their advisors being so anti-China, they also aware of the danger, which is why Trump is rushing. You only have 4 years. There's not much time. You have to rush everything, because if Trump fail,
if things go wrong, it's not even 4 years, because if things get too bad for the midterms, you can lose the House or the Senate and you lose half your power. Correct.
That's why everything has to rush, because effectively, because of his experience in the first term, that's what happened. He lost one of I think he lost the House. He lost the House in the midterms in his first term, and basically that cripples Donald Trump's ability to do things. And not that the rhinos did not make it worse, not make it as bad already. So I think this time round is the same thing. I think their timeline is actually 2 years. Do as much as possible so that they can win the midterms, then they can continue for another 2 years. I think that is how Donald Trump is looking at it, like based on his experience. Because it was really bad, the first term, it was really bad. He can't do anything anymore after the midterms.
But what do you think? Like you're speaking of 2 years, I think that's reasonable to assume, because, like you said, things can change after 2 years if the House is lost, for example. But let's say, but I'm pretty sure they're also baking into the strategy, what if we win, right? Like we keep the House, right? So then the issue is the 4 years when Trump's term is over. Then to me, it seems the most likely that J.D. Vance is like the acolyte here, meant to be taking over for the next election of the. Was there just bluster? Were there some talk about Trump wanting to extend to like permitting a third term?
I think just Trump is just messing around, man.
Yeah,
No motions made in that regard.
He recently
he
said
wanted to be the
that,
Pope too, right?
He recently said that he wouldn't run for a third term, and he's kind of old for that also. But more than that, what he's willing or not to do is what is the reaction of his current agenda of his. So like if he can't convince the MAGA base that he's America first, if he can't stabilize the economy, if things go wrong, he could lose his. And that's maybe it's a feature that handicaps the whole system. Like you really just can't plan for long term, and the inertia forces that are pulling, which is like the profit gains, like who's making the money out of the whole situation of America's decline, who's cashing in on America's decline. Maybe it's just impossible to bail them out without having them like kneecap you before you can continue bailing. So like people are making so much money out of the decline of America that maybe you just can't buy those people out without them sabotaging your rescue operation. So it's an open question. I'm not saying that's gonna happen, but it's like how do you balance such a complicated and convoluted?
I think that's exactly what's happening, right? That's why Trump is so aggressive. Like he basically really cuts off everyone that is going against his plans, like the tariff, the trade war, everything. Coping.
Allies and non-allies alike. He goes, he's
Right?
ready to go for them.
And look at what it kind of a little bit reminiscent of what happened to Putin, right? As soon as the war broke out, he was actually able to make he has been offing oligarchs before, but he took like a slew of them, like in one big swoop, and then he took a slew of them more in another swoop, right? It seems to me like if you were thinking like Doge, for example, so there's a lot of corruption there. Like there's a reason like we in Norway wanted that too, because NGOs, for example, where do they get the money from, right? And why do they get the money? Well, they get the money because there's a problem. So as soon as the problem is solved, they don't get the money, which is like, where it makes sense, for example, for Norway to have like a foreign aid policy pertaining to oil and gas and other industries. But what about, for example, Palestine? It doesn't really actually make sense, because what are you getting from them? They got really nothing to offer. Whereas with Israel, there are bilateral relations with the.
Wait, if you can make a good deal for Palestine, if you can support Palestine, then you actually get a lot more influence with the whole of the Middle East. And if you get an enemy of the United States. So like it depends on what you can see as rising versus what you can see as falling. So like if you see that America is falling, and it's going to be a bad business to invest there because they're going to default on their debt, you're going to lose your, and you see that the Middle East is rising and it's going to become the new Europe, then maybe it's better to support Palestine, and screw Israel, because they're going to fall eventually anyway. So it depends on what you see, what your analysts see that is like a rising.
I'd say that's a good point. You made a really good point that it is as a matter of getting like good favor influence, because you don't actually get anything from the Palestinians themselves, but you get through the symbolism something indirect. But then you have something more material, right? Like this is actually a bit independent from the United States. And this is much thanks to the Ukraine war, because Norway's arms industry is pretty much the only one in NATO that has really expanded. And but we are really small, so it's not going to make a difference, right? But there is one thing that does make a difference. Our arms industry and our tech sector is, we have a lot of bilateral relations with Israel in that regard. And that's where it kind of begs the question, like a lot of people started asking, like, okay, what are the motivations for Barth Eide to then have these are conducive for our oligarchs, right? Like the arms industry. So what would you get from the Arab world? Because remember this,
you said their interests are always around oil.
Exactly, right. But there you have Saudi Arabia. There is actually no there's there's no need to cut relations with Israel. Like, you could still have the relations with Israel and support Palestine, right? These are not mutually exclusive. So they made a political decision, and that kind of substantiates, again, the accusation that the Biden administration, that side of the deep state, was trying to do a lot of these theatrics in order to unseat Netanyahu. But look, again, this is speculation, of course. But
I don't know, man.
Because think about it, the arms industry has something here, right? This is the same with, like, for example, when Biden was trying to get funnel money through Ukraine, right? But there were other facets of the arms industry and the political establishment that wanted the money in other ways. Like, they're still getting the money. Like, it's just a matter of how do they get it. And with Israel, for example, they had already well-established, mutual development with weapons and whatever, like plenty of them. With Ukraine, this is starting up, right? So the people who were maybe wanting to be using Ukraine as an even bigger money laundering machine than Israel, they were having to maybe compromise with those who had already made. It's sort of like we talked about earlier, mutual interests that align.
But I want to highlight that there's also another force which is just want the war to continue, because there is a lot of NGOs, organizations, even the armed groups that is earning a lot of money just because the Palestinians are still struggling against Israel. So it is in their interest to keep the war going, to continue to have the Palestinians in this limbo situation so that they can continue to justify money. Like just now, I think Gabriel said, like, once the problem is solved, then your activism is gone. The whole thing is just like meaningless.
The money laundering scheme is over.
Yeah, so these NGOs or whatever, that's why you see, like, even like women's rights, feminism, like trans rights, whatever, you never end. They will always ask more and more, because once you achieve, like, we have gender equality, like equality of sort, like, equal opportunities already achieved. Women already have everything they ever wanted. Yeah, but then feminism still
have a significant advantage. But go on.
Yeah, to the point where they actually have an advantage over men. But yet, you see, feminism movements still exist, and then they start to go crazy because they have nothing to fight for. Then they start to go insane, and they start to ask for ridiculous things, because you cannot have the problem solved. Once you solve, especially for those people that build their entire identity around it, suddenly your life mission is gone. You have become meaningless. You are obsolete. The same thing happens with the Palestinian issue as well, where if you say that you are a lifelong freedom fighter for Palestine, suddenly Palestine is a state, then what are you going to do? It's like the samurai at the end of the Meiji era. It's like suddenly there's no point for a samurai anymore. You don't need samurais anymore.
Yeah, you can actually see that historically being substantiated, because every single time, like, the things have flared up in Gaza before, there are some predictable patterns that occur. One is that they tend to be very close to elections, and Hamas is cognizant that whenever if they participate usually in escalation with Israel when the elections are close, because they know that increases the likelihood of a right-wing government, which is much more security-oriented and much more likely to hit into Gaza, which in turn provides a justification for Hamas to be there. Like, we need to defend you. Look, we're getting bombed, right? And you can also see that from the American side, that because this always happens, right? There's a whole lot of drama going out, and Israel, the arms industry tied to Israel drops, but then the orders come in because the weapons are being marketed, and these are U.S. weapons usually. So they know that, okay, now this will dip. Now we can buy them low because we know this is about to shoot up. What is a good confirmation of that? Well, every single one, like I mentioned, every single flare-up, but most notably in this war. Just like with the Ukraine war, like if you look at for example, stocks in Kongsberg, Norway, they almost, they think it doubled over the course of every year, and then they doubled from that again from the 2024 package from Biden. What have happened also since October 7 with the Israeli stocks? Likewise, first a big dip, and then you had the political theatrics with genocide, blah, blah, blah. But the orders were coming in massively, and the Israelis were producing for their own needs, right? But then they were also kind of needed to facilitate for the export market. And so since the orders are coming in massive, let's look at the stocks. They are now like triple of what they were before the war happened. So definitely a lot of money going in here to keep the war going. And yeah, of course. And you need to kind of then make sure that the Palestinians don't get extinguished, and likewise, you got to keep the Israelis to kind of feel like, oh, they still have a reason. They still have to keep on going. Or yeah.
Yeah, the same thing happens to Netanyahu. He needs the war going so he doesn't go to court. It's like
this is why they are in Syria.
I was gonna say,
who knows?
They have
who knows
enough places
Gaza
to
could end
attack.
anytime.
Yeah,
If
I think
imagine Gaza
they're
suddenly
gonna
soft. Then what are you gonna find?
They're gonna find places to continue to have a. You know what they always say here in the States, right? They say, surrounded. They are in a hostile neighborhood. They are an oasis of democracy amidst a sea of barbarian people who live in the 15th century mindset. This is what they say about them. So yeah, there's going to be work for them to go.
Yeah, so I suspect, because the Gaza situation, because of Donald Trump, like Trump is threatening to solve it for good. That's why they need to find a new Gaza. And because they don't want West Bank to be Gaza, because West Bank have a lot of prides, historical settlements that they want to protect. So then where you go? Lebanon, but Lebanon, they are becoming nice, becoming nicer. So they go to Syria, because Lebanon is still pretty much like a more stable country than, which is a bit hard to mess up, because Gaza is not really a country, so they can mess up whatever they want. So they go to Syria. So now Syria can be that perpetual war that Israel needs to continue to, train their troops.
We see a trend.
And Turkey seems happy to oblige.
Absolutely, they are.
They also want to train their troops.
They want in on some of that, good old
Neo-Ottoman imperialism. Yeah, they want to get in on some of that good old territorial expansion imperialism.
Yeah, some of that good old ultra violence. Yeah, and so it's like a man lost in the desert that found a little puddle, and the puddle is shrinking every day, but he can't leave because that's where the water is. But it's shrinking every day. So like if you leave it, you'll die of thirst maybe, and if you stay, you'll also die of thirst, but you still stay because the puddle is where the water is.
You got it wrong. You got it wrong. The spice must flow. So you do like the Fremen, and then you suck the water out of their dead bodies. That's how it goes. The puddle may be shrinking. It may even be gone. It doesn't matter. You're still gonna suck the blood out of them. You're gonna suck the.
And then on top of that, Gabriel, what you forgot is, now that we're talking about Dune, you have to be wearing a wetsuit so that you can recycle your own urine and sweat. You're living in some kind of different planet, Gabriel. I don't know. People in deserts, they ride worms through the desert, so they don't have to worry about being by a little puddle of water. Besides, if you stay there, probably get eaten by worm anyway.
Dude, in Dune, there is no puddle of water. The entire planet is a desert. Okay.
Yeah, the people are puddles of water. The people themselves are the little snack-sized water bottles.
It's a good metaphor. It fits perfectly, you see, because that means that they survived thanks to the Harkonnen or the other astral. They invade, they provide the bodies with the water, you see, and the war fuels life.
The spice must flow and the water must flow too, because of the spice.
So it's a trap. It's a trap. Maybe they could have killed off all the worms if they want to, but they don't want to.
No, that's true. They do say that in the books. It's been a while since I read them, but they do say that, where it turns out if you kill off the worms, you have no more spice, and because in the Dune universe, they think computers are evil or whatever. The only way for them to make these calculations to jump through hyperspace is to get really fucking high on the spice, and then you can start to see through space and time, and then you're okay, I can calculate the jump. So the spice must flow. It's basically like oil in a lot of ways. It really is like oil. It is the way to. You can't fight a war without logistics, and that's kind of like the central premise, kind of the first book, right? Where
it makes so much sense, right? Because the population will grow, right? The Freeman's population will grow. Then where are you gonna get extra water? From the outer space. You're gonna get from all these spacemen that's coming down. So you must keep the worm coming. Yeah, you keep the worm there. They'll produce a spice which extract all this water from the sky. Then they can harvest them. That makes so much sense now. It's all evil, you know. It's basically Israel and Palestine all over again. You know, they both are just squeezing each other for profits.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and it's a structure of incentives, and you know, like there's a lot of speculation about what the utopia would be, and like you have, you know, the opposite of Dune, which would be Star Trek, where like you're in a post-scarcity society.
Yeah.
And we who are like in a scarcity society, we have to squabble over little puddles of, you know, blood, oil, or water. But in broader sense, and I think that's the great vision that Herbert had, is that in a broader sense, what is scarce isn't the resources. What is scarce is the influence. So like, no matter how much resources you have, even if they're infinite, you still have a percentage of access to that resource, and whoever has a higher percentage of access has preponderance of influence. So he has hegemony, you know, and he's out of risk.
He has logistics. It's cool because it goes backwards, because it's not enough to just have soldiers, right? Because the emperor has a lot of really badass soldiers, but what wins the war is logistics. And so without the spice, that's why that's the linchpin. It doesn't matter how badass you are. And the Fremen are really badass in protecting their own territory or whatever.
That's why the Space Guild become powerful, right? Because Space Guild controls logistics.
Yeah, controls the spice and everything. So, but yeah, so I don't know. There's a lot of interesting.
So I think we.
Yeah, go on.
No, I was saying that no, I want to do closing, but no, you can finish what you want to say.
I was going to.
Can I close first, please? Please.
So we end at the point where, you know, the essence of life is all about, you know, sucking liquid out of a man. Yeah. Whatever, how you want to imagine how it's done, you know, it's up to you. No, I just want to say no homo.
Oh my gosh. No, I think what the bigger lesson to be learned is that even in Frank Herbert's Dune, logistics wins wars.
More like no sapiens.
Sapiens?
Oh, we are homo sapiens.
Wyatt said no homo, and so I said more like no sapiens.
Okay.
Which
so we're all we are the homo sapiens.
Sapiens.
Homo sapiens.
Okay, well, I don't know if I'm part of this group. Homo sapiens, so you guys can be the homo sapiens. I don't know, but I'm just gonna say. So I guess let's do closing. I've been ready to close for a while now, but the conversation kept taking interesting turns. So I just want to say that like for the high point of this open mic for me, I wasn't here for all of it, but was Rylar coming on and having his suggestion that we counter North Korean escalation with NATO troops, or even with like U.S. troops escalation. So
boots on the ground.
Yeah, like we could do that, and so again, going back to that conversation, I think the reason I don't think that we can counter escalate here is because we don't have a North Korea with 1 million soldiers and an extremely capable military industrial complex that makes like 1 million shells a year. If we did, you know what? The Ukrainians would have a lot more shells right now. Like I said, like if you wanted to escalate, that it's you and what army? I think NATO's European members have been stretched hard this war. I believe that the cupboard is bare and that they're probably screwed on the financial front as well. They probably need those Russian euro reserves just to like avert some kind of domestic disaster, you know, like some kind of non-paying out of pensions to pensioners, something like this. So I think if we could escalate in such a way as to even just freeze the conflict without escalating it to, you know, World War III, for real, I think that we would have done that. But precisely because this conflict is existential for Russia, precisely because it is not an unprovoked war of territorial expansion, as we like to say, they would be willing and have proven to be willing to go to extreme measures to achieve these political aims. So, and I think that it's nuts to think that the nuclear button is off the table. I think they will start small, start with a tactical nuke. Then if they think it's going to go bad, they'll make an example out of the EU, out of the European countries, and then they'll look at the Americans and say, do you really want to go there? So like, why would we want to do that? So it's actually in our interests that the war ends sooner rather than later, that it ends with negotiations. The Ukrainians give up whatever it is that they have to give up. They have to give up some territory. They have to give up some minerals. they have to find those banned rights, hunt them down, and put them into prison. That's actually a good deal for you guys. You guys should be all on board for that. Win your country back from these extremists who freaking caused this massive war in the first place. Like how like you guys, so it's all win-win. Get it over with. I mean, it's not a win-win. Of course it's a lose for Ukraine, but it's just going to get worse. Like we've said all along, every single time the Russians make a deal, the next one's worse, way worse. So take the best deal that you can. You got Donald Trump on your side. I guess I'll just leave it there. And other than that, I'll just say lots of love to our awesome audience, especially super chatters and our great panelists, our tireless and fearless commander, Wyatt. And don't forget to subscribe, and be back for more conversations like this next week. Peace.
Thank you, Bradley. And also, the North Koreans of the NATO is actually the Ukrainians. So
yeah, that's a good point.
So we
already blew our North Korea. Yeah, we blew our North Korea already. Man. All right, guys. Peace.
Thank you, Bradley. Gabriel, closing. You're muted.
Yeah, the North Korean, Russia was wise to keep its North Koreans for the end of the cycle. But back to what I was saying earlier about the whole Dune issue is that I think that the thesis or the theme of the story is that even when you have the unbound resources of the galaxy, you still have a scarcity situation. So there's no such thing as post scarcity, the whole Fukuyama, end of history thing, Star Trek and all of that, because even if the resources are literally endless, you still have the scarcity of monopoly over the resources, which is the influence. So even if you can pull out oil endlessly from the ground, who has the capacity to pull it out, and who has the most logistics to distribute, and so on. So that influence is what's going to give you power over rivals and contenders, and you're going to have to fight for it anyway. And that's what we're seeing today, the end of the expansion of colonial influence. It dried out, and now we have established powers that are fighting over it, and that's sort of what concerns me, because it's hard for me to imagine this situation in which it can be resolved peacefully. It can happen, but there was this Chinese guy I was talking to the other day, and he was saying that the whole, I don't know if it was a Chinese, but anyway, he was talking about the whole Thucydides trap. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's basically the idea is that major powers have to suppress one another. One has to suppress the other necessarily. There's always going to be a clash between powers that are rising, and so basically he was saying that it was an American idea. It doesn't exist outside. It's the ghost of America's past, or its legacy of domination and control is haunting them into thinking that if they do not control, they will be controlled. There can't be a balance of power because one is going to get over the other. And so he was saying that that's not Chinese perspective. And what I answered him was, if the other player is playing the Thucydides trap, is it possible for you not to play it? You might not believe that, but if the other person believes it, then you have to play the game. You can't walk away from the game. If the other person believes in suppress or be suppressed, then you have to try to suppress the other one, because he's always going to try to suppress you. And so it's hard for me to imagine a situation in which that doesn't happen. The only thing that I might believe could be a saving grace is for America to suffer, or to surpass it, for the American people basically to choose their own fate. you know, because this is all power politics, you know, of grand strategy games. And it only matters to like the people who are, you know, paranoid and megalomaniac enough as to believe that they have to suppress the rest of the world or be suppressed. There's people that can believe in autonomy and self-reliance, you know, and um, you know, defend yourself and thrive on your own resources. But there's people who don't, and so like if the people who do can actually organize and find a way to determine their own destiny, then it might not happen and the world might find some sort of power balance. And I hope that that happens. So yeah, I'm not going to do the whole marketing thing because um, Bradley already did it and Coping is probably going to do it as well. So I'll leave it to you guys. Thank you all. And hope you have a wonderful victory day.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Gabriel.
White.
Coping.
So yeah, I'm unfortunately not nearly as hopeful as Gabriel is. I mean, peace throughout the whole world. I mean, what are we going to do when we get too bored? That's kind of how we have entertained ourselves throughout our entire history. It's eating pussy and kicking ass. That's just generally, that's what made us in the end, right? And so, like, if you, what are most people doing? Like, now they're talking about like less.
Come on.
No, I'm not joking. Look, if you're talking about deep philosophy, meaning of life. Look, this is pretty hardwired into our psychology, and our hardwiring keeps getting tweaked all the time, right? Like, just think about how people get emotionally engaged in the conflicts they're not involved in, right? This is a part of our psychological hardwiring from evolutionary times. Like, just watch sports, right? People getting so engaged as if they're playing the game, but really they're just sitting on the couch eating popcorn and drinking beer, right? It's like people are striving for it, and this like a in-group out-group thing, right? It's like our team. That kind of thing is very hard for people to kind of get out, because evolutionary speaking, without it, you know, without the tribe, you die, right? So you must have this team instinct, or at least the herd instinct to some extent, right? And so
Hunger
how do you
Games.
and so when you have too much computer games and porn and stuff like that, so then guys are not going out and eating pussy, and the women are getting frustrated. And now that they are having all the rights, right, now they're getting even more crazy, right? Like just discussed earlier. So, you know, that's fucking things up. And then we have, but at the same time, we're going to live in peace and harmony, when really, you know, some guys really just need a bloody nose. There's nothing to be reasoned here. He refuses to reason. You need to slap the sense into him, right? And that this translates, I guess now I'm going to do a Ryler. This translates, you know, from our basic biology into geopolitics. You know, your neighbor who you are fighting, we are all from the same family, right? He's your brother in a sense. But if he's misbehaving and he refuses to reason to your very reasonable demands of, you know, let me do my stuff here, then slap him, you know, and slap him again until he comes into his senses. And we see this pan out from the grand scale of things to the smaller scale. Just look at the Syrian civil war, right? I mean, that one alone is kind of pretty much depleting all my hopes of, you know, world peace or anything like that. I mean, you know, the thing with the Israelis likely moving in with the Druze, and if that happens, considering if the Americans actually have moved away and left the Kurds there, well, the Kurds are definitely going to be pretty hard pressed, because they are also at odds with the HDS. Right. So for all we know, HDS might be, whether they want to or not, drawn closer and closer to Israel. There's a big confrontation, and we might see yet another collapse of Syria. This time, the Alawites are now getting backed up by the Russians, because now the Russians are like, yeah, you know, we now have a little bit more liberated resources, and we don't have the same alliances that we need to adhere to earlier. Right. Assad is now removed, so now we can just focus around the Alawite territory, which is where exactly Tarsus and Latakia is, right, where the naval base and the air base is. So, you know, that can happen, as well as as for the Kurds, you know, I'm not sure what will happen here, because Turkey, you know, and Turkey seems like, again, very keen to be, you know, ready to get into a match with Israel. Like, the rhetorics are now starting to enable them to get into action. So are we going to see any peace anytime soon? Yeah, we'll see. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Especially those who have managed to stay through the entire 7 hours. I mean, god damn, that's the fortitude you need to go to war. So if you're ever bored, you know, once the screen is over, pick up a pitchfork or a gun or whatever you have available, get out there. Well, have a snack first, eat some pussy, and then you go and kick ass. Do that. But before you do, press the like button and subscribe with the notification bell on. Sharing is caring, especially those of the super chatters who have been blessing this house of wisdom provided by Commander Wyatt and all his multitude of counselors, including Rylar. I'm going to just, I say it to be nice, you know, for the sake of coping. So, yeah, ramble over. Thank you very much, Wyatt and Gabriel and fellow guests and peeps. I'll see you next time or whenever.
Hey, can I clarify something real quick? Sorry, Wyatt.
Yeah.
But like, when I said balance of power, I by no means meant world peace. Okay. Like I enjoy smacking some sense into a pompous prick as much as the next guy, and I wouldn't like it any other way. I think balance of power is precisely that we're all nice and ready for battle, and we can respond. And like, I think that the problem of this, you know, disbalance of nature that we're suffering is precisely that people are too willing to lower their head and submit to whatever, you know, the first bully. Like, we've all been indoctrinated into pacifism, and so we think violence is bad, and we're not willing to do it, not even to protect our own best interests or that of our fellow.
Yeah. That's the curse of the political correctness. So it all started off with the PC culture. No, before that, there is no such thing as PC culture. No, American movies are nice to watch because they are totally, you know, they're totally rude to women and rude to people. You know, totally racist. But it's nice to watch. You know, seeing American soldiers shooting, you know, like, you know, Rambo, you know, killing all the Myanmar soldiers, no, or the Vietnamese soldiers. Like, no, it's still nice to watch. You know, it's not so PC. But once everything got PC, yeah, then you're gonna get like you know, Snow White, the Disney Snow White, you know, and like they don't even know what to do, and everything got very chaotic, very messy, and then, yeah, I agree, and yeah, so balance of power, you know, just keep everybody sane. That's all. No, you can be rude, but nobody dares to do anything because both can punch each other. So, yeah. Yeah, this is also why a lot of people don't dare to come on the open mic. They are afraid of the balance of power here. Like they come on, they're gonna get resisted. You know, you cannot go on Twitter and go into your bubble and say whatever you want. Like, you know, and then you're gonna have a lot of supporters. You come here, you have to fight for your, you know, for your stance. And if you fear this resistance, then yeah, they don't want to come on. Yeah, you're right. You're correct. All right, thank you, Gabriel. Now my turn to do closing. Bye. So thank you for watching DPA Open Mic episode 126. Trump effect. Incumbents won big in elections. Singapore, Australia, Canada, and of course a lot of other big things happening around the world. So that's it. No, thank you for watching. Thank you for participating in the conversations, the debates, and the arguments in the live chat as well. That feature coming from from the main channel, pushing viewers to the other stream looks a bit wonky. Not gonna use it again. Yeah, and yeah, so and that's about it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. And I just zoned out. Yeah, part of it I'm very zoned out. But anyway, that's it. So have a great week ahead. And that's it. I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye.
We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate. Join the discussion. Share your voice. Share your opinion. Swallow your ego. Expand your mind. DPA Open Mic. Free speech. So DPA Open Mic. We are live. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table